The voice interrupted Su Zimo's thoughts. Someone was truly alive at the depths of the Dragon Burial Valley. Su Zimo pushed the door open and walked out to see a young monk assuming a lotus position on a praying mat. The young monk's palms were placed together before his chest as he chanted softly. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. He thought that anyone who lived at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley would definitely be an incredible person. However, he had not expected it to be such a young monk. The young monk before him should only be at Golden Core Realm at most. Although Su Zimo's cultivation was gone, his eyes were still sharp. Sensing something, the little monk stopped chanting and turned around. His eyes were clear as water, as though they contained pure sincerity. The little monk smiled gently and stood up, greeting with clasped palms. "Patron, you're awake." Su Zimo walked forward and bowed. "I am Su Zimo. Thank you for your life-saving grace, fellow Taoist." "You don't have to do that, patron." The little monk smiled. "I've only brought you here because my master sensed you." "Master?" Su Zimo's tone was ladled with surprise. It seemed like this little monk was not the only one at the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley. Nodding, the little monk looked towards a gigantic hall not far away. "However, my master is currently in seclusion and will not see anyone for the time being." The doors were shut on a majestic hall not far away. Su Zimo nodded and asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" "A month or so." Su Zimo pursed his lips in silence, feeling a hint of bitterness in his mouth. Because his cultivation was destroyed, his body's healing capabilities had also decreased massively. He had not recovered entirely even after a month. After a short moment, Su Zimo asked again, "May I ask when your master will come forth from his seclusion?" "I don't know." The little monk shook his head. "It can be tomorrow, it can be a year later, or even 100 years later." 100 years? Su Zimo chuckled bitterly. Sensing Su Zimo's disappointment, the little monk consoled him sincerely. "Patron, there's no need to hurry. Time is fleeting and 100 years will pass by in the blink of an eye, like a divine steed crossing terrains." The little monk looked like he was younger than 20. Those words truly did not sound like they should be said by him and seemed odd. The little monk continued, "Patron, if you find yourself getting bored, you can casually look through the sutras in the sutra chamber. Those Buddhist sutras contain a lot of knowledge and the secrets of the universe. Even a wise old person might not be able to comprehend the wisdom within fully. Those sutras contain endless joy and time will pass by unknowingly once you're immersed in them. 100 years will pass by quickly." It was easy for the little monk to say that, but Su Zimo truly could not gather his interest. Embarrassed to decline the goodwill of the little monk, Su Zimo nodded with a smile and started surveying his surroundings. The courtyard did not have many structures, only two. One of them was the sutra chamber and the other was the majestic hall. There wasn't even a meditation room. This was an extremely simple and old temple. Ancient and aged. The only two structures looked like they were from a long time ago and had endured through the seasonal changes and the sands of time. Two vegetable gardens were planted before the big hall, giving them some green food. The main entrance of the old temple was extremely battered and creaked with the gust of the wind, as though it could fall over at any moment. Why is there such a strange old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley? Su Zimo had a lost expression. For a moment, a thought seemed to have flashed through his mind. However, Su Zimo's mind was way too chaotic at that time and most of his attention was spent thinking of how to recover his cultivation. As such, he did not think much about that thought. After a moment of standing still, Su Zimo turned around towards the entrance of the old temple. There was truly nothing to be seen around the old temple. Su Zimo wanted to head outside and check out what was at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. The little monk had a worried expression and could not help but remark, "Patron, you have yet to recover from your serious injuries. Don't head too far out. It's dangerous out there." "Thank you for your kind reminder, fellow Taoist. I'll be careful." Su Zimo expressed his thanks with cupped fists before turning to head out. The moment he stepped out of the old temple, he felt a chilling gust of wind breeze by and could not help but shudder. Before him was a meandering valley with countless crushed rocks on the ground. The cliffs on both sides were filled with strange rocks. It was dead silent throughout the entire valley. Su Zimo frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment before continuing ahead. Although the little fox had a frightened expression, she still chose to tag along behind Su Zimo. Su Zimo reared his head and looked up. A fog surged above the valley. 10,000 years ago, when countless experts fought against one another, the remnant of their energies formed a region of chaos and interweaved above. Any living being that was drawn into it would be shredded into a mist of blood. Now that Su Zimo's cultivation was crippled and he had lost every single method of ascending into the skies, it was easy for him to jump down from above, but impossible for him to return up. Su Zimo realized that if he could not recover his cultivation, he would most likely grow old and exhaust his remaining lifespan at the bottom of this valley. Yet, how could he recover his cultivation? His golden core was already shattered into pieces and had dispersed entirely. His dantian was now a leaking existence that could not be used to gather spirit chi. There was no way for him to recover his golden core. The only thing that he could recover was his inner core. Although his inner core was lined with tears, it was still intact at the very least. However, how could he recover it? Su Zimo had not cultivated to the realm of being able to absorb the essence of the world. If he wanted to continue with his demonic cultivation, he would have to use up a large amount of life force. It could come from fresh meat or rare treasures or elixirs. However, apart from him, the little fox, the little monk and his master and 2 ordinary vegetable patches, there was nothing else at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Without replenishment, it would be difficult to circulate the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, let alone recover his inner core. Although Su Zimo sank into his thoughts, his footsteps did not stop as he continued walking forward instinctively. After they passed a bend, the little fox suddenly stopped in her tracks and bit Su Zimo's trunks, holding him back fervently. Alarmed, Su Zimo snapped out of his thoughts. Corpses were sprawled on the ground one after another before him. Some of them laid horizontally, some of them sat on the ground while others were torn and distorted. They came in various shapes and positions. The corpses strewn on the ground extended all the way to the edge of the valley with no end in sight. Su Zimo realized that these corpses should have been buried here in the valley during that catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Although 10,000 years had passed, those corpses were pristine and did not show any signs of decay. In fact, Su Zimo caught sight of a perfect body among the corpses. How frightening was that expert when he was alive! These were people whose bodies have not decayed after 10,000 years. Suddenly, Su Zimo sensed a scarlet glint shining from the corner of his eye and turned over to look instinctively. His pupils constricted rapidly and his hairs stood on end. A few drops of fresh blood were splattered on the walls around him. Su Zimo merely took a single glance and felt a piercing pain surge through his eyes. His eyeballs felt like they were about to explode. Which expert did that blood belong to for it to be this terrifying? Even after 10,000 years, the splattered blood almost killed Su Zimo. Right then, he felt an immense sense of danger jolt into his mind. A sinister wind gusted without any warning. 10 feet away, phantoms appeared one after another, producing menacing faces that faded away as rapidly as they appeared. Su Zimo felt his heart skip a beat as he suddenly recalled something. The otherworldly soldiers formed in the Great Chen ruins were merely troops of the Imperial Army buried in the past. Yet, what sort of people were buried in the Dragon Burial Valley? These were people whose bodies have not decayed after 10,000 years. These were people whose splattered blood on the walls possessed immense mights. Those otherworldly soldiers formed by the Imperial Army were enough to fight against golden cores. If so, how terrifying would the haunting, vengeful spirits of the fallen experts here be? Hurry, let's go! Su Zimo shouted softly and hugged the little fox, turning back the way he came from. Thankfully, they were not far from the old temple. He could return to it within tens of breaths with a full burst of his body. There was a bend up ahead. Although Su Zimo had been distracted along the way, he could vaguely recall that this was the only bend he had turned. In other words, he would be able to see the old temple once he turned around this bend. However, after heading over, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks instinctively. There wasn't any old temple before him. Instead, there were corpses that were mounted like a mountain. Not far away, a gooey river of blood flowed, blocking the path forward with a nauseating stench of blood. Frightening faces floated on the surface of the river with sinister smiles. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and focused his gaze. The sight before him did not vanish still. On the contrary, those corpses came alive one after another. They struggled and stood up with rotting flesh hanging from their bodies. Slowly, swaying, they staggered towards Su Zimo with a disgusting stench. Pairs of arms protruded one after another from the river of blood up ahead as well. Many people drenched in blood crawled up the shores and grinned brightly with bloodshot eyes. Su Zimo felt chills run down his spine and cold sweat poured down his forehead. The little fox was even more rattled and burrowed herself into Su Zimo's embrace, chattering. She covered her eyes with her tiny paws and did not dare to stick her head out. There were only two possibilities to what was before them. First, it meant that the sutra chamber and little monk that he had seen earlier were all illusions and that there wasn't any old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley at all. Second, he had not left where he was initially. By right, he would have seen the unknown old temple once he turned around the bend. But now, Su Zimo had been sprinting the entire way and hadn't rested at all. He clearly felt that he had turned the bend and yet, instead of any trace of the old temple, he was met with this mountain of corpses and river of blood that had a torrential malevolent aura. Both possibilities did not seem optimistic for him. The first possibility meant that there was an extremely terrifying existence here that could bewitch his five senses and conjure illusions before him. The sutra chamber, the old temple, and the little monk were all fake. The Dragon Burial Valley was formed 10,000 years ago. How could there be an old temple at the bottom of it? The only thing that Su Zimo believed in were the eyes of the little monk that were clear as water. Those eyes could not be fake at all. The second possibility was that Su Zimo encountered what was known in the mortal realm as a ghost wall. He felt that he had been sprinting forward endlessly without any rest at all. In reality, he had not left the place at all. There were malevolent ghosts that blinded his five senses with the use of supreme dermic powers, causing him to run in circles after losing his sense of direction. All of a sudden, Su Zimo felt that something breathed down the back of his neck. Pest! Instantly, his hair stood on end. Without even thinking, his eyes shone fiercely as he slapped in reverse. Piak! His fist flew through the air with a crisp sound. There was nobody behind him. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air. Just as he was about to turn around, he discovered that there was a woman with disheveled hair standing not far away, wearing a white blouse with bloodstains on it. The woman's back was facing him and her face could not be seen as she stood there motionlessly. Any existence at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley was definitely way more terrifying than those in the Great Chen ruins. The otherworldly soldiers in the ruins were incorporeal. Su Zimo did not know how frightening this woman was in her past life or how much vengeance she held, but her malevolent chi had materialized into actual flesh. Even if Su Zimo was at his peak condition, it would be hard for him to escape death if he encountered these existences, let alone the fact that his cultivation was crippled now. He did not dare to act recklessly and glared at the white-bloused woman with a tense expression. All of a sudden, the white-bloused woman moved. Everything beneath her head did not move at all. However, her head twisted to the back sinisterly and faced Su Zimo directly. Her mouth, nose and ears were filled with blood and she had no eyeballs, merely a pair of bloody, empty sockets. The woman smiled creepily and her grisly red long tongue extended like a serpent. The little fox had just poked its head out to look through the gaps in her paws when she caught sight of that. "Ah!" she exclaimed and fainted from the shock. It wasn't surprising. Even Su Zimo, who had tons of experience of the world, felt chills run down his spine and his limbs turn wobbly. The white-bloused woman moved and with a sinister gust of wind, lunged forward. Su Zimo extended his right hand hurriedly to defend. There was no way he could threaten the white-bloused woman with his power. The divine phoenix bone might be the only thing that could work. Swoosh! Suddenly, the white-bloused woman stopped in her tracks and looked down somewhat warily at Su Zimo's right hand with her empty, bloody sockets. Tisk, tsk, tsk. She snickered sinisterly and in a flash, vanished right before Su Zimo's eyes. Su Zimo was alarmed and checked his surroundings hurriedly. There were no traces of the white-bloused woman around him at all, as though everything that happened earlier on was his hallucination. Su Zimo knew that the difference between them was way too great. Although that white-bloused woman was created from malevolent chi, her strength was most likely not weaker than void reversions with boundless dermic powers. In fact, she might even be comparable to Dharma characteristics. Up ahead, the bloody corpses with rotten flesh crawled out from the blood river one after another and closed in rapidly. A bloodied figure suddenly lunged over with a menacing face, opening its mouth to try and bite Su Zimo's neck. Su Zimo twisted his right hand and used it like a dagger, thrusting it into the bloodied figure. Shing! A blaze surged. Without making a single sound, the bloodied figure was engulfed in a set of bright flames. The other corpses and bloodied figures hurriedly stopped in their tracks. They were malevolent entities, and the things they feared most were lightning and flames. Naturally, they could sense the terrifying power that was hidden in the divine phoenix bone. Even so, the corpses and bloodied figures refused to leave, merely standing not far away to watch Su Zimo with stoned gazes and stick saliva dripping slowly from their mouths. At that moment, a white figure appeared silently behind Su Zimo and gradually materialized. It was the white-bloused woman who had gone missing earlier on. The white-bloused woman licked her lips and a scarlet glint appeared in her hollow sockets. She extended her skeleton palm that shone coldly on its fingertips slowly towards the top of Su Zimo's head. All of a sudden, the sound of Sanskrit reverberated through the valley, possessing a mysterious noble might that was shuddering. Om, ma, nai, pa, mi, ham. Every single Sanskrit word that was spoken caused a tremendous vibration to reverberate through the voids. The corpses and bloodied figures that were initially in front of Su Zimo vanished entirely. There was no mountain or corpses, nor was there any river of blood. Everything was just an illusion. The only thing that was real was the creepy white skeleton palm, hovering above Su Zimo's head. Not far away, a little monk strode over slowly. Although he was at a young age, he was dignified in his dermic ways as he stared behind Su Zimo with two divine lights beaming from his eyes. He held a string of Buddha beads in his right hand and chanted Sanskrit endlessly. There was a lotus seat on his left palm that emanated with a mysterious glow. As the little monk walked over, the illusions that were initially in Su Zimo's line of dispersed and the meandering ravine reappeared. He was standing at the bend in the valley, and the battered old temple was not far away. When the white-bloused woman caught sight of the little monk, her expression suddenly turned uneasy. The bloody sockets on her face stared at the lotus seat on the little monk's hand hesitantly, seemingly cautious. "Evil being, what are you waiting for? Leave!" The little monk hollered lightly with a stern expression. He raised his left hand and pushed the lotus seat gently in the direction of the white-bloused woman. The lotus seat floated over through the air. One after another, pure white lotus petals opened up from inside out, layer by layer. As the lotus blossomed, the lotus seat let out an extremely terrifying aura. "Ah!" The white-bloused woman shrieked and turned into smoke, escaping far away and vanishing in the blink of an eye. The little monk hurried forward and put away the lotus seat before tugging Su Zimo's sleeves, whispering, "Patron, hurry, let's go." As he said that, the little monk turned and sprinted back towards the old temple. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and followed him. Thankfully, they were not too far away from the old temple, and the both of them returned to it within tens of breaths. The little monk only heaved a sigh of relief after turning around to close the main doors. "Thank you for your life-saving grace, fellow Taoist." Su Zimo bowed and expressed his thanks. The little monk waved it off, smiling. "No matter, patron. It's only right of me." "What is your name, fellow Taoist?" Su Zimo asked. The little monk replied, "I'm Ming Zhen." Mingzhen, Mingzhen, Su Zimo muttered twice softly. Purity, honesty, and sincerity. Those were the impressions that the little monk gave Su Zimo. Everything was truly embodied by the Zhen character in his name. The evil entities outside are extremely vicious and possess supreme dermic powers. I'm not their match either, Mingzhen explained. The malevolent ghost earlier only turned to flee because she was wary about this lotus seat, thinking that my master had appeared. If we had waited for her to realize what was happening, we would have been doomed. Feeling somewhat guilty, Su Zimo said, I was careless just now and nearly implicated you. 8 years' worth of cultivation was destroyed overnight, and he had turned into a mortal from the number 1 monster incarnate of history. Anyone else would also have a hard time accepting such a defeat and downfall. Earlier on, when he left the old temple, part of it was out of curiosity to check out what was outside. Another part of it was truly because he was brooding internally. He had truly suffered immensely mentally. Mingzhen seemed to be able to sense the troubles Su Zimo was facing. Actually, there won't be any danger as long as you don't head out of this place. Although this courtyard is not large, you can move around freely within it, patron. The sutras in the sutra chamber are also free for you to read. At that time, we might be able to share our understanding and explore the depths of Buddhism together. Pausing for a moment as though he recalled something, Mingzhen reminded hurriedly. Right, also, don't ever head to the backyard of the Grand Hall. After saying that, Mingzhen shirked his neck with a frightened expression, as though he had just thought of something terrifying. Su Zimo was greatly curious. Against that menacing malevolent ghost with torrential dermic powers earlier on, Mingzhen was stern without any fear. Yet, why was he revealing such an expression at the mention of the backyard? Just what was in the backyard that caused Mingzhen such cautiousness? Furthermore, Su Zimo noticed something. Earlier on, when he wanted to head out, Mingzhen merely reminded him that it was dangerous outside and he should not head far away. But now, Mingzhen was warning Su Zimo with extreme conviction not to head to the backyard of the Grand Hall. Su Zimo nodded. He truly did not wish to give Mingzhen any troubles. After Mingzhen gave the reminder, he returned to his praying mat and took out the thick ancient book from before, flipping it open carefully to continue reading. The little fox gradually stirred awake during this period of time. However, due to the shock that she received, she insisted on staying in Su Zimo's embrace and refused to go anywhere. After taking a look, Mingzhen seemed to recall something and handed Su Zimo the ancient book in his hands with sincerity. Patron, if you don't know what sutra to start with, how about this? You will definitely benefit immensely. This sutra possesses the secrets of the universe, and you will gain a different realization with every new reading of it. It's truly amazing. Su Zimo laughed bitterly internally. Right now, he did not have any mood at all. Even if his cultivation was still present, he wouldn't be able to endure sitting through to comprehend these difficult sutras. Su Zimo declined. My injuries have not healed yet, so I can't exhaust myself mentally. You can read them first. Mingzhen did not believe it entirely and asked somewhat confusedly. Reading sutras, prostrating yourself to Buddha and comprehending the Tao is the most enjoyable thing in the world. How would it be exhausting mentally? Shaking his head, Mingzhen did not seem to understand Su Zimo's words. When he saw Mingzhen's passion, Su Zimo felt embarrassed and asked, "What's the name of that ancient book? I'll go take a look at it after you're done reading it." Of course, he had only mentioned that casually and wasn't truly curious about it. Mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra. Oh, Su Zimo replied distractedly. The moment he turned around, his expression changed. Mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra? He looked at Mingzhen with disbelief and asked again. That's right. Mingzhen nodded in a natural manner. Su Zimo's mouth dropped agape, and he froze for a moment before revealing a bitter smile. The Mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra was known as the #1 secret skill for the Golden Core. In that alarming catastrophe 10,000 years ago, Fahua Monastery was destroyed and the Mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra was lost at that time. After all this time, nobody discovered any trace of the Mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra. Therefore, a saying began to spread through the cultivation world. Everyone claimed that the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra was buried within the Great Qian ruins. Su Zimo's trip towards the Great Qian ruins this time round was not entirely due to the vermilion fruit. A great part of the reason was because he wanted to find the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra. Unfortunately, fate loved to tease. Now that he was truly able to see the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra, he was already unable to cultivate. The legends were right. The mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra was truly buried within the Great Qian ruins. However, who would have thought that this was buried at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley? Su Zimo finally realized why there was such an old, ancient and battered temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. There was a high probability that this temple was built by a surviving monk of either Fahua or Daming Monastery in the past. However, what was the purpose of building a temple as such at the bottom of the valley? The mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra, something that could create endless waves of bloodshed in the cultivation world, was now in the hands of an unknown little monk. There was no fighting or bloodshed here. In fact, the little monk even chose to share it from his own accord. This was honestly quite an irony. What was even more ironic was that now that Su Zimo had finally caught sight of the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra, he had already lost his ability to cultivate. Although the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra was a supreme secret classic of the Buddhist sects, it could not help someone with a shattered dantian and lost cultivation recultivate again. Dao Bingxian, you was way too ruthless. He had severed all of Su Zimo's hopes with a single punch and kick. Gripping his fists tightly, Su Zimo reared his head slightly with an unyielding look in his eyes. Nobody can make me stop in my tracks. Nobody can stop my path forward. Even with such a blow, Su Zimo had no intention of giving up. He was not going to bow down to fate. Someone had once altered his fate for him painstakingly. If he admitted defeat at this moment, it would be equivalent to letting that person down. Su Zimo assumed a lotus position and started feeling for spirit chi around him, gathering them bit by bit towards his dantian. After entering his body and dantian, spirit chi dispersed immediately without lingering. Right now, his dantian was like a bottomless black hole, devouring everything. Su Zimo did not give up at all. He continued gathering and condensing chi while watching it dissipate right before his very eyes. The cycle continued. A month passed. 2 months passed. In the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. Su Zimo's injuries had long healed completely. However, his body's condition had not taken a turn for the better. Isolated from the outside world, there was no flesh with life force or universal treasures here. If they were hungry, these 2 men and 1 fox would get some vegetables and fruits from the plantation. If they were thirsty, they would drink water from deep underground with a well. For cultivators, this was nothing much. Cultivators cultivated by absorbing spirit chi around them to raise their cultivation realms. However, demonic cultivation required a large amount of life force. For the past year, Su Zimo's mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness seemed to have stagnated, and his inner core was still webbed with tears without any signs of recovering. In terms of immortality cultivation, the chi that he had condensed for the past half a year had not triggered any reaction from his dantian. His dantian was still empty and hollow. Of course, Su Zimo's half a year had not gone to waste entirely either. There were many secret classics of the Buddhist sects littered across the sutra chamber. To his surprise, he realized that he could actually understand these initially dry and incomprehensible sutras. It was as though he had been enlightened. Time was fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, another 6 months passed. Su Zimo had already been at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for almost a year now. His inner core had not shown any signs of recovery in this 1 year. The dantian in his abdomen was also like a swamp of still water, dead without any fluctuations to it. Su Zimo's gaze was no longer as resolute and unshakable as before. Was he going to continue to cultivate like this foolishly? When would a miracle finally happen? After mulling in the courtyard, Su Zimo made a decision and opened up his storage, retrieving the 10,000-year vermilion fruit from it. The vermilion fruit was bright red and shiny, emitting a burning energy. The 10,000-year vermilion fruit had absorbed way too much blood from too many people. It wasn't just the younger generation of the North region. There were even hundreds of nascent souls that died. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo devoured the vermilion fruit in a single mouthful and assumed a lotus position, experiencing the changes in his body. The vermilion fruit contained a tremendous amount of life force. The life force turned into a violent cyclone that rippled through his entire body, cruising through his bloodline, flesh, bones, tendons, and organs. Su Zimo composed himself, directing the rampant cyclone towards his dantian. Normally speaking, the power of a vermilion fruit was enough to help a golden core advance a single minor realm. In other words, if it was a late-stage golden core that devoured the vermilion fruit, he would be able to get to perfected golden core realm right away and would only be a half-step away from the nascent soul realm. Su Zimo did not dream that he would be able to recover his cultivation. He merely hoped that he could retain some spirit chi in his dantian, even if he had to return back to level 1 chi condensation. Unfortunately, after that rampant cyclone of energy entered his dantian, it did not create much impact and was wiped away cleanly by the black hole dantian without any trace at all. Su Zimo opened his eyes, looking a little lost and desolate. For the past year, he had experienced countless defeats, but the thought of giving up had never crossed his mind. And yet, right now, his determination sank and his conviction wavered. Sensing Su Zimo's disappointment, the little fox had a worried expression and rubbed her cheeks against Su Zimo's arm to console him. "Little thing, I'm sorry. I've implicated you." Su Zimo stroked the little fox's spine and smiled in irony. "Initially, I wanted to take you away and leave that desolate underground cave. To think that we would end up in another cave of sorts. Hia! Hia!" Although the little fox could not speak in human tongue, she waved her pair of paws and breathed in before gesturing above her head. Su Zimo understood. The little fox was saying that it was great here. The skies were vast and she could breathe fresh air daily. Thereafter, the little fox pointed to herself before pointing to Su Zimo. Her watery, huge eyes blinked and she flushed in an extremely charming manner. Su Zimo's head was lowered and he did not catch sight of it, merely smiling in a dazed manner. He had suddenly realized that there was a high chance he would be trapped at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for his entire life, aging and waiting for his lifespan to wear out. There was no need to think about revenge. Less than that, there was no need to think about pursuing Dayu. At that moment, the Sanskrit reverberated through the old temple. Everything is dermic and illusory. Like lightning, life is merely fleeting. The Sanskrit sounded like heavenly flutes, reaching the depths of one's soul. Compared to the little monk's Sanskrit, it was even more moving and possessed a dermic power of tranquility. Instantly, Su Zimo's worries lessened considerably. He turned towards the voice. Within the old temple, the wooden doors of the grand hall creaked open. The light inside was dim and a vague figure of a monk could be seen from the haziness. His beard was white and he was extremely skinny, sitting on the floor. The little monk's master had finally exited his seclusion. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo bowed deeply and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, Reverend Patron. You are troubled in your mind?" The old monk had a warm and compassionate voice. Pursing his lips, Su Zimo asked, "Reverend, may I ask if there's any hope of recovery with my destroyed dantian and ruined golden core?" "I don't know." There was a long silence in the grand hall before those 3 words were uttered. The old monk's voice continued, "Throughout history, there had never been anyone who could continue cultivating with a destroyed dantian." When he heard that, Su Zimo smiled bitterly. Was he still going to lose to fate at the end of the day? Suddenly, the old monk steered the conversation in another direction. "However, nothing is absolute. You might be able to tide through this tribulation, patron." Su Zimo's expression changed. The old monk seemed to be implying something. The old monk said, "If you enter the grand hall, you might be able to find some answers, patron." Su Zimo raised his brow. Although he was puzzled, he still stepped foot into the grand hall. Candles lit up one after another on both sides of the grand hall. Su Zimo peered over the old monk and his gaze landed on the walls on the opposite end of the grand hall. Shuddering, His eyes lit up with a sparkle that was brighter than stars. There was a saying on the wall. To become one of the greatest, you have to work on the foundation and be willing to take hardship and serve others. The sentence was etched clearly into the walls, curved with a majestic aura. One could instantly feel the arrival of an impressive and superior aura just by glancing at those words, sending shivers down their spines. Su Zimo smiled. Instantly, it seemed as though a peerlessly beautiful woman with an indifferent expression had appeared before him. Dressed in a blood-red long dress, she stood there looking at him silently. The sight of those words was akin to look at her. There was only a single person who could have written those bold words. Su Zimo remembered every single word that Dai Yu said to him 8 years ago before she left. If you want to continue with immortal and demon cultivation, you will experience a lot of unimaginable sufferings. But you must bear in mind that these sufferings will only make you stronger. There is a saying in the Avatamsaka Sutra of the Huayan school that I would like to give you as parting words. To become one of the greatest, you have to work on the foundation and be willing to take hardship and serve others. Right now, that statement was etched right before Su Zimo's eyes. The moment he saw those words, he felt an irresistible sense of nostalgia surging within him. Unknowingly, 8 years had already passed. Back in Pingyang town, Dai Yu subjected him to endless training, and there were even times when his life was hanging on a thread. However, Dai Yu had never let him go through any grievances. When he was nearly killed by those purple-winged eagles in the Zhonglang mountain range, Dai Yu killed every single last one of them. When joyful sect cultivators hunted him relentlessly with their advantage in numbers and cultivation realm, Dai Yu annihilated joyful sect. Given Dai Yu's character, if she knew that Glass Palace sent a void reversion to kill Su Zimo, it would be normal for her to hunt down Glass Palace single-handedly. The little fox tilted her head at the sight with a lost expression. For the past year, this was the first time that she had seen such a smile on Su Zimo's face. He was as joyful as a child. The old monk's expression did not change, but there was a sliver of light in those hazy eyes of his. Before Su Zimo entered the grand hall, he was initially despondent without any hope for the future. However, the moment he caught sight of those words, his listlessness vanished and he was reinvigorated with a charged aura. It was as though he wanted to trample the entire world beneath his feet. The old monk was secretly impressed. Normally speaking, if it was any other cultivator, they wouldn't be able to endure the blow of having their cultivation realm completely destroyed and the great fall from grace. Furthermore, the future was bleak without any hope in sight. Initially, cracks had already appeared on Su Zimo's Dao heart, with signs of deterioration. To think that those words would be able to secure his conviction once more. The old monk had lived for a long time and could naturally tell that given this turmoil, there would be nothing that could shake Su Zimo's Dao heart in the future. Cling, clang. Suddenly, the dull sound of chains rattling could be heard in the backyard of the grand hall. The ground shook, as though a malevolent ghost was trying to break free. Even the grand hall was starting to shroud with a faint malevolent qi. Ming Zhen was standing outside the grand hall. When he heard the chains rattling, he could not help but shudder and glance at the backyard with a sense of trepidation. The little fox winced and sniffed with an uneasy expression. She caught a whiff of an extremely terrifying aura in the air. It was as though the owner of the aura could rip her into pieces at any moment. It was a deep, indescribable fear that came from the depths of her soul and bloodline. The old monk was the only one who was expressionless, as though he hadn't heard the chains at all. After the chains rattled for a while, it went silent once more. Gradually, Su Zimo stirred awake from his memories as well. It was less than 8 minutes since he stepped foot into the grand hall. However, his heart experienced a rebirth and he had transformed right from the core. Although there was no effect on his cultivation, Su Zimo believed that nothing and nobody in this world could block his path forward. Dao Bing Xian Yu crushed his cores. He would then create a new path for himself. After gazing at the words on the wall for a long time, Su Zimo said softly, "She was here." Yes. The old monk nodded. Even though he did not clarify who she was, Su Zimo believed that the old monk definitely knew. That was because anyone who had seen her, even once, would never forget her ever again. The old monk looked a little conflicted as he sighed. Around 8 years ago, this female patron came over and retrieved something. Before she left that saying from the old Huayan Sutra of the Buddhist sections. I did not understand what she was doing and could not help but ask. She merely replied, asking me to wait for a fated person to appear before flying away without appearing ever again. Su Zimo smiled. He could already imagine the cold and aloof expression of Dai Yu with just a simple description from the old monk. That was indeed Dai Yu. She did not care for further explanations at all. The old monk continued. For the past 8 years, I did not know who the fated person would be. It was until the moment when I saw you that I understood. Me? Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Naturally, he knew that the sentence was left for him by Dai Yu. However, how did the old monk tell that he was related to Dai Yu prior to this? As though he could sense Su Zimo's doubts, the old monk smiled gently and explained, That's because you hold within your body what the female patron took away from this place. Therefore, you are the fated person. Patron. It was only at that moment that Su Zimo realized he had neglected something. The old monk said that Dai Yu had taken away something from this place. What was it that could have made Dai Yu make the long trip over to the Dragon Burial Valley personally just to put it within his body? A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Back in the ancient battlefield, when the mysterious old man in the human emperor's palace mentioned about the spirit root, he mentioned that there were only a few utmost treasures in Tianhuang mainland and Su Zimo had 2 of them in his body. One of them was confirmed to be the divine phoenix bone. Could the other utmost treasure be what Dai Yu took away from this place? If that was truly the case, the old monk's remark might have been euphemistic. Rather than take away that utmost treasure, Dai Yu must have snatched it away by force. That female patron's methods are divinely. I do admit that I can't be compared to her. The old monk's statement reaffirmed Su Zimo's guess. He could almost imagine the way Dai Yu arrived in the Dragon Burial Valley 8 years ago to take away the utmost treasure without a single word after overwhelming the old monk. Thereafter, she even left that statement on the wall before turning to leave. That was indeed Dai Yu's style. Overwhelming and domineering without the need to explain anything. Somewhat guiltily, Su Zimo glanced at the old monk. In the past, Dai Yu suppressed him and snatched away the utmost treasure. Now that Su Zimo was in this state, notwithstanding the fact of whether or not the old monk would take revenge, at the very least, he would want to take back the utmost treasure. Don't worry, patron. The old monk smiled gently. Since that thing is now in your body, it means that you have an affinity with it. I'm not going to take it away. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. At the same time, curiosity filled him. This old monk seemed to be able to read his thoughts. Right from the beginning, he had barely spoken and yet, the old monk was able to reply to every single one of his thoughts. Those means were truly incredible. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled that a couple of months ago, he read an ancient book in the sutra chamber. Within it was the record of a mystical ability known as heart-peering. It was said that anyone who manages to cultivate heart-peering would be able to sense the thoughts of people nearby without the need for communication or interaction. It was extremely mysterious. At its peak, a single thought would be enough to read the minds of all beings in the universe, and it was extremely frightening. The old monk's cultivation was unfathomable, and Su Zimo guessed that he was at least a Dharma-characteristic Tao Lord. Perhaps he was even more frightening than that. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked, Reverend, what is the utmost treasure? Earlier on, you said that it is in my body. Yet, why can't I sense it? The old monk's gaze was wise as he said slowly, In Buddhism, there are 3 great sacred trees, the Bodhi, Ashoka, and Sal tree. These 3 sacred trees are not found in this current world. Rather, they grow in the Pure Land. Pure Land? Su Zimo was confused. The old monk did not explain and merely smiled before continuing. The Ashoka tree bears the Saraka flower. In the ancient era, a Saraka flower fell onto Tianhuang mainland and was obtained by the founder master of Fahua Monastery. taken in as a sacred object of the Buddhist sects. It was passed down from that time all the way till the female patron took it away. The old monk indirectly revealed another piece of information through his words. This old temple was related to Fahua Monastery from 10,000 years ago. Sriracha flower? Su Zimo recalled deeply, but could not find any connection to a flower-related object given to him by Daiyu. The old monk said, "Patron, you are someone without a spirit root." Yes, Su Zimo nodded frankly. It was true that he was born without a spirit root and had only stepped foot onto the path of cultivation after meeting Daiyu. Before she left, while he was unconscious, she even helped him plant a spirit root that was not weaker than a heaven spirit root. As though he could read Su Zimo's mind, the old monk shook his head. The spirit root is an illusory object that someone is born with. If you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. There's no saying of a planted spirit root. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He did not understand what the old monk meant by that. Since it wasn't possible for one to plant spirit roots, what about his spirit root? How did he manage to go through with immortality cultivation without a spirit root? Suddenly, a few scenes flashed through Su Zimo's mind vaguely. It was true that his spirit root was unlike those around him. It was most obvious from his cultivation speed. His chi condensation speed had even surpassed cultivators with heaven spirit roots. Furthermore, the quality of his spirit chi was extremely pure, and was even stronger than cultivators of the same level with heaven spirit roots. There was another beguiling thing. Back when he joined Ethereal Peak and passed through the spirit testing gate, he clearly felt a strong resistance from the gate. The spirit testing gate would only block cultivators without spirit roots or with pseudo or ordinary spirit roots. At that time, Su Zimo was indignant and pushed through the barrier of the stone gate with brute force. Thereafter, the spirit testing gate was shattered. Could it be? A frightening thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. The old monk nodded. Patron, actually, right from the beginning you've never had a spirit root. Su Zimo was shocked. The old monk continued. The female patron took away the sriracha flower and sealed this utmost treasure of the Buddhist sects in your dantian, replacing the function of a spirit root. Su Zimo's mouth opened slightly. It felt as though there was suddenly an explanation to some of the doubts he had previously. It was no wonder why Daiyu had a slightly odd expression when she said that she had planted a spirit root for him. Furthermore, based on what she said at that time, it now looked like she was implying something. Daiyu said that she implanted a spirit root that wouldn't be inferior to a heaven spirit root for him, instead of saying directly that she implanted a heaven spirit root for him. The old monk remarked, "The reason why you're able to sense spirit chi and gather them to cultivate isn't because you've got a spirit root. It's because there's an utmost treasure of the Buddhist sects that comes from the pure land in your dantian." The information truly had an enormous impact on Su Zimo. He was a little confused and asked with a frown, "Why does the spirit chi I gather carry the fire attribute?" That's because the sriracha flower is also known as the flaming flower. When it blooms, it resembles a flame and is extremely sensitive towards the spirit chi of fire attribute in the surroundings. Everything that did not make sense made sense at the moment. With the two utmost treasures of the divine phoenix bone and the sriracha flower, coupled with his sensitivity towards flames, it was only logical that Su Zimo would have a frightening cultivation speed. Spirit chi would also be naturally purer after the refinement of two utmost treasures. Although the spirit testing gate had been around for several thousand years, there was no way it could withstand the might of two utmost treasures. The old monk smiled. "Patron, have you not discovered that in the past year, you are already able to understand some of the ancient sutras of the Buddhist sects as well as comprehend them?" Su Zimo nodded. He had tried his hands on Buddhist sutras before while he was studying in Pingyang town. At that time, the Buddhist sutras were like scriptures of the heavens that he could not understand. In fact, he could not even take in a single word and merely felt his head spin. In less than an hour, he had already cast all the sutras aside. The baffling thing was that many years later, when Su Zimo picked up the Buddhist sutras once more in the sutra chamber at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he was now able to understand most of them. The old monk's voice sounded once more. "Without a root of wisdom, One will never be able to understand the secrets of the Buddhist sutras, let alone cultivate and understand the Tao. In fact, they wouldn't even be able to continue reading. However, it's different for you. Gradually, a realization entered Su Zimo's mind. The Sriracha flower was a sacred item of the Buddhist sects. It existed within Su Zimo's dantian and had not only replaced the purpose of the spirit root, but also granted him wisdom that was comparable to the root of wisdom. That was the gift left behind for him by Dai Yu. It was far from a simple spirit root. Finally, Su Zimo understood the earnest intentions of Dai Yu. Be it the Sriracha flower or divine phoenix bone, they were both utmost treasures of Tianhuang mainland. Before she left, Dai Yu said that she left 3 gifts for him. Right now, Su Zimo already knew 2 of them, but he did not know what the last one was. Su Zimo asked, "Where is that flower now?" "It's still within your dantian. However, you have not cultivated to the realm of introspection, and as such, you aren't able to see it yet," the old monk replied. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Earlier on, I said that there had never been anyone in history who could cultivate after their cultivation is crippled. That is indeed true. I don't know how I should resolve your plight as well. However, that female patron had gone through the painstaking effort of sealing the Sriracha flower in your dantian while leaving that statement here. I'm guessing that there must be a deeper meaning to it." Su Zimo nodded. Actually, when he caught sight of the statement left behind by Dai Yu, Su Zimo had already decided that he was going to cultivate peacefully at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley from here on. To become one of the greatest, you have to work on the foundation and be willing to take hardship and serve others. That was his tribulation. He had to endure it. There would definitely come a day when he would become the greatest and break through the horizons to the 9 heavens, reappearing in the mortal realm to shock all living beings. The old monk pointed to the side and said, "In the sutra chamber, there are classics left behind from Fahua and Daming monasteries. Look at them more and you might be able to gain something from them." Su Zimo nodded. Both Fahua and Daming Monastery were top factions that were comparable to the current super sects such as the 9 Immortal sects and 7 Fiend sects. It was obvious how deep their foundations ran. Unfortunately, this derelict old temple that was isolated from the rest of the world was the only thing left of the 2 super sects after the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. The entire cultivation world did not even know about the existence of this old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Although the old monk merely mentioned it casually, Su Zimo knew clearly in his heart that there were many secret skills of Fahua and Daming Monastery in these ancient books. For example, the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra was thought by the outside world to be lost. Who would have guessed that this sutra known as the number 1 secret skill for golden cores would be found at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley? Who would have thought that it would be in the hands of a young monk and it could be read at any time? It was not hard to imagine that the impact caused by the appearance of the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra would be much more terrifying than the vermilion fruit. At that time, there would be a blood storm. The paragons of the North region wouldn't be the only ones involved. Even all the paragons of the entire Tianhuang mainland would be moved and driven crazy for it. Furthermore, the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra was not the only one. There were many other sutras similar to it in the sutra chamber. That seemingly battered library was in fact a gigantic treasure trove. It was equivalent to the legacy of 2 super sects placed right before Su Zimo's eyes. The only pity was that his cultivation was crippled and he had no way of gathering qi. If he could condense qi, there would now be the legacy of the Buddhist sects in his body as well, on top of the legacy of the Immortality and Fiend Daos. As Su Zimo pondered, the old monk seemed to have thought of something and his expression turned rueful. He sighed, saying, "After the catastrophe back then, Fahua Monastery and Daming Monastery are no longer around and have been washed away by the sands of time. Everyone from the past is already gone and now, I'm the only one left." The old monk's words carried a heart-wrenching loneliness to it. Su Zimo could not help but ask, "Senior, are you and fellow Taoist Mingzhan the only ones in this old temple?" After a moment of silence, the old monk nodded. "The 2 of us are the only ones here." Cling, clang. The moment he said that, the sound of chains rattling sounded from the backyard once more. It was dull and forceful, as though something was struggling repeatedly. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The little fox was rattled and scurried along Su Zimo's arm into his embrace to hide within. The old monk's expression was unchanged, and there were no emotions in his weathered eyes, as though he could not hear the sound of chains in the backyard. Su Zimo was gradually relieved when he saw how composed the old monk was. However, he was truly curious as to what was behind the sound of chains coming from the backyard. Why would Ming Zhen want to avoid it so fearfully? The old monk interrupted Su Zimo's thoughts and suddenly asked, "I can sense an aura of the Buddhist sex circling around you that isn't from the Sriracha flower. Have you cultivated a technique of the Buddhist sex before?" Technique of the Buddhist sex? Could it be? Su Zimo froze momentarily before his eyes flashed with a glint of realization. He gathered qi slowly and made use of the instant spirit qi entered his body to open up his storage bag, retrieving a Buddha bead the size of a longan. The Buddha bead was extremely old, and although it was made of wood, there were no signs of corrosion. The patterns that were etched on it were still extremely clear. He had obtained that Buddha bead accidentally when he was trapped with demoness Ji in the stone coffin in the past. Su Zimo said with a deep voice, "I've managed to cultivate an extremely strong spirit art, known as the Fiend Suppression Seal thanks to this Buddha bead." The Fiend Suppression Seal was the only thing he had cultivated that was from the Buddhist sex. The moment he took out the Buddha bead, Su Zimo finally understood something. He understood why he was able to comprehend such a powerful Fiend Suppression Seal with just a single Buddha bead. It wasn't because he had a frightening potential. It was because the existence of the Sriracha flower, the sacred item of the Buddhist sex, allowed him to possess a pure root of wisdom of Buddhism. Heis! The moment he caught sight of the Buddha bead, the old monk sighed gently and he got slightly emotional. It was clear that the old monk recognized the origin of the Buddha bead. He said, "Actually, the Fiend Suppression Seal is not a spirit art. It's a dermic art of Daming Monastery." Dermic art. Su Zimo knew that dermic arts could only be released by nascent souls who are able to make use of dermic powers after cultivating their essence spirits. Since the Fiend Suppression Seal was a dermic art, how was he able to release it as a spirit art with the use of spirit energy? It's no wonder why the Sriracha flower is a sacred item of the Buddhist sections. That statement from the old monk enlightened Su Zimo. The Sriracha flower should be the only reason why he possessed such a mystifying might. Su Zimo thought about what he experienced at that time and said, "This Buddha bead was found in a stone coffin. In it, there was a skeleton that could resurrect and was extremely frightening. I only managed to escape by luck." Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo continued, "That skeleton seemed to be from the fiend sections." "There's no mistake," the old monk replied. "The owner of that Buddha bead is Monk Daming, the titular disciple of Daming Monastery and a supreme expert that was renowned back in the days." Titular disciple? This was the second time Su Zimo had heard of that term. The first titular disciple he knew was the Azura Yen Beichin. The second was this Monk Daming. The old monk explained, "There would always be titular disciples in the various supersects of Tianhuang mainland. Furthermore, there's only one of them. All the titular disciples are the ones with the greatest potential among the paragons of the sect. The ones with the most stellar track records, and the ones with the most frightening combat strength. Titular disciples are not fixed by their cultivation realms, but all of them possess countless trump cards, and the most fundamental ability for them is to kill above their levels. Typically speaking, one only earns the right to become a titular disciple after advancing to the void reversion realm." At that point, Su Zimo understood. In other words, the titular disciples were the strongest among the paragons of the supersects. The old monk continued, "Titular disciples are bestowed the Tao titles unique to their sects by the sect masters. For example, the titular disciple of Fahua Monastery would gain the Tao title of Fahua, whereas the titular disciple of Daming Monastery would gain the Tao title of Daming. That helps with identification. There is quite a gap between you and titular disciples. Remember, if you encounter the titular disciples of supersects from here on, you must always be careful not to engage them recklessly." Su Zimo nodded. The old monk thought for a moment before saying, "Back then, Azura sect produced a monster that created a blood refinement fiend sutra. Murder was his second nature, and everywhere he passed, he would devour the fresh blood of all living beings cleanly. When he heard that, Su Zimo realized that there was a high chance the skeleton was the monster of Azura sect in the past. The old monk continued. Monk Daming could not bear to see the masses in distress and headed out to suppress that fiend. The two of them fought 3 consecutive battles, and although the monster of Azura sect was disadvantaged, it was hard to tell who would come forth victorious. At the 4th battle, victory was finally decided. It was said that the battle was so tremendous that the skies changed and the earth collapsed. Both parties fought with their full strengths. What happened later on? Su Zimo asked instinctively. The old monk shook his head. Later on, there were various sayings and rumors. Some said that Monk Daming was severely injured after killing the monster of Azura sect and died soon after as well. Some said that both parties suffered immense losses and fought to the end, dying together. All in all, the eventual outcome was that both of them went missing. Nobody knew if they were alive or dead, but they had never appeared ever since. There was a hint of sadness in the old monk's tone. After receiving the Buddha bead from Su Zimo, he rubbed it gently between his fingers. A moment later, the old monk exclaimed softly, as though he discovered something. What's wrong? Su Zimo asked hurriedly. Nothing much. The old monk shook his head. Actually, this was a Khanate dermic weapon from Daming Monastery in the past, known as the Mingwang prayer beads, and comprises of a set of 6 Buddha beads. The Mingwang prayer beads are made from immortal wood from Tianhuang mainland and refined using the inner trunk of the soul-nourishing tree. There are 6 dermic seals of Daming Monastery etched on it. The Buddha bead that you've obtained is one of them. The Mingwang prayer beads were originally carried by Mingwang prayer beads. However, that battle back then was way too intense that the Mingwang prayer beads broke apart and all 6 of its Buddha beads were scattered everywhere. At that point, the old monk extended his wrinkled finger and poked gently on his glabella. His glabella shone with a spot of light. Immediately after, the old monk's glabella opened up and 3 Buddha beads the size of longans shot out. They were identical to the one Su Zimo had. However, upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the patterns etched on each Buddha bead were different. The old monk said, after that battle, the monks of Daming Monastery searched for a long time and only managed to retrieve 3 Buddha beads. Including the one you have, there are still 2 more that are lost in the world. Daming Monastery has a supreme dermic technique known as the Daming True Sutra that is used to uphold the sect. The True Sutra has 2 volumes. The first volume, the Daming Mantra, also known as the 6-worded Daming Mantra, is a sound dermic technique. When he heard that, Su Zimo could not help but recall the 6 strange-sounding syllables that Mingjin chanted outside the old temple earlier on. Those 6 syllables contained a mysterious might that was unfathomable. The old monk's voice sounded again. The second volume is the Daming Dermic Seal, and there are 6 types, all of which are imprinted on the Mingwang prayer beads. The Fiend Suppression Seal that you've learned is one of them. The dermic seals in the 3 Buddha beads in my hands are the Demon Subduing Seal, Immortal Trap Seal, and Immovable Foundation Seal. Su Zimo nodded silently. Since the Fiend Suppression Seal was already so strong, needless to think, the power of the Demon Subduing Seal, Immovable Foundation Seal, and Immortal Trap Seal would definitely not be inferior. The old monk could not help but laugh when he read Su Zimo's mind. Actually, these 4 are the weakest among the 6 seals. Ah? Su Zimo was stunned. These were the weakest ones. The old monk nodded. There's no need to discuss the Immovable Foundation Seal, it's a defensive dermic seal. From the names of the Fiend Suppression, Demon Subduing, and Immortal Trap Seals, you can already tell that they are not lethal. The words suppress, subdue, and trap did not have any intention to kill. Right from their creation, those 3 dermic seals contained the compassion of the Buddhist sects. The old monk said, of the 6 dermic seals, the ones with the strongest might and can even be called killing dermic seals are the last 2 that are lost. The Great Vajra Seal and Great Mount Meru Seal. The moment the names of those 2 dermic seals were mentioned, there was a shuddering pressure. There are 6 syllables to the Daming Mantra, and they correspond to the 6 dermic seals. By using the Daming Mantra while cultivating, you can gain a deeper comprehension of the seals and unleash their greatest potentials. The method to cultivating the Daming mantra is in the Sutra Chamber. You can take a look at it. Su Zimo suddenly saw the light. So, he had yet to unleash the true might of the Fiend Suppression Seal. If he were to release it along with the Daming mantra, it would have an even more terrifying might. The two of them conversed side by side, and unknowingly, the skies outside had already turned dark. In between, the sound of chains rattling echoed from the backyard as well. It went silent after it was ignored. Right from the beginning, the old monk did not explain about it, as though he was already used to it. The skies gradually turned darker. Su Zimo's robes shifted slightly, and the little fox who had been asleep for the entire day rubbed her drowsy eyes before popping her head out. Her gaze was still a little dazed, not fully awake yet. Placing her tiny paws against Su Zimo's chest, she stared at the old monk before her squarely, blinking in a charming manner. The old monk smiled. The little fox gradually returned to her senses and hurriedly lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Looking at Su Zimo deeply, the old monk said, "That little fox, take good care of her. Don't let her suffer." "That's for sure," Su Zimo replied. Immediately after, he sensed that something was amiss. The old monk seemed as though he wanted to continue speaking but stopped. Just as Su Zimo was about to ask about it, the old monk changed the topic and asked, "Patron, are you willing to join our Buddhist sects?" Su Zimo froze for a moment. The old monk's question came extremely suddenly, and he had not considered the option before. The old monk continued, "Don't worry, patron. You won't be subjected to too many restrictions if you join the Buddhist sects. If you wish to leave, you can do so at any moment, and I'll definitely not stop you either." Although he had not cultivated heart-peering before, Su Zimo suddenly understood what was on the old monk's mind after looking at the latter's hopeful gaze. The old monk had been guarding this old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for a long time, protecting the 10,000-year-old legacy of Fuhua and Daming monasteries. He was hoping to continue the lineage of the two great sects. The old monk must have only made that request after sensing that his time was almost up. "All right," Su Zimo nodded and agreed readily. The old monk nodded appreciatively. He held a shaving knife in his fingers and swiped it gently above Su Zimo's head. It was accompanied by a cooling feeling. Black hair fell to the ground. The voice of the old monk sounded in Su Zimo's ears. "From this day forth, your name in the Buddhist sects will be Ming Xian." In reality, Su Zimo could have continued reading the ancient sutras in the sutra chamber freely even if he hadn't agreed. However, he did not feel good about that. Furthermore, he had now fallen to the depths of the Dragon Burial Valley with his cultivation crippled, and he wanted to start afresh. The shaving of his black hair symbolized a cut from his past. For the time being, he was going to forsake his identity as Su Zimo, forget about his glory in the past. From this day forth, he was going to cultivate at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley wholeheartedly until he could rise once more. The old monk retrieved an almost transparent thread from his storage bag and threaded the 4 Buddha beads in his hands together into a set of prayer beads. Although 2 Buddha beads are missing from these Mingwang prayer beads, they are still of use and can help you avoid detection from the essence spirits of nascent souls and void reversions. Take it as a welcome gift of your acceptance of me as your master. Su Zimo placed his palms together and bowed deeply. This gift was way too precious. Although there were 2 Buddha beads missing, it was still a connate dermic weapon of the past. Notwithstanding the power of the Mingwang prayer beads alone, even the 4 dermic seals were more than enough to drive countless cultivators crazy for them. Furthermore, the fact that it was able to block away essence spirits meant that the secrets within Su Zimo's body would not be discovered. The previous situation of his true self being exposed by the demon-revealing mirror would never happen again. For Su Zimo, this was an irreplaceable gift. The night was hazy. It was silent in the courtyard of the old temple. Moonlight shimmered and a round moon was reflected on the water surface in the old well. Not long later, the reflection of a monk appeared. He was not old, in his 20s, and had elegant features with eyes that were even clearer than the water surface. Su Zimo gazed at his reflection in the water and smiled. Ming Xian. Does he want me to see my own heart clearly and identify my true nature? Su Zimo muttered softly. At that moment, he did not know where the old monk had gone, whereas Ming Zhen had already gone to sleep. His ears were filled with the sounds of frogs croaking and crickets chirping. The little fox sprawled beside the well in a deep sleep, and suddenly, Su Zimo noticed that his mind was in an incomparable state of tranquility. His mind had received an unprecedented baptism in this bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley that was isolated from the rest of the world. He had been fighting for the past 8 years, and now he had finally come to a stop. It was like a consolidation, a reversion to his natural state. Gazing at the round moon above his head, Su Zimo could not help but recall that night 8 years ago. Dai wore a crimson long dress and stood under the falling cherry blossom petals. Basked in moonlight, she asked softly, "Do you want to cultivate?" For the past 8 years, Su Zimo had been cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness every night. Now that his inner core was shattered and he did not have sufficient energy to provide it, his mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness cultivation had to stop for the time being. Su Zimo was truly not used to it. He felt hollow internally. Suddenly, he heard a mocking voice echo within his ears. "Kid, are you thinking of how to repair your inner core?" Su Zimo was alarmed. The voice came without any warning and was extremely foreign. It did not belong to the old monk or Ming Zhen. Instinctively, Su Zimo looked towards the little fox at the side. She was still deep in her sleep, clearly. She had not heard that voice. He was the only one who heard that sudden voice. With a grim expression, Su Zimo looked around, prepared to warn the old and little monk at any moment. Don't bother looking for me. Kid, you can't see me." The voice sounded once more erratically, such that its direction could not be determined. It was as though it was hiding in a corner laughing at Su Zimo. This time round, Su Zimo calmed down instead and sneered internally. This person was playing games hiding in the dark. As long as he ignored it, the other party would definitely lose his patience. "Kid, I've got a way to help you repair your inner core. If you want to know about it, come to the backyard behind the Grand Hall." Indeed, the owner of the voice revealed his intentions. The backyard behind the Grand Hall? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Prior to this, there would often be sounds of heavy chains rattling occasionally from the backyard, as though something was trapped there and was extremely frustrated. Strange. A skeptical look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as thought to himself. Master said that he and Master were the only ones in this old temple. Then, this person in the backyard. Suddenly, Su Zimo's expression changed and he thought of a possibility. The existence in the backyard might not be human, but a malevolent ghost. It would be similar to the white-bloused woman that he had encountered outside the old temple. That was the reason why the old monk said that he and Ming Zhen were the only people in the old temple. It was because the existence in the backyard was not human. Ming Zhen was so frightened and the old monk was so cautious that he wouldn't mention anything about this. It seemed like the malevolent ghost wasn't weak. "Do you want to repair your inner core or not? What are you dilly-dallying for? Hurry and come look for me in the backyard." The voice of the malevolent ghost echoed again, seemingly impatient. Su Zimo naturally wanted to repair his inner core. However, he truly could not bring himself to trust a malevolent ghost. Furthermore, Ming Zhen had instructed him previously not to head to the backyard behind the Grand Hall. "Kid, you're really timid as a mouse. Do I look like I can harm you? Goodness, you're pathetic compared to me at that age. Back then, I feared nothing in the world and nobody could stop me wherever I went. Kid, are you coming or not?" The malevolent ghost's voice was growing weaker. Su Zimo closed his eyes and rested. He did not make a move the entire time. After a moment of silence, the malevolent ghost suddenly said, "Don't you want to know what that crimson-robed woman did when she came here 8 years ago? I witnessed everything personally." Heh. Su Zimo was moved and opened his eyes. The crimson-robed woman that the malevolent ghost was referring to was obviously Dai Yu. As though he sensed the change in Su Zimo's emotions, the malevolent ghost remarked gleefully, "If you want to know, Come to the backyard of the Grand Hall. I'll be waiting there for you, Su Zimo gripped his fists and took a deep breath. Eventually, he could not control himself and stood up, heading towards the back of the Grand Hall. He did not want to miss out on any information regarding Dayu, be it whether it was real or fake. Turning around the old and majestic hall, Su Zimo arrived at the backyard and stopped in his tracks. Instinctively, he looked over. His mouth could not help but fall agape as he revealed a deep look of shock in his eyes. The backyard of the Grand Hall was an extremely massive cemetery that had no boundaries. One after another, tall tombstones stood erected with clear carvings etched on them. Tomb of Fahua Monasteries Dao Lord Tian Yi. Tomb of Daming Monasteries Dao Lord Fu Yen. Tomb of Fahua Monasteries Mighty Figure Yu Zhe. Tomb of Daming Monasteries Mighty Figure Su Yun. Tomb of Supreme Commander of the Empire, Mighty Figure Han Fei. The tombstones were dense and packed above their respective graves. There was a majestic melancholy to the cemetery. Those that were buried here were Dharma-characteristic Tao lords at the very least. Su Zimo had even witnessed quite a number of conjoint body mighty figures. Su Zimo focused his gaze onto another tombstone. Tomb of Daming Monasteries Patriarch Hong Guang. It was the tomb of a Mahayana patriarch. Mahayana patriarchs were almost like the peak experts of Tianhuang mainland. To think that he would be buried in this cemetery as well. As Su Zimo lamented, his gaze instinctively fell towards the center of the cemetery. There was an unassuming grave in the center. If one did not pay attention, that would merely seem like a little bump in the mud. However, that little mud bump seemed like it was looking down on the entire cemetery. There were no other tombstones 100 meters around the little mud bump. Above the grave was a wooden tablet that was bent out of shape. There were only 2 words written on that wooden tablet. Dharma Emperor. Those 2 words seemed like they possessed a mysterious power. Su Zimo's expression changed starkly and he felt his chest go stuffy. In fact, he even retreated a couple of steps uncontrollably. That was the tomb of an emperor. A single phrase reverberated endlessly and intensified within Su Zimo's mind. The ravine's name is called the Dragon Burial Valley, and the divine dragon was buried 10,000 years ago with the blood of old emperors and the death of patriarchs. It's an extremely unlucky place. Everything was real. The catastrophe 10,000 years ago was so intense that emperors died here. Cling, clang. The dull sound of chains rattling echoed once more. Behind the countless tombstones and graves, under the hazy moonlight, a mighty and tall figure stood from the ground slowly. He had a torrential aura and seemed like his head was about to pierce a hole in the firmaments above. It was a burly man with disheveled hair and clothes. His hair was red, akin to blazing flames, and his features were coarse. He stared at Su Zimo with a bright gaze before smirking into a sinister smile. The burly man's arms, legs, body and neck were bound by coils of rusty, thick metal chains. When the burly man stood up, the chains rattled endlessly. The scariest thing was that 2 of those chains pierced right through the burly man's collarbones. The moonlight was frighteningly pale. The ground was laid with graves and tombstones all around. The fact that there was a burly man with such a malevolent chi standing in this cemetery further proved Su Zimo's initial guess. This was an extremely frightening, malevolent ghost. The burly man sized up Su Zimo a couple of times with his gaze, and the glint in his eyes intensified, as though he had discovered something interesting. Finally, the burly man even walked forward while sniffing with a pleased expression before bursting into laughter eventually. Gaga gaga! The laughter reverberated through the cemetery in an unsettling and shuddering manner. Su Zimo could clearly see that the chains on the burly man were all nailed to the depths of the ground, trapping him in the center of the cemetery. As long as the burly man moved, the chains on his body would tighten. Su Zimo was relieved. Although that malevolent ghost was scary, as long as it could not get close to him, it could not do anything. Kid, you're honestly timid. What are you hiding so far away for? The burly man grinned. Don't worry and come over. I'm not going to eat you up. Su Zimo scoffed coldly. He had roamed the cultivation world for 8 years and had some experience in the world. The burly man's clumsy provocations were truly way too obvious. Su Zimo would truly be left with no choice if he walked over. Red-headed ghost, you can say what you want from over there. I can hear you. Su Zimo had a calm tone and a normal expression. Red-headed ghost? The burly man widened his eyes and his pitch changed. Instantly, he looked murderous. Kid? You're calling me a red-headed ghost? The burly man glared sternly. Su Zimo pouted fearlessly and sneered. Stop acting tough over there. You can't even move. Who are you trying to scare? Hee hee hee. The burly man ground his teeth and snickered evilly. Su Zimo asked, Red-headed ghost? I don't have the time to waste with you here. What do you know about that crimson-robed woman from 8 years ago? At the mention of the crimson-robed woman, the burly man's expression changed slightly and a hint of fear flashed through the depths of his eyes. Immediately after, he revealed a gloating expression. Gaga gaga. The burly man smirked and laughed. That woman was incredible back then. A single meet-up with her destroyed the silent and immovable meditations that I had painstakingly cultivated. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing to death. For the past year, Su Zimo had been reading sutras in the sutra chamber and had some understanding towards silent and immovable meditations. In the Buddhist sects, some monks would cultivate various meditation techniques that were equivalent to secret skills to raise their cultivation realms. The more stringent the requirement of the meditation technique, the greater the advancement in their powers. For example, the silent meditation technique of the Buddhist sects was also known as keeping quiet or forbidden from talking. Simply put, one must not speak. The Buddhists deem that the reincarnation cycles of the masses are due to the karma accumulated by their bodies, mouths, and intents. The silent meditation technique was meant for them to reduce their karmas gained from speaking and improve their cultivation from that point on. The immovable meditation technique did not refer to their physical movements, but their intents. They must not have wild thoughts so as to reduce their intent karmas. Both of those meditation techniques were extremely difficult to cultivate. Su Zimo had not expected this old monk of the old temple would choose to cultivate both meditation techniques at the same time. Less than that, he did not expect Dai Yu to break both meditation techniques of the old monk directly. The burly man continued. When that woman arrived here back then, she barged into the majestic grand hall without a single word and took the sacred Saraka flower of the Buddhist sects that was placed on display above before turning to leave. Heh! That old monk naturally refused to allow her to do so and tried to stop her. But in the end, he was sent flying with a single slap from the woman. Ha ha! At that point, the burly man seemed to recall the events of that day and could not help but roar in laughter, causing the chains on his body to rattle endlessly. If not for the shackle of the chains, that burly man could even leap in joy. Su Zimo was sweating just from hearing it. Dai Yu was truly way too savage. The burly man continued. That old man was struck silly by the slap and forgot about his seclusion cultivation for silent meditation. When he saw the woman about to leave, he crawled up from the ground and said, Female patron, please hold on. Ha ha ha. Su Zimo looked somewhat embarrassed. He wanted to laugh as well. However, he was now part of the Buddhist sects and the old monk was considered as his master. He could not laugh. Therefore, he could only stand on the spot and hold himself back with tightly pursed lips. He clearly had a hard time holding back as his face flushed a shade of tomato red. The burly man was truly unstoppable when he spoke about everything that happened 8 years ago, rambling on continuously. Su Zimo listened quietly at the side. It was as though he could see everything that was described happening right before his eyes. As he spoke, the burly man suddenly lamented and sighed. It's all thanks to that woman, otherwise I... Suddenly he stopped speaking entirely. Su Zimo frowned. The burly man was clearly hiding something instead of continuing. Just as Su Zimo was going to ask about it, the burly man changed the topic and spoke about how majestic and powerful he was in the past, overwhelming everything in his way. The burly man took a full hour just to talk about his first battle after stepping foot into the outside world. He was so excited that his saliva flew everywhere and what's more, he wasn't even finished. To think that this red-headed ghost would be so talkative. Su Zimo got increasingly impatient as he listened. Apart from everything about Daiyu, he was no longer interested in everything that the burly man said later on. Su Zimo could not help but interrupt. Red-headed ghost? You mentioned previously that you have a way of helping me to repair my inner core? That's right. The burly man nodded before glaring at Su Zimo. Don't interrupt me. Wait for me to be done talking. What's the hurry? I'm not interested. Su Zimo scoffed coldly before turning to leave. Cling. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of chains rattling echoed behind him. This time round, they sounded somewhat strange. Su Zimo turned around instinctively. That single look almost scared the wits out of him. The place where the burly man was initially chained at was now empty. There were only a series of chains lying still on the ground. Su Zimo was completely stumped. Suddenly, he felt a shadow flash above his head, and the muscles on the back of his neck tightened. He was lifted up by a powerful and massive arm. However, the scary thing was that he could not move at all. Thereafter, the voice of the burly man sounded once more. Let me tell you, those chains are just for show. Do you really think that I can be restrained by a few rusty metal chains? Who do you think I was back in the past? I've waited for so long at the bottom of this valley. Now that someone is finally here to talk to me, where are you trying to go? Initially, there was a little monk who was quite nice and came to accompany me often. Later on, I don't know what happened, but he never appeared again. Su Zimo felt like his head was about to explode with countless ants crawling all over it. He finally understood why Mingzhen was so frightened and instructed him not to come to the backyard of the Grand Hall. At the same time, in the sutra chamber, Mingzhen placed his palms together with a sympathetic expression and sighed. Junior brother Ming-Xen, good luck? Lifted by the burly man, Su Zimo was like a weak duckling and was completely helpless. Although his cultivation was crippled, the power of his physique and bloodline was still present. Yet, he was completely immobile after being grabbed at the back of his neck by the forceful fingers of the burly man and could only watch helplessly as he was brought to the depths of the cemetery. How could this be? Those chains could not lock down this red-headed ghost at all? Since the chains can't hold him down, why is he still residing in this cemetery foolishly? Does Master know about this? What's his relationship with this red-headed ghost? Instantly, questions flooded Su Zimo's mind and he was in a state of chaos. Coupled with the incessant ramblings of the red-headed ghost about useless stuff, Su Zimo truly felt like his brains were going to explode. Bang! Su Zimo was tossed to the ground. Just as he was about to rise, the sound of chains ratting echoed and he found himself restrained by a thick chain. Boom! He circulated the power of his bloodline and struggled with all his might. Nothing happened. Although the chain looked rusted, it was extremely resolute and impossible to break free from. His power of bloodline was like a rock sinking into the ocean. It had no effect on the chain at all. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with a cold glint and his body crackled. His bones and tendons sounded together and his entire body shrank. Tendons transformation. Since he could not win with brute force head-on, Su Zimo changed his mentality and intended to escape by shrinking his body. God knows what the burly man wanted to do capturing him here. Even if the burly man had no evil intentions, Su Zimo wouldn't be able to endure his incessant ramblings. The moment Su Zimo's body shrank, the chains binding him shrank unexpectedly as well, locking his body firmly without any chance of escape. Gaga gaga! The burly man sat on the ground with a mocking expression and sneered. Although that lousy thing can't hold me in, you are nothing to it. You should save your energy. Su Zimo tried again, and when he discovered that he truly couldn't break free, he gave up and frowned at the burly man. Now that they were so close, Su Zimo realized that the burly man did not have much flesh and was almost all skin and bones by now. However, he had a huge frame and his bones were extremely strong, making him seem tall and mighty. Every single action of his seemed to be filled with an explosive burst. The burly man gave off an unfathomable aura, as though he was extremely dangerous and had come from the depths of the ancient desolates. Unknowingly, Su Zimo would feel occasional shudders. He did not know what the background of this red-headed ghost was. The only thing he knew was that this red-headed ghost was extremely talkative. He must have endured for a long time such that he wasn't even exhausted right now after rambling endlessly. Kid, you don't know how rough I'm having it. This valley is isolated from the rest of the world and apart from me. There's only that old monk. Yet, in the end, that asshole chose to cultivate a silent meditation. No matter what I said to him, there was no response from him at all. Look at how much I've endured after so many years. At that point, the burly man was agitated and ground his teeth, thumping his massive fists on the ground. The entire cemetery shook and trembled. Su Zimo could not help but ask, "Why do you say that there's only the two of you? There's also a little monk." Su Zimo regretted as soon as he finished his words. Indeed, when the burly man saw a reaction from Su Zimo, he was even more excited and his eyes blazed as he ran over and sat beside Su Zimo. "Speaking of that little monk, that makes me even more mad. That little monk fell from above 6 years ago. Initially, he was obedient and honest, coming here daily to feed me with food and chat with me. But in less than half a year, he stopped coming. Darn it!" The burly man grumbled in displeasure. Su Zimo lamented internally. Senior brother Mingzhan is truly someone with resolve to be able to endure this for half a year. Little monk, you can't learn from those two other monks. You'll definitely benefit chatting with me. Su Zimo merely felt his head spin at the moment and could not be bothered about getting any benefits. If not for the restriction of the chains, he would have fled long ago and never stepped foot into the backyard ever again. A horizontal line gradually appeared on the east. Just like that, the entire night passed by with the incessant ramblings of the burly man. The burly man lamented reluctantly. "Time really passes extremely fast. I've only just started talking for a little." Turning around, he looked at Su Zimo and was momentarily startled as he asked in shock, Little monk, why do you have such dark eye circles? Why are your eyes bloodshot? You don't look good. Your complexion is a tad greenish. Are you poisoned by the corpses? Man, your muscles are twitching. Are you having a cramp?" Su Zimo was agitated and rolled his eyes, almost fainting. Piak. The burly man slapped his own forehead in realization. "I've got it. Little monk, did you not manage to rest well last night?" Re-st. Su Zimo repressed the urge to punch the burly man and ground his teeth for a long time before snarling the word out. He would rather engage the paragons of the North region in a battle for 3 full days without resting than to listen to another word of this burly man. This red-headed ghost was a devil-like existence. Look at that, little monk. Why are you so worked up with those widened eyes? What's keeping you troubled? Let's talk things out. Don't keep it within yourself." The burly man patted Su Zimo on the shoulders and said earnestly. Su Zimo panted heavily and lowered his head, feeling his entire head spin. His limbs felt weak and he did not have the strength to even talk anymore. A demonic glint flashed through the eyes of the burly man. He beckoned his hand and a broken bowl filled with dew flew over from a grass patch not far away. The fingernail on the burly man's index finger protruded slightly with a cold shimmer, and he cut it gently across his thumb. A thin cut appeared on his thumb with a trickle of blood. The trickle of blood was so small that it wasn't even 0.10000 of a normal drop of blood. It fell into the bowl of dew and fused swiftly with it. The dew was still clear and there was nothing unusual about it. His actions were extremely subtle and swift. The moment the burly man received the broken bowl, his index finger made instant contact with his thumb, and the cut on the thumb disappeared as quickly as it appeared. With his head slumped, Su Zimo did not notice anything at all. The burly man brought the broken bowl over to Su Zimo and passed it to him with a fake smile. Suddenly, his voice turned eerie and suspicious. "Little monk, the night has been tiring on you. Have some water." Although Su Zimo did not say much throughout the entire night, he was truly exhausted. When he saw the refreshing water before his eyes, he felt his mouth going dry. Coupled with his drowsy state, He did not think much about it and took over the broken bowl before raising his head to drink it completely with a single mouthful. The moment the cool water reached his stomach, Su Zimo felt much more refreshed. Cling, clang. The rattling of the chains sounded. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt his body turn light. The thick chains that restrained him initially were taken away by the burly man. What's the red-headed ghost trying to do? He's gonna let me off this easily. Su Zimo frowned and looked at the burly man skeptically. The burly man squatted on the ground and played with the rusty chains in his hands, grinning at Su Zimo with a demonic glint in his eyes. Suddenly, Su Zimo's expression changed as he felt his stomach rumble. Instantly, an extremely tremendous and rich life force surged through his entire body rapidly. Poof, poof, poof. Su Zimo's skin split apart and tore through his entire body like a spiderweb in a frightening manner. There was way too much life force essence. Every single inch of Su Zimo's flesh was being torn apart. In the blink of an eye, he was filled with blood and a misty, scarlet fog surrounded him. His bloodline surged and emanated a rich demonic chi. Ah! Su Zimo roared into the skies with bloodshot eyes as green veins popped up on his neck, slithering like serpents. His body expanded uncontrollably. His flesh was expanding, his tendons were moving, his bones were sounding, and his organs were shaking. It was way too painful. The terrifying burst of life force essence within his body was almost causing him to implode. Pain cruised through Su Zimo's body endlessly as he bent over, quivering and almost going into a spasm. His vision flashed with darkness and he could faint at any moment. Unknowingly, the old monk had appeared at the back of the backyard with a deep look of worry in his eyes. The burly man was equally nervous, no longer grinning as joyfully as before. Roar! A coarse roar sounded from the depths of Su Zimo's throat, as though he was an injured wild beast that was struggling on the brink of death. The amount of life force essence was truly way too massive and frightening. It had practically turned into a destructive cyclone within Su Zimo's body, pushing through everything with an overwhelming force. Su Zimo's consciousness gradually faded. He could no longer feel everything around him. He could only pant heavily and struggle to hold on with the remaining bit of grit he had left. A shadow flashed. The old monk arrived beside Su Zimo and glared at the burly man with a hint of anger in his eyes. Thereafter, he turned to look at Su Zimo intently. He chanted a Buddhist proclamation repeatedly. Even though he looked composed, the speed he was counting his prayer beads increased as time passed by. It was clear that he was tense internally. The burly man grabbed his hair and a thin layer of sweat could be seen on his forehead. A while later, when Su Zimo could not hold on any longer, he fell to the ground with a thud, covered in mud, and fainted. Piak! The old monk's expression changed, and with the shift in his emotions, the prayer beads in his hands shattered. The burly man was horrified and walked forward, slapping Su Zimo on the cheeks while shouting, "Wake up, little monk! Don't scare me." Su Zimo had no reaction at all. His eyes were tightly shut and his pulse turned increasingly weak. The burly man yelled a few more times with an anxious expression. There was still no response from Su Zimo and his breathing was extremely faint. A while later, Su Zimo's heart stopped beating entirely and no breath came from under his nose. His blood flowed slowly until it became completely still. Su Zimo's body slowly turned cold, lying motionlessly in the mud. "It's over, it's over." The burly man sat down with a frightfully pale expression, completely stunned. He had such a great potential to inherit my abilities perfectly, just like that. The burly man's expression stagnated as he murmured to himself, frowning. The old monk had an extremely terrible expression as he glared at the burly man and asked, "How much of your blood did you feed him?" "Just a trickle. It's less than 1/10,000 of a drop of blood." The burly man replied softly and did not dare to make contact with the old monk's gaze. The old monk had practiced Buddhism for a long period of time and had seen through worldly affairs a long time ago. Nothing much could trigger a reaction from him. However, when he heard that, he was truly enraged and questioned in a huff, Have you gone mad? The amount of energy in that trickle of blood is enough to kill any nascent soul 10 times over. You fed that to him entirely? The burly man pouted his mouth despondently. That little monk called me a red-headed ghost, so I wanted to let him suffer a little. Who would have thought? You! The old monk was so angry that he was speechless. I merely wanted to help his inner core recover faster. The burly man was even stuttering out of guilt. When the old monk saw the regretful expression on the burly man's face, he could not bring himself to reproach the latter any further. There was already no way of turning back now that things had come to this. Heis! The old monk sighed deeply and lamented. This tribulation should be part of this lad's life. To think that fate would still catch up to him even after he came here. I caused this to him. The burly man slumped his head with a dejected expression. After a moment of silence, the old monk said softly, "Let's bury him here. Everyone who is buried in this cemetery were peerless experts 10,000 years ago. It will be befitting of him." Even though he said that, the old monk knew that a dead person was like a flame that was extinguished. Extreme Foundation establishment, strongest monster incarnate in history. All of those meant nothing and would eventually be forgotten in the future with the passing of his life, drowned in the sands of time. The old monk sighed internally and waved his sleeves, coiling up Su Zimo's body to walk deep into the cemetery. All of a sudden, his expression changed and he exclaimed softly, "He's not dead." The old monk placed Su Zimo down once again and his glabella flashed, spreading his spirit consciousness through the latter's body. Su Zimo's condition was extremely unique. His heart had already stopped beating, but his inner core that was initially cracked was now swiveling slowly. However, it swiveled so slowly that the old monk and burly man did not notice it at the start given their heightened emotions. The burly man closed in and noticed the abnormality within Su Zimo's body as well. What a terrifying cultivation technique! The burly man gasped and was secretly alarmed. Even though his life is gone, this cultivation technique is still moving on its own. It's trying to pull the kid back from Hell's Gate. The old monk had a grim expression. Although this kid has no heartbeat and isn't breathing right now, he's only in a state of pseudo-death. There's still hope for him. There was a long silence. Dong! All of a sudden, a quivering sound echoed from Su Zimo's chest. Although the sound was feeble, both the old monk and the burly man heard it clearly. It was a heartbeat. He had revived. The both of them were invigorated and their eyes lit up. Slowly, the heartbeat became faster and stronger. Swoosh! His blood began to flow again with a faint hint of tsunami tides, bolstering his aura. Swoosh! Su Zimo's nose started exhaling an endless amount of demonic chi that was scarlet as blood. It rumbled furiously before condensing into menacing ancient demon kings that appeared one after another in the void. Wild bovine, stone bear, anaconda, sanguine ape, divine steed, hell tiger and wind leopard. The 7 ancient demon kings were lifelike with sharp fangs and claws. Glaring with widened bloodshot eyes and a murderous aura, they were extremely feral. Given their cultivation realms, both the old monk and burly man were barely affected. The next moment, the demonic chi above the 7 demon kings rumbled and a blood-red butterfly faintly appeared. The round moons on both of its wings resembled a pair of cold eyes that were extremely chilling. When the old monk caught sight of that butterfly, his expression changed starkly and he staggered a step in retreat, as though he recalled something. The burly man was even more petrified and knelt on the ground with a thud. Kowtowing with snot and tears streaming down his face, he cried, "Missus, I was wrong. It was an accident. I didn't mean for this to happen. I did it out of goodwill. See, isn't that little monk fine now? There's no need for you to come personally for a small matter as such, right? Your cultivation techniques are truly incredible, able to twist heaven and earth and reverse life and death." As the burly man cried, he noticed that something was amiss. The blood-colored butterfly in midair did not move at all. There was no life force within it as well. After glaring at the blood-colored butterfly for a while, The burly man realized that it was an illusion conjured from Su Zimo's exhalation and did not possess any killing power at all. The burly man's expression darkened, and he wanted to slap himself. He had lived for countless years, and even if he met with the top existence of Tianhuang mainland, he wouldn't show any bit of fear, let alone lose his composure as such. However, that woman who appeared 8 years ago was way too domineering that she left a trauma in his heart. The moment the blood-colored butterfly appeared earlier on, he thought for a moment that the woman had returned. The burly man felt guilty to begin with after nearly causing Su Zimo's death. His first reaction when he saw the blood-colored butterfly was that she was here to make him pay for it. Instantly, he was scared out of his wits and lost strength in his knees. Kneeling onto the ground with a thud, the old monk was much calmer. The burly man stood up embarrassedly and coughed gently to hide his awkwardness. Thankfully, that little monk was unconscious and did not witness everything. Otherwise, he would have to hide his head in a hole. A mocking look flashed through the old monk's hazy eyes as he said idly, "To think that the great old monk—" The burly man interrupted the old monk in a huff before that sentence could be completed. He pointed at the old monk and nearly thrust his finger on the latter's face, snarling with widened eyes. "Shut up!" The old monk smirked coldly. He looked at Su Zimo and was comforted with the fact that the latter was already out of danger and his breathing had stabilized. With that, he turned to leave. Halfway through, the old monk suddenly stopped in his tracks and murmured expressionlessly, "Red-headed ghost? That's a good name." The burly man froze for a moment before returning to his senses. By then, the old monk was already gone from the backyard of the grand hall. He gripped his fists so tightly that they cracked as he snarled through grit teeth. "Damn it, stupid old monk, making fun of me instead of spending your time practicing your Buddhism." A long time later, Su Zimo stirred awake. His eyes were dazed as he struggled to sit up. Rubbing his head, he sat for a long while before slowly remembering what happened before he fainted. The massive face of the red-headed ghost flashed through Su Zimo's mind repeatedly, and his ears seemed to buzz. Shuddering, Su Zimo leaped up and sprinted towards the grand hall with all his might, almost without thinking at all. After running for a while, Su Zimo's expression changed and he gradually noticed something unusual. His body seemed to be stronger than before. Some luster had also returned to his inner core and one of the tears was already repaired. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled that bowl of water he last consumed. The only thing that had a problem was that bowl of water. "Little monk, from today onwards, come over here and drink a bowl of water once every month." Right then, a familiar voice sounded. This was the voice that had tormented Su Zimo and nearly turned him insane. Repressing the urge to run away with all his might, Su Zimo turned around. In the depths of the cemetery, a burly man who was locked up with chains laid down on the floor with his hands behind his head. He did not look at Su Zimo at all and seemed like he was resting with his eyes closed. Su Zimo could not help but ask, "Red-headed ghost? What's in that water?" At the mention of red-headed ghost, the burly man's mouth cramped up and he remarked impatiently, "Just drink if I ask you to drink. What's with all that nonsense?" Although Su Zimo was snubbed, he was not angry. He could vaguely sense that the attitude of the burly man towards him had changed slightly after he woke up. He could not pinpoint the exact reason. Something must have happened while he was unconscious. That bowl of water was far from simple as well. Previously, when Su Zimo consumed the 10,000-year vermilion fruit and his body received that immense boost from the tremendous amount of life force, his inner core did not show any signs of recovery at all. Yet, after drinking that bowl of water, his body turned stronger and one of the tears on his inner core had even recovered. That was not all. Su Zimo could clearly feel that there was still a tremendous amount of life force essence remaining in his body. Even if he cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness every single night, that amount of energy could suffice him for an entire month. The amazing regeneration capability and the tremendous amount of life force essence. Just what was in the water for it to possess such mysterious power? Su Zimo recounted through the ancient books he had seen before, but he could not compare any universal treasure to that spirit water. However, there was one thing he was clear about. With enough of the spirit water, his inner core should be able to recover to its original state within a few years. If he continued cultivating, he could even attain greater mastery or a perfected inner core. This was a cultivation speed that he wouldn't be able to get outside of the Dragon Burial Valley even if he had sufficient flesh to consume. With the latent danger of his inner core resolved, Su Zimo was delighted. Even if he was oblivious, he could tell at this moment that the burly man was helping him. At that thought, Su Zimo turned towards the burly man and bowed deeply, saying with sincerity, "Thank you very much, red-headed ghost. There are good and bad ghosts as well, and it seems like you're definitely one of the kind ones. Except that you're way too talkative. Get lost," the burly man hollered. Su Zimo ran away. Gazing at Su Zimo's back view, the burly man revealed a set of sharp pearly whites and ground them till they cracked, saying spitefully with a hateful expression, "You're the ghost. Your whole family are ghosts." By the time Su Zimo arrived at the courtyard in front of the grand hall, it was already noon. Ming Zhen was chanting scriptures in the courtyard. When he saw Su Zimo return completely fine, his eyes widened and he headed over, asking confusedly, "Junior brother Ming Xan, are you alright?" Ming Zhen understood the terror of the burly man in the backyard. If he was the one that was tormented for the entire night, he would have been exhausted and dispirited, unlike Su Zimo who was invigorated and chirpy. "I'm fine." Su Zimo patted Ming Zhan on the shoulders with a relaxed expression, saying with a fake smile, "I'm going to return there a month later. Do you want to join me?" "And no." Ming Zhen shook his head left and right like a drum and replied firmly. Su Zimo smiled. Right then, the old monk opened his doors and came forth, saying in a casual manner, "A woman arrived at the top of the Dragon Burial Valley this morning and has been crying for 10 minutes. Sigh, in the blink of an eye. A year has already passed." "Woman? Crying?" Su Zimo froze for a moment. Immediately after, as though he recalled something, he turned and headed out of the old temple. Ming Zhen turned around with a worried expression. "Master, lend me your dermic weapon again. I'll go protect Ming Xian." "There's no need." The old monk shook his head. "Let him go alone. He has the Mingwang prayer beads with him. Those evil ghosts out there won't be able to get close to him." Su Zimo pushed the doors open and walked out. For a moment, he forgot that he was outside the old temple and there were malevolent spirits and ghosts. At that moment, the only thing on his mind was the woman who was crying at the top of the Dragon Burial Valley a year after. Who was crying? Who was she crying for? Su Zimo had a vague guess in his mind. The person outside thought that he was already dead. Theoretically speaking, today was his death anniversary. After leaving the old temple, Su Zimo meandered around the borders of the valley and headed forward slowly. Not long after, he heard intermittent sobbing sounds. He walked for a little more before coming to a stop. Even though his inner core had not recovered completely yet, his hearing power was still around. The woman sobbing was right above him. One of them was at the top of the valley and the other at the bottom. They were thousands of feet apart. Su Zimo raised his head and it was dark above him with nothing to be seen. However, he already knew the identity of the person up there. A tear fell silently from above, through the gap thousands of feet deep, and landed on Su Zimo's face with a semblance of warmth. Su Zimo was silent. A long time later, the sobbing turned softer and came to a stop. "Zimo, today is your death anniversary. I'm here to visit you," the woman's voice sounded. For some reason, when he heard that statement, Su Zimo felt as though something pounded his heart and his vision turned blurry with a misty fog. This was the Dragon Burial Valley. How many people would choose to avoid it completely? How many powerful living beings have been buried here for tens of thousands of years? Just a year ago, countless paragons of the North region died here. Notwithstanding the fact that this was an unlucky place, how much danger did one have to risk to pass through the Great Qian ruins and the obstruction of endless otherworldly soldiers just to get here? "I'm now the Empress of Great Zhou. In the palace, in front of others, I don't dare to, and neither can I cry. This is the only place where I can cry without holding myself back. Zimo, you must not laugh at me. Zimo, don't worry. I've already hid Mr. Su Hong. Unless I die, nobody will be able to find him. It's just that... At that point, the woman paused. It's just that the cultivators of Glass Palace vented their frustrations on the masses of the Yen country, and many innocents were killed. Sigh. Thankfully, pure maiden sect of the fiend sects arrived and saved many of them. At that point, Su Zimo gripped his fists tightly, and his eyes shone with a murderous glint. Although Su Hong was safe, he loved his people as though they were his own children. Upon hearing that the masses of the Yen country were massacred, he must have been tormented immensely internally. That feeling was most likely worse than death for Su Hong. Glass Palace. Su Zimo's gaze darkened with a killing intent that was almost materialized. After starting his cultivation, what he was most afraid of was implicating his family. To think that it was something that couldn't be avoided at the end of the day. Although Su Hong was fine, those innocents that were murdered were actually implicated because of him. It's truly thanks to the arrival of Pure Maiden Sect that diverted the attention of all the sects and factions of the North region. Almost everyone believed that Pure Maiden Sect was the one that saved Mr. Su Hong. Let's not talk about such stuff anymore. The woman's voice seemed to turn much more relaxed. Let's talk about happier stuff now that we haven't met in a year. All in all, Mr. Su is fine, so you don't have to worry about that, Zimo. Ethereal Peak is fine as well, and I've also formed my golden core. The woman spoke to herself at the top of Dragon Burial Valley about everything that happened in the past year. Su Zimo listened quietly and silently, feeling the ice-cold wall in front of him with his palm. It was as though the 100,000 feet distance between him and the woman could be gapped through the wall. It was as though the both of them were inches apart. It was as though he was standing beside the woman, listening to her soft comments. Su Zimo's golden core was already crippled, and the tears on his inner core had not recovered fully yet. He could not fly in the sky. He could not soar through this height and meet the woman at the top of the Dragon Burial Valley. Su Zimo lowered his head slightly and his eyes dimmed. Even if he could soar through the air, he might not want to choose to meet the woman. That was because he was Su Zimo. He was the man who had offended Glass Palace and the entire North region. He was a demon that was not accepted in the entire cultivation world. The moment he showed himself in the North region, he would definitely be met with a relentless pursuit. Anyone related to him would be implicated. It was the case for Su Hong, and it was also the case for the citizens of the Yen country. If he chose to leave the Dragon Burial Valley and meet with that woman or return to Ethereal Peak, he would bring about an apocalyptic catastrophe for both her and Ethereal Peak. The moment he stepped out of the Dragon Burial Valley would be the moment he left the North region. The sun rose and set. Unknowingly, the skies darkened and it was already dusk. Su Zimo could clearly sense that the malevolent qi in the surrounding had grown denser. The Mingwang prayer beads on his left wrist glowed with a mysterious luster. Many ghosts and spirits wandered nearby, but none of them dared to advance. If that was the case at the bottom of the valley, it was naturally the same above. A deep look of worry could be seen in Su Zimo's eyes. Right now, he was hoping for the woman to leave the place as quickly as possible. A while later, the skies darkened further and bright stars dotted the firmaments. Finally, the woman said softly, "Zimo, I have to leave now." Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. A moment later, when he saw that there was no more activity up above and wanted to return to the old temple, the woman's voice sounded once more with a hint of sniffing. "Zimo, I miss you." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The sob grew distant. The woman had already left. Su Zimo stood there motionlessly for a long time in silence. After the night passed and day broke out again, he heaved a deep breath and walked back to the old temple. When Mingzhen saw Su Zimo enter through the doors with a dejected expression and lost gaze, he was confused but was too awkward to head up and ask about it. He was only in his teens and had spent his life at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, isolated from the outside world. How would he understand something as such? Winter came and summer passed. Spring came and autumn passed. On this day every year, a woman would appear above the Dragon Burial Valley, commenting softly about everything that happened in the past year without stopping. On this day every year, the woman would seem like she had an endless amount of things to talk about. On this day every year, Su Zimo would leave the old temple. He would spend an entire day and night outside. One was at the bottom while the other was at the top of the valley. They were separated thousands of meters apart and could not see the other. On this day every year, when Su Zimo returned from outside, Ming Zhen could see an indescribable sadness in the depths of Su Zimo's eyes. Finally, one day, after watching Su Zimo return to the old temple and enter the sutra chamber, Ming Zhen could not help but run to the old monk. "Master, what's wrong with junior brother? Is there a woman waiting above the Dragon Burial Valley for him? Junior brother's inner core is already mostly recovered, and he can now fly through the air. Why doesn't he want to go and meet her?" Ming Zhen was filled with curiosity and asked everything at one go. There was a long silence. The old monk did not speak at all. Right as Ming Zhen was about to leave in disappointment, the old monk opened his eyes and sighed gently. The love is deep, but the affinity falls short. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, it was already 5 years after the appearance of the vermilion fruit in the Great Chen ruins and the great battle between the paragons. The impact of that battle had not subsided due to time. On the contrary, it grew even more intense. The North region was fueled with war. Endless clashes broke out between vassal states along with invasions. With every year, a few dynasties disappeared. The frequent wars caused countless lives to fall into distress, destitute and homeless with their families broken apart. As for the Great Shang, Great Yu and Great Xia dynasties, they were coveting greedily at the sidelines because the Great Zhou dynasty had no time to spare. Now that Xianxia had ascended the throne and was a woman, the first in history, the imperial court was in a mess with troublemakers snaking out everywhere. Chaos was starting to break out in the Great Zhou dynasty. It was thankful that the Great Zhou dynasty had been built for 10,000 years and had a solid foundation, allowing it to control the situation for now. However, throughout the capital, any sharp person could tell that if the situation continued to develop with its current trend, the Great Zhou dynasty would meet with a calamity in less than 100 years. A single misstep might cause its 10,000-year-old foundation to be destroyed overnight. If any changes happened, that calamity might even be brought forward and could break out at any moment. The Great Zhou dynasty was in a precarious situation both internally and externally. This was a great trial for the current empress of Great Zhou, Xianxia. No matter how much the north region was riled up, there was a hidden place in the depths of the Great Chen ruins that was isolated from the external world and its chaos. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. For the past 5 years, 3 monks, 2 young and 1 old, spent their days chanting sutras and paying their respects to Buddha in this unassuming old temple. A little fox stood guard by the side peacefully. The backyard of the grand hall was the only place that had occasional sounds of chains rattling. This morning, an elegant-looking monk walked forth from the sutra chamber. He tidied his attire before opening the gates of the old temple to head out. For the past 5 years, he did the same on this day of every year. The little monk within the old temple was already used to it, merely glancing up once before continuing to read his sutras. Backyard of the grand hall. The old monk had just paid his respects to a friend of the past before turning to look at the burly man who was lying down lazily in the cemetery, looking up at the sun. Suddenly, he said, "Red-headed ghost, that lad's inner core has already recovered, so he doesn't have to come back here anymore. He can now focus on chanting his sutras and paying respects to Buddha wholeheartedly to find a method to recover his golden core." Ah! The burly man was flustered when he heard that and jolted upright. He could not even be bothered about the old monk calling him a red-headed ghost as he yelled, "That won't do! I'm not even taking up his daytime. He can follow you to study all the Buddhism stuff in the daytime, but he has to come here and cultivate at night. Furthermore, he has been comprehending sutras for the past 5 years without any reaction to his dantian. It might not work even if he spends another 5 years. If it was up to me, I'd say that learning from you guys of the Buddhist sects is just a waste of time, the old monk asked indifferently. Is it not a waste of time for him to drink your blood? Of course, the burly man declared proudly. Apart from the fact that his inner core has recovered entirely after drinking my blood for 5 years. His physique now is even more frightening than it was 5 years ago. He can wallop all the golden cores out there. The old monk sneered coldly. The burly man grumbled. I don't care. He just has to come over to my side to cultivate every night. It's unknown whether or not his golden core recovers, and even you have no idea about it. You can't waste all his time on that. The old monk frowned and glared at the burly man deeply, asking, You've got some other motives for being so concerned, right? What other motives can I have? The burly man patted his chest and declared righteously, That woman was my benefactor back then. I'm not an ingrate who doesn't pay back for what I've received. Pausing for a moment, the burly man rolled his eyes, as though he recalled something, before rubbing his chin with an odd expression. However, that lad has something in his body that I didn't expect. Now that his inner core has already recovered, I can impart to him something special from tonight onwards. Heh? What? The old monk asked. The burly man chuckled. Just a little trick that's insignificant. The old monk smiled and turned to leave. He knew the burly man way too well. The more the burly man emphasized on it being a little trick, the more it was far from simple. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. A young monk stood there dressed in gray monk robes. He had elegant features and pushed his palm against the ice-cold wall in front of him, twitching his ears as though he was listening for something. Zimo, I'm back. Sight, mister. Su hasn't been in great shape these few years and his hair has turned white. In part, it's because of your death. At the same time, it's also because of the citizens of Yen country. I've learned a lot from him. He's a truly wise ruler, unfortunately. The woman recounted everything that happened in the past year without any hurry, as though she was chatting with someone. The young monk listened quietly. Every single update on Mr. Su's health would bring about a look of worry on his face. Every interesting thing would bring forth a smile for him. One was at the bottom and the other was at the top. Although the two of them could not meet, it seemed like there was an invisible thread that connected every bit of joy, sadness, worry, and happiness for them. Unknowingly, it was already noon. All of a sudden, a series of gleeful laughs came from above the Dragon Burial Valley. Ha 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 ha. A man's voice sounded. Indeed. It's the Empress of Great Zhou. What a coincidence. I'm Si Junyu of the Great Xia dynasty. I've wanted to befriend you for the longest time. Fellow Taoist Yaoxue. Oh right. Jun Hao, who died in your hands in the ancient battlefield, was my elder brother. Si Junyu laughed. I've got to thank you. Otherwise, with that brother of mine around, I wouldn't have the chance to shine. Empress, leave first. The strong, firm voice of a man sounded. The young monk frowned slightly at the familiarity of that voice. It seemed to be the guard of the previous emperor of Great Zhou, perfected Lord Mingzhe. The young monk was slightly relieved. Nothing should happen with a nascent soul protecting the woman. Humph. Run. Si Junyu sneered. You guys won't be able to escape today even if you've got wings. Perfected Lord Mingzhe. It's been a long time. Mingzhe, you will die today. Immediately, two other voices sounded murderously. Although he was not seeing it personally, the young monk had already guessed vaguely that Si Junyu seemed to have arrived with reinforcements. In fact, he prepared two nascent souls to deal with perfected Lord Mingzhe. True enough. Si Junyu sneered coldly. Fellow Taoist Yaoxue, you are truly careful to only bring one person with you, so as to not attract attention. However, don't forget, this is the Great Qian Ruins, a messy place that isn't part of the territory of Great Zhou. It's impossible for you to hide from avoiding attention completely. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Si Junyu laughed. Interesting. To think that the great Empress of Great Zhou would take such a huge risk to come here on this day every single year. Seems like you've got an uncanny relationship with that monster incarnate who died 5 years ago. I heard that the monster incarnate's elder brother went missing. He can't be hidden away by you, right? Ha 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 ha. What do you want? The woman spoke and interrupted Si Junyu's laughter. Si Junyu retracted his smile and barked coldly. Of course, I want to solidify my ascension to the throne by retrieving your head. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. The young monk's gaze turned cold. Dragon Burial Valley. Ji Yaoxue and Perfected Lord Mingzhe stood at the edge and had nowhere to retreat. Perfected Lord Mingzhe had a grim expression. The two nascent souls that stood in midair had frightening auras and sharp gazes. They were cultivators of heavenly piercing sword sect. The man on the left with a long face was Gu Suchi, and he specialized in using dual swords. The skinny old man on the right was Perfected Lord Tianqin. He cultivated a supreme sword technique that even dust couldn't penetrate once it was released. Both of them were experts of the North region who were way more famous than he was. If it was a one-on-one fight, Perfected Lord Mingzhe was confident that he could maneuver his way through. However, if the two of them struck at the same time, he would definitely be defeated. Behind Si Junyu, there were another 20 golden cores. Apart from the top guards of the Great Xia dynasty, there were 10 golden core sword cultivators from Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect who were all at late stage or perfected golden core realm. Any few people from the 20 was enough to suppress Ji Yaoxue. It was clear that the other party had planned this for a long time and came prepared, not intending to give them any chance. Perfected Lord Mingzhe frowned tightly and was anxious internally. Given the circumstances, it was already difficult for him to protect himself, let alone escort Ji Yaoxue out of this place. In the cultivation world, sword cultivators had the greatest killing power. Nobody could guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed against the attacks of two great sword cultivators. Ji Yaoxue had a calm expression and glared at Si Junyu coldly. There were no signs of weakness or fear in her eyes. Piak, piak, piak. Si Junyu clapped and raised his chin, smiling. It's no wonder why you're the empress of a dynasty. To think that you can still maintain your composure even at this moment. I hope that you can remain as calm when you end up in my hands later on. Fufu. I can't wait to get my hands all over you. Clang, clang. The sound of swords unsheathing echoed. Beside Si Junyu, 5 guards and 5 cultivators of Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect moved at the same time and charged towards Ji Yaoxue. The other 10 people guarded Si Junyu. Ji Yaoxue had a cold gaze and circulated her golden core, slapping her storage bag. Swash! 2 flying swords hovered at the front before bursting through the air. My! Si Junyu yelled in fake surprise. 2 supreme-grade flying swords. Impressive! Impressive! Herg! The 5 great Xia guards were clad in armor and strode forward with cold expressions. They struck at the same time in unison with a ferocious momentum. Clang! 5 thick sabers collided heavily against the incoming flying sword. Sparks flew everywhere. The 5 sabers were only superior-grade spirit weapons. However, the 5 men had higher cultivation realms than Ji Yaoxue, and furthermore, they were trained in their combo attacks. The slashes of those 5 sabers caused one of the supreme-grade flying swords to be repelled instantly. A look of mockery flashed through one of the Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's cultivators. He struck immediately and twisted his sword, causing sword chi to surge forward and repelled the other flying sword. The difference was too great. In a single round, she had already lost control of both her supreme-grade flying swords. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The other 4 sword chis streaked past Ji Yaoxue. Buzz. The robe she was wearing glowed brightly with 4 spirit patterns in a bedazzling manner, withstanding the killing power of the sword chi. It was the robe that Su Zimo had crafted for her personally back then. Although it could withstand the sharpness of the swords, it could not block out their power completely. Ji Yaoxue grunted dully and her face turned paler. To be fair, if not for the fact that Si Junyu wanted to capture her alive, it would have been too easy for those sword cultivators to kill her. Si Junyu remarked leisurely, Ji Yaoxue, I'd advise you to surrender obediently and spare yourself the pain. Ji Yaoxue clenched her teeth unyieldingly and circulated her golden core wildly as she conjured a hand seal and released a secret skill of the Great Zhou dynasty. Emperor Defensive Chi. Ji Yaoshua's spirit energy surged fanatically and gathered at her fingers through specific meridians. Pointing forward gently, spirit energy surged out and formed an arrow rain of sword chi in midair that shot towards the 10 incoming golden cores. The Emperor Defensive Chi was a secret skill of the Great Qin Empire. The Great Zhou dynasty only managed to secure an incomplete section of it. Even so, the might of that secret skill was not to be underestimated, and it consumed an immense amount of spirit energy. Ji Yaoshua had just advanced to Golden Core realm, and the burst of that spirit art depleted her spirit energy almost entirely. Her golden core was already throbbing in pain. Clang, 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 clang. Be it the great Xia guards or the sword cultivators of heavenly piercing sword sect, none of them were afraid. Their sabers and swords danced and welcomed the incoming sword chi, dispersing them entirely. Even Emperor Defensive Chi could not stop the advancement of 10 golden cores. Ji Yaoshua grit her teeth with a resolute gaze. The Dragon Burial Valley was right behind her. As the Empress of Great Zhou, she'd rather die than endure humiliation in the hands of Si Junyu. At the most, she would just be crushed. In midair, the outcome of the fight between perfected Lord Mingzhe and the two sword cultivators was about to be shown. To be precise, it was the death of one party. Perfected Lord Mingzhe had already used all his strength and released all his trump cards. Even then, he could not withstand the edge of the two sword cultivators and was wounded from head to toe as blood stained his robes. Ugh! Perfected Lord Mingzhe's gaze dimmed as he sighed internally. It's over, it's over. Even after cultivating for hundreds of years, I can't complete this path. Such is the cultivation world. Seems like the Dragon Burial Valley is truly an unlucky place. Perfected Lord Mingzhe smiled in self-mockery. Below him, Ji Yaoshua already had nowhere to retreat. Turning around to look at the dark and mysterious Dragon Burial Valley behind her, she had no fear nor sadness in her eyes. Instead, there was relief and ease. Zimo, did you jump from here 5 years ago? I'm coming to join you now 5 years later. Ji Yaoshua smiled and leaped down into the Dragon Burial Valley. All of a sudden, a white light flashed at an extremely fast speed and coiled around Ji Yaoshua's waist like a python. Ji Yaoshua was about to fall when she was coiled by an extremely nimble spirit rope and yanked up from the cliff directly. A great Xia guard was on the other end of the spirit rope. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The spirit rope continued coiling and instantly restrained Ji Yaoshua's limbs. She had no way of breaking free. Si Junyu reared his head in wild laughter and remarked gleefully, "Fellow Taoist Yaoshua, I've already expected that move from you and prepared for it. There's no way you're going to have such an easy death." Ji Yaoshua's face turned pale. She was not afraid of death. Rather, she was afraid of the humiliation she would face from Si Junyu. At that time, the entire Great Zhou dynasty would become a joke. "Bring that woman over here." Si Junyu laughed with a sharp glint in his eyes. "I want to see how the Empress of Great Zhou is going to perform when she's kneeling in front of me." "Ha ha ha. Understood." A guard strode forward and reached out to whisk Ji Yaoshua up. All of a sudden, a change happened. On the other end of the battlefield, a gray figure charged over at an extremely fast speed. He arrived before them instantly with a torrential killing intent. Nobody saw where that man came from. It was as though he appeared from thin air. "You?" One of the heavenly piercing sword sect cultivators was alarmed and was about to speak. However, he was knocked flying before he could even lift his sword. Exploding in midair, the person turned into a mist of blood and died on the spot. A sword cultivator was rammed to death just like that. The speed of the intruder was way too fast. Everyone merely felt their visions blur before that person charged into the crowd and rammed a sword cultivator to death before arriving before Ji Yaoshua. In fact, nobody could even tell the gender of the intruder, let alone make out his appearance. "Who's there?" The great Xia guard beside Ji Yaoshua hollered and circulated his golden core. Releasing his spirit energy, he slashed in reverse towards the intruder's head. Bang! The intruder did not avoid or dodge at all. At an extremely fast speed, before the saber even reached his head, He struck first and punched the Great Xia guard in the chest. The Great Xia guard's body was smashed into pieces. Another golden core was dead. Pest! Everyone was shocked and gasped, retreating a step back instinctively. The intruder killed 2 people in succession and stopped right beside Xianxia. He lowered his body and reached out to tug at the spirit rope that was binding the ladder. Pang! 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 The spirit rope snapped into pieces. By now, the cold and steely Great Xia guards could no longer stay calm as well. Although that spirit rope looked unassuming, even perfected golden cores would struggle to break free from it once they were entangled, let alone snap it. What sort of strength was that? Finally, everyone caught a clear view of the intruder's appearance. Monk? The intruder was a middle-aged monk wearing gray robes that were pale from washing. He looked muscular and had steely features. The strangest thing was that there was no spirit energy fluctuation emanating from the person. Even the nascent souls could not see through the person with their spirit consciousnesses, let alone the guards. It was as though the middle-aged monk was shrouded by an invisible barrier that could avoid detection from spirit consciousnesses. Initially, perfected Lord Mingzhe was delighted when he saw someone step in to help. After taking a clear look at that person, disappointment filled his eyes. Although he could not see through the middle-aged monk, he could sense that there was no dermic power from that person. In other words, this middle-aged monk was a golden core at most. Given the current circumstances, even if the person who arrived was the number 1 golden core, it would not change anything. That was because there were still 2 sword cultivators of nascent soul realm. That was the most frightening power that could not be ignored. Gu Suqi and perfected Lord Tianchen had clearly also deduced the cultivation realm of the middle-aged monk relying on their experience. Perfected Lord Tianchen sneered. Humph! A puny golden core who doesn't know what's good for him. When he heard that, Si Junyu heaved a sigh of relief and calmed down. As long as the person who arrived was only at golden core, there wouldn't be any accidents. Everyone's gaze turned towards the middle-aged monk. It was the same for Xianxia. She looked at that foreign face with a lost expression. She did not know this person at all. Yet why would he risk his life to save her? My gratitude, fellow Taoist. Despite her confusion, Xianxia expressed her thanks. The middle-aged monk nodded expressionlessly. Xianxia frowned with an odd feeling in her heart. It was indescribable. Where did this wild monk spout out from? How dare you interfere in the affairs of the great Xia dynasty? Si Junyu hollered and interrupted Xianxia's train of thoughts. The middle-aged monk turned around and swept his gaze across the 3 nascent souls that were fighting in midair dully. When he looked at Si Junyu, who was not far away, his eyes turned murderous and he stomped forward. Boom! The ground quaked. All the golden cores present felt their hearts skip a beat. The middle-aged monk had already disappeared from where he was. Like an ancient ferocious beast, he charged forward with a terrifying might. Everywhere he passed, the ground overturned and mud flew, creating a massive ravine. He was way too savage. His ferocity was suffocating. A great Xia guard reacted slower, and by the time he raised the saber on his back, the middle-aged monk's palm had already descended. Poof! That person's head was shoved right into his chest and his neck snapped. He died on the spot. Another great Xia guard's saber descended. The monk did not even bother to look at all and punched against the saber with his bare fist. Die! The great Xia guard hollered with a cruel expression. Snap! There wasn't the sound of a blade cutting into flesh that he expected to hear. There wasn't a flash of blood that he expected to see either. Everyone could clearly tell that the superior-grade saber that was crafted from pure gold crystal was shattered by the middle-aged monk's bare hands. Poof! Countless shards scattered and riddled the great Xia guard's body with holes that flowed with blood. That person fell stiffly with widened eyes. Where did this demonic monk come from? From the side, a heavenly piercing sword-sect cultivator circulated spirit energy, and his sword quivered and buzzed. It emitted 5 spirit lights that was extremely domineering and chilling. It was a perfect-grade spirit weapon. Swash! The person's sword trembled. Instantly, 13 sword phantoms appeared in midair. The phantoms danced wildly, and it was difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. The middle-aged monk's gaze shimmered and he reached out, identifying the true body of the sword instantly. Not only that, his fingers seemed like they were metal and forceful, dodging the sharpness of the blade nimbly as they pinned the sword on its blade. All the sword phantoms dispersed. Nothing remained. The sword cultivator's expression changed, and he wanted to withdraw his sword by instinct. However, after it was pinned by the middle-aged monk's fingers, the perfect grade sword seemed like it was pinned under a mountain and could not budge at all. Not good. The person sensed danger and realized that something was amiss. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The middle-aged monk shifted agilely and pushed the blade that he was holding gently forward. The entire process was fluid as water without any pauses at all. The blade swiped past the person's throat. It was extremely simple, but it was enough to take the person's life. Xing! A blood mist spewed out. The sword cultivator clutched at the wound on his throat frantically, but he could not stop the blood flow as his gaze dimmed swiftly. Another 3 golden cores were dead. The entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. The middle-aged monk did not pause at all, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived before Si Junyu, leaving 5 golden cores in his wake. Si Junyu was panicked. He had never seen such methods before. His guards, and even the sword cultivators of heavenly piercing sword sect, could not even withstand a single move against the middle-aged monk, as though they were pieces of paper in his path. The middle-aged monk was ruthless, and every single attack from him was a killing blow. He gave no chances at all. Kill him for me, Si Junyu howled. There were 5 more great Xia guards and 5 sword cultivators from heavenly piercing sword sect in front of him. To Si Junyu, as long as the 10 golden cores could hold back the middle-aged monk, the latter would definitely die once the 2 nascent souls in the air killed perfected Lord Mingzhe and returned. Kill! The 5 great Xia guards roared and struck at the same time. Boom! The eyes of one of heavenly piercing sword sect's sword cultivators lit up, and he produced an extremely frightening aura. Without even testing the waters, he released his golden core phenomenon. Heavenly piercing 7 swords. The man hollered, and the sword chi within his body rumbled. His golden core circulated wildly as spirit energy howled. 7 gigantic swords appeared hovering in the air behind him, so sharp that they threatened to rip the heavens into pieces. Heavenly piercing 7 swords. Rank 78 of the previous phenomenon ranking. This sword cultivator had clearly gained the true legacy of heavenly piercing sword sect. Furthermore, he must have had an extremely deep level of comprehension to be able to cultivate this golden core phenomenon of the sect. Golden core phenomenons were the most terrifying attacks of golden cores. The golden core phenomenons of sword cultivators were even more lethal. The middle-aged monk had just advanced when the 5 great Xia guards released a combo technique in unison with a tacit understanding. Their 5 sabers seemed to fuse together into a sturdy and massive saber that descended from the skies with an apocalyptic aura. Additionally, for swords that shimmered with a chilling light shot over from 4 different angles. Before they arrived, the swords were already letting off an unsettling aura. The most terrifying attack was the golden core phenomenon that was just released. Heavenly piercing 7 swords. Kill him! Kill him! Si Junyu howled with a maniacal look. The middle-aged monk was expressionless against the incoming attacks. His eyes lit up as he opened his mouth, releasing a deafening sound of Sanskrit. Om! That syllable was extremely odd, and was definitely not a normal word from Tianhuang mainland. It possessed a noble might when it was spoken by the middle-aged monk. Even though there was no spirit energy fluctuation from the body of the middle-aged monk, the Sanskrit reverberated through the world continuously as though it could tunnel through any obstacle straight into one's heart. That Sanskrit was a burst that relied merely on the power of his organs, throat and tongue. Sound secret skill? The 3 nascent souls in midair were slightly surprised. Sound secret skills were the rarest secret techniques in the cultivation world and were extremely difficult to cultivate. Only certain super sects and top factions have them. That daming mantra was a renowned secret skill of the daming monastery that had been lost for 10,000 years. The lifespans of nascent souls were merely a few thousand years old naturally. None of the 3 nascent souls knew of the origin of that secret skill. On the battlefield, the 10 golden cores that were fighting were caught unprepared and shuddered. The 5 sabers of the great Xia guards and 4 swords of the sword cultivators paused briefly as well. For ordinary cultivators, that delay might not have seemed like anything much. However, in the eyes of the middle-aged monk, it was a massive opening. A single delay meant that there was a break in their strength. The middle-aged monk did not dodge or avoid. Instead, he took the first move and swung his arm like a thick iron whip against the 5 sabers. Crack, crack, crack. All the sabers shattered. The 5 great Xia guards were shocked. Right as they were about to retreat, they discovered that the middle-aged monk did not continue to chase them. He had turned towards the 4 sword cultivators from Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect. Before the 5 of them could react, another sound of Sanskrit boomed in their ears. It was truly an explosion. It was as though thunder had just sounded in their ears. Ma! All 5 of them widened their eyes, which instantly turned bloodshot as they froze on the spot. It was as though a gigantic hammer had thumped them at the back of the head, causing them to lose consciousness for a moment. The 4 sword cultivators of Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect had initially recovered and were about to continue attacking when they heard the second Sanskrit word. All 4 of them revealed pained expressions and winced badly. They could not even maintain their grip on the swords in their hands, let alone continue to attack. The middle-aged monk charged into the 4 of them with a cold gaze. Instantly, he threw out 4 punches in succession and ruptured all of their heads. In the end, the remaining sword cultivator could not manage to attack as well. It wasn't because he didn't want to, it was because he couldn't. The 2 Sanskrit words caused him to freeze up, and the 7 swords behind him swayed before they even materialized fully, showing signs of dispersing. How could that person attack to deal with the middle-aged monk when he could not even defend? Within a split second, 4 of his fellow sect mates were dead. And at that very moment, the middle-aged monk had already arrived before him. The next moment, his pupils constricted violently. He could see the middle-aged monk opening his mouth once more. And the 3rd Sanskrit word had descended. The first people affected were the 5 great Xia guards that were rooted on the spot. Grisly fresh blood was already streaming down their eyes, ears, mouth and nose due to the blow from the 3 consecutive Sanskrit sounds. They were bleeding from all orifices. It seemed like the 5 of them did not have any injuries on their bodies. However, their brains were already smashed from the vibrations. All 5 of them fell stiffly with dim gazes. The middle-aged monk had not laid his hands on them up till the very end. They were shocked to death by the 3 Sanskrit sounds. As for the remaining sword cultivator, his face was pale as a sheet and his eyes were filled with fear. His golden core phenomenon was already trembling against the impact of the 3 Sanskrit sounds and could disperse at any moment. He had cultivated for more than 200 years, been through endless battles, and could also be considered as a genius of Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect. However, he had never seen anyone fight in such a manner. There was no spirit energy in the other person's body. Yet, his power of phenomenon was shaken just by the other person's voice. In other words, if not for the protection of his golden core phenomenon, he would have been seriously injured against the impact of the 3 Sanskrit sounds even if he wasn't dead. The next moment, the middle-aged monk closed in and opened his mouth once again. Pa! The 4th Sanskrit sound. The instant the 4th Sanskrit sound descended, the middle-aged monk suddenly struck as well and punched the golden core phenomenon directly. Snap! All 7 swords were completely snapped. The remaining golden cores felt grimaced at the sight of that in shock. None of them had ever witnessed such power before. Golden core phenomenons were the strongest methods available for golden cores. Even top-tier spirit arts might not be able to go against them. But now, everyone was witnessing someone go against a golden core phenomenon head-on with his body alone. The scariest thing was that Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's Heavenly Piercing 7 swords could not even withstand a single blow from the person's Sanskrit sounds and punch. Poof! The golden core phenomenon shattered, and the last sword cultivator shuddered, coughing up a huge mouthful of blood. The middle-aged monk did not give him any chance at all and strode forward, tapping him on the throat gently with a finger. Snap! The person's throat snapped and he died on the spot. Si Junyu was completely scared out of his wits. He had truly not expected that 10 golden cores, including an expert who cultivated a golden core phenomenon, could not stop the middle-aged monk for a single second. The entire process sounded long upon narration, but in fact, it only took 3 breaths. Before Si Junyu could react, the middle-aged monk had already arrived before him. At that moment, it was too late even if the 2 nascent souls, Gusuchi and Tianchun, wanted to step in and help. How dare you! Perfected Lord Tianchun could not help but holler loudly when he saw that. Monk, if you dare to kill him, you will definitely die today, Gusuchi said coldly. Instantly, Si Junyu was scared out of his wits. Ah! Si Junyu withdrew a cold, shimmering sword from his storage bag, and his spirit energy surged wildly as he stabbed at the middle-aged monk's head. At the same time, Si Junyu crushed a protection talisman in his left hand. Whoosh! A golden burst of light glowed around Si Junyu and formed an impenetrable barrier. The middle-aged monk did not dodge or avoid the incoming sword and flicked his finger casually. His fingertip met the sword's blade. Clang! Si Junyu's sword was snapped by the middle-aged monk's finger in a single strike. With a ripped palm, Si Junyu could no longer hold on to his sword and let go. Thereafter, his vision blurred and the middle-aged monk was already gone from his sights. For everyone else, they saw the middle-aged monk take a step after snapping Si Junyu's blade to wrap behind the ladder. The middle-aged monk's movements were way too fluid. It was like water. There was no delay between his movements ever since he first attacked. The middle-aged monk's entire body coiled around Si Junyu's golden barrier like an anaconda and exerted strength massively. Crack, crack, crack. A series of cracks appeared on the golden barrier. After a brief pause, the golden barrier shattered entirely. The middle-aged monk reached out and grabbed Si Junyu's neck, exerting strength in his fingers. Si Junyu merely felt his body and limbs go limp. He could not move at all and could only let the middle-aged monk lift him up. Everyone, stop! The middle-aged monk turned around and said coldly. The 2 great Xia guards and 3 heavenly piercing sect sword cultivators that were chasing after him stopped hurriedly with a deep look of fear in their eyes. This middle-aged monk was way too brutal. Ever since he started attacking, any golden core who stood in his path died. Nobody was spared. Rather than a benevolent monk, he was more like a demon with a murderous nature. In the blink of an eye, Si Junyu wound up in the hands of the middle-aged monk, and Gusuchi and Perfected Lord Tianchun could not help but stop their attacks on Perfected Lord Mingzhe. With a relieved expression, Perfected Lord Mingzhe fell from midair in exhaustion. Fortunately, Xianxia rushed forward and supported him. Instantly, the situation became special. On the side of the Great Xia dynasty, there were 5 golden cores and 2 nascent souls with frightening strength remaining. On the side of the Great Zhou dynasty, Xianxia's spirit energy was already drained after releasing Emperor Defensive Qi and did not have much combat strength left. As for Perfected Lord Mingzhe, he was filled with injuries all over and could not fight any longer. On the surface, it seemed like the Great Zhou dynasty was completely disadvantaged. However, the issue now was that Si Junyu had fallen in the hands of the middle-aged monk. Suddenly, Perfected Lord Mingzhe and everyone else understood the middle-aged monk's intentions. In a head-on confrontation, he was definitely not a match for the 2 nascent soul sword cultivators. The only way to break out of the situation and survive was to use all his might to capture Si Junyu alive, thereby gaining the upper hand. What an impressive monk, Perfected Lord Mingzhe thought to himself. The fact that this middle-aged monk was able to discover the method of breaking out of the situation within such a short period of time was proof of his understanding of the circumstances and the sharpness of his mind. In reality, even at that moment, Perfected Lord Mingzhe had yet to realize the middle-aged monk's true intentions. By the time he realized, what he felt was not just shock, it was fear. It was an act that required an extreme amount of guts. Xianxia supported perfected Lord Mingzhe and gazed at the middle-aged monk not far away with a slightly raised brow. For some reason, she felt that there was something odd about this. If that middle-aged monk was only at Golden Core Realm and they did not know one another, why would he want to undertake such a huge risk just to save her? Saving her was one thing, but the way he murdered them so decisively seemed like he was doing it out of rage. She was the target of Si Junyu and the others. If so, where did the rage of the middle-aged monk stem from? Could there be a deep feud between this man and the Great Xia dynasty and he merely attacked after bumping into them by coincidence? Xianxia could not figure it out. Gu Suqi and perfected Lord Tianchun glared at the middle-aged monk coldly from midair, as though they wanted to make out something from the middle-aged monk's face. He was expressionless, without any fear in his eyes. Gu Suqi narrowed his eyes and said coolly, "The Buddhist sects believe that the Bodhisattva is compassionate for living beings. Monk, you are way too murderous for someone of the Buddhist sects. The Buddhist sects also believe that the Vajra's rage is required to subdue evil." The middle-aged monk's gaze blazed, and he was truly like a descended Vajra that was unavoidable. Humph! Perfected Lord Tianchun scoffed with a chilling killing intent. "Monk, if you dare lay harm on him, I'll tear you into pieces and burn your bones into ashes." The middle-aged monk was unmoved by the nascent soul's threat and even exerted more strength in his fingers. Si Junyu's expression turned purplish, but he could not say a single word at all. Suddenly, Gu Suqi's gaze flashed and he asked, "Nothing will come out of this stalemate anyways. How about we strike a deal?" "Oh!" The middle-aged monk raised his brow slightly. Gu Suqi said darkly, "If you let him off, we'll leave right away." The middle-aged monk pondered for a moment before asking, "How do I know you won't renege on your words?" Perfected Lord Tianchen and Gu Suqi exchanged glances and their eyes flashed with a sly intent as they gained a tacit understanding. "Both of us are nascent souls and we value our reputation. There's no way we will go back on anything we say." When he heard that, perfected Lord Mingzhe's heart skipped a beat. In the cruel cultivation world, nobody's promise could be taken at face value unless they were from completely trusted people. Furthermore, even if the two of them reneged on their words and killed them, word of this would never spread and there would naturally be no impact on their reputations as well. Initially, perfected Lord Mingzhe thought that the middle-aged monk would be able to see through the dangers given his intellect. However, he did not expect the middle-aged monk to be moved. "For real?" The middle-aged monk raised his brow slightly before asking the two nascent souls once more. "Our word is gold." Gu Suqi repressed the joy in his heart and replied with conviction without letting anything slip. In his opinion, even though this middle-aged monk may be strong and sharp, he might have way too little experience in the cultivation world after chanting sutras in seclusion for the most part of his life. As long as they saved Si Junyu, this middle-aged monk would definitely be dead. "Don't!" Perfected Lord Mingzhe was flustered. Right as he was about to speak, the middle-aged monk nodded. "All right, I'll trust you guys." With that said, he lifted Si Junyu and walked towards the two nascent souls. Instantly, perfected Lord Mingzhe was devastated. He had already noticed that Gu Suqi and perfected Lord Tianchun could barely contain their delight and killing intents in the depths of their eyes. Their gazes were burning, as though their bloodied mouths were already wide open, waiting for this gullible and ignorant monk to deliver himself to them. Suddenly, a thought struck Xianxia and she whispered, "If he wants to release the hostage, why does he have to walk towards the two nascent souls?" Perfected Lord Mingzhe was stunned. That's right. He could just release the hostage instantly. Why walk over towards the two nascent souls? What is he trying to do? Perfected Lord Mingzhe's eyes flashed with confusion. Could it be? The middle-aged monk lifted Si Junyu and advanced closer towards Gu Suqi and perfected Lord Tianchun. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 10 feet away. Compared to the joyful gazes of Gu Suqi and perfected Lord Tianchun, the middle-aged monk seemed calm and his eyes were deep and emotionless. When he arrived, the middle-aged monk tossed Si Junyu towards perfected Lord Tianchun in a seemingly casual manner. Perfected Lord Tianquan's eyes lit up as he reached out to receive. On the other side, Gu Suqi burst out in laughter. Ha ha! All of a sudden, Gu Suqi's laughter came to a stop. From the corner of his eyes, he spotted a figure dart over from behind Si Junyu to charge over. His eyes shone with a ferocious glint like an ancient demon that was about to devour humans. Pest! Gu Suqi gasped. That middle-aged monk actually harbored killing intents towards a nascent soul. How could he? How could a golden core dare lay his hands on a nascent soul? Die! The middle-aged monk roared with a thunder-like voice and let off an asphyxiating killing intent. He reached out with his muscular palm that blanketed the skies and stirred the clouds. Gu Suqi merely felt his vision darken with a massive shadow above his head, as though dark clouds were covering him. You have a death wish. Gripping his sword in reverse, Gu Suqi slashed across fiercely. The two of them were way too close. Before the sword technique was fully released, Su Zimo had already gripped Gu Suqi first with his left hand. At this point, it did not matter any longer how amazing the sword technique was. At this distance, melee combat strength and the power of one's body was what mattered. Gu Suqi's expression changed starkly, and there was finally a hint of panic in his eyes. His wrist was locked by the middle-aged monk and he could not break free at all. At that moment, he had finally realized how frightening the physique of the middle-aged monk was. The middle-aged monk's melee combat strength was enough to threaten his life. Gu Suqi was a nascent soul. In a normal exchange, he could utilize dermic power with his spirit consciousness and would not allow the middle-aged monk a chance to get close. Now that he was closed in by the middle-aged monk, it was akin to him being closed in by a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Any single misstep would cause him to die on the spot. Most cultivators were weak physically and could not compare to demons at all. That was the reason why cultivators would always make use of means such as spirit arts, dermic arts, and spirit weapons to keep their distance and not allow demon beasts to close it. They would be in danger once they were closed in by the demon beasts. Perfected Lord Tianquan had just caught Si Junyu, who was tossed over and could not help at all. At that moment, Gu Suqi could only rely on himself. The precision of the middle-aged monk's attacks was way too perfect. This was a situation that could not have happened if he was faster or slower by a single second. Snap! The middle-aged monk did not give Gu Suqi any time to react and snapped his wrist instantly. Ah! Gu Suqi howled in pain and was drenched in cold sweat. Swoosh! At the same time, the middle-aged monk's heavenly encompassing palm descended with an intimidating aura. Gu Suqi's wrist was snapped and he was momentarily stunned. By the time he returned to his senses, the middle-aged monk's palm was already descending from above his head. In his hurry, he could only raise his arms to block. Crack! 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 That short collision caused Gu Suqi's arm to be snapped instantly against the pressure of the middle-aged monk's palm. The palm continued descending and landed fiercely on top of Gu Suqi's head. Bang! Brain juice was splattered. Gu Suqi's eyes widened and his face was torn apart like a spiderweb. His head was ruptured by a single slap from the middle-aged monk. This essence spirit dispersed and he could not have been more dead. A nascent soul was dead. Even Gu Suqi, who was right smack in the battle, could not react to it, let alone everyone else who was watching in shock. Be it Ji Yaoxue or Si Junyu's faction. Neither side expected such a change in the battlefield where a nascent soul was dead in less than a second. The most frightening thing was that the massacre was not over. Demon monk, how dare you! Perfected Lord Tianquan had just placed Si Junyu down when he caught sight of that. Instantly, he was triggered and enraged. Why wouldn't I dare to? The middle-aged monk did not pause in his movements at all after killing Gu Suqi. With a single stride, he had already arrived before Perfected Lord Tianquan, yelling, "You're the one that's going to die!" Perfected Lord Mingzhe shuddered at that statement. In other words, what the middle-aged monk meant was that he had already planned on killing the two nascent souls right from the beginning. The reason why the monk held Si Junyu hostage was not because he needed a chip in negotiation. He had already planned for this moment when he captured Si Junyu alive. Right from the beginning, he had not intended to let the two nascent souls off at all. This man truly had tremendous guts. On the battlefield, perfected Lord Tianquan twisted his sword and aimed it at the middle-aged monk's heart, thrusting fiercely as he barked, "You don't know your limits!" The sword beam was cold and sharp, as if it could destroy everything. That was a dermic weapon of nascent souls. Although the middle-aged monk had a strong body and could repel a superior-grade spirit weapon with his finger, he could not defend against the edge of a dermic weapon. Against the sharpness of the sword cultivator, he could only retreat. However, if he retreated and increased the distance between him and the nascent soul, there was no way he would be able to kill the latter. O.M. A look of conviction flashed through the middle-aged monk's eyes as he said with Sanskrit. The voids trembled. Instantly, perfected Lord Tianquan's sword paused for a brief moment. However, it was a moment so brief and undetectable that it seemed as though there was no impact at all. The middle-aged monk did not decrease his speed and merely slanted sideways while continuing to lunge towards perfected Lord Tianquan. Although the sword that was initially aimed for the middle-aged monk's heart shifted slightly, it still pierced right into his chest. Flashes of blood appeared. The middle-aged monk was indifferent and allowed the sword to pass through him as he continued charging with a ferocious glint. Perfected Lord Mingzhe and everyone else could clearly see a bloodied sword burst forth from the back of the middle-aged monk. That sword did not manage to puncture the middle-aged monk's heart. However, the sharpness of the sword was less than an inch away from the heart. As long as perfected Lord Tianquan twisted his sword, he would be able to slice the middle-aged monk's heart with his blade's sharpness. Right then, the middle-aged monk arrived before perfected Lord Tianquan with the sword piercing through him and swung his arm right away. Although that arm looked like it was flexible and limp on the surface, like the trunk of an ancient divine elephant, it let out a crisp sound in midair and slapped perfected Lord Tianquan's head with a violent might. Crack, crack, crack. Perfected Lord Tianquan's head spun a few circles around his neck before coming to a stop with bulged eyes. He had stopped breathing a long time ago. Victory was decided. Death was decided. Perfected Lord Tianquan's neck had snapped long ago against that power. His brains had already been shaken into sludge and his essence spirit was destroyed. Up till his death, he gripped his sword's handle tightly. However, he was still that bit slower and did not manage to cut the middle-aged monk's heart. That was melee combat. A single lag, even if it was only for a brief instant, would mean life and death. That was the moment where life and death was decided. Perfected Lord Mingzhe could not imagine how the middle-aged monk who was right smack in the battle felt earlier on. He had already broken out in cold sweat just by watching from the sidelines. That was truly gambling with one's life. As long as perfected Lord Tianquan was a step faster, the one laying dead on the ground would have been the middle-aged monk. However, at that thought, that choice and decisiveness was probably the only thing that could have killed perfected Lord Tianquan. What a scary monk. Just who in the world is he? More than shock, what perfected Lord Mingzhe felt when he looked at the middle-aged monk's back view was fear. The middle-aged monk was not an outsider. He was Su Zimo after changing his appearance. At that moment, he could not appear with his true self. If anyone knew that he was not dead and had even stepped in to save the Empress of Great Zhou, the Great Zhou dynasty would definitely be in peril. The old temple at the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley would not be hidden for much longer either. Furthermore, in the depths of Su Zimo's heart, he did not dare to face Xianxia. That feeling had turned increasingly so after 5 years. It was an indescribable feeling that was conflicted. In the past 5 years, Su Zimo was isolated from the outside world in the old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Away from secular affairs, there was no killing or fighting, as he spent his days chanting sutras and paying respects to Buddha with a peaceful heart. However, he felt nervous the moment he heard Xianxia in danger. His peace for the past 5 years was broken instantly, and he found himself surging with an uncontrollable killing intent. Therefore, right from the moment he appeared, he had no intention of letting anyone off alive and had a decisive killing intent. Even perfected Lord Mingzhe felt fear because of him. The entire process of him killing 2 great nascent souls took less than 3 breaths. Although it seemed like it was momentary and simple, he was the only one who knew best about the dangers involved. He was truly fighting with his life. A single mistake would cause him to die on the spot. In terms of actual strength, Su Zimo was definitely not a match for the nascent souls. The only thing he had stronger than Gu Suqi and Tianchun was his body. Dai Yu once said that demonic cultivators have the easiest time killing opponents above their levels. As long as he could engage in melee combat, he had a shot at victory. The reason why he agreed to let Si Junyu off was so that he could numb Gu Suqi and Tianchun, lowering their guards. The reason why the two nascent souls were unguarded wasn't because they lacked experience. They truly hadn't expected that a golden core would attempt to kill nascent souls. That was equivalent to a mortal plotting to kill an immortal. Su Zimo gripped the sword's handle and pulled the blade out slowly from his chest. The sharp blade ground against his bones and flesh with a jarring noise. Su Zimo was expressionless. A stream of blood spewed out. As though he had no sense of pain, Su Zimo did not even bother to look as he flung his arm behind him. Poof! A sword cultivator of heavenly piercing sword sect was stabbed through the heart and died on the spot. The remaining 4 people finally broke out of their stupor and were scared out of their wits. They exclaimed and scurried into the distance without turning back. Clutching his chest with his left hand, Su Zimo had a cold gaze and stomped on his feet. The ground quaked and he bolted forward like an arrow. It was too fast. Bang! A great Xia guard had barely run a few steps before Su Zimo caught up to him. He was slapped to death with a single palm strike without any way of retaliating. The remaining 3 golden cores did not manage to escape far either before they were murdered by Su Zimo one after another. Si Junyu stood on the spot motionlessly. He could tell clearly that given his strength, he wouldn't be able to escape from the middle-aged monk's pursuit even if he wanted to. Before long, after the other 4 were killed, the middle-aged monk returned and walked straight towards Si Junyu. Si Junyu's face was pale as a sheet, but he pretended to be calm and said with cupped fists, "Great monk, I'm the prince of the great Xia dynasty. As long as you let me off, I'll be immensely grateful and I'm willing to agree to any terms of exchange. Once I ascend the throne, I can even help you with the power of my entire dynasty." Su Zimo walked before Si Junyu and reached out with an indifferent expression, grabbing the latter towards him by the throat. Si Junyu rolled his eyes as his feet left the ground and kicked furiously. He could not speak at all and could only let out odd sounds. Su Zimo leaned in and whispered into Si Junyu's ears. "The power of your entire dynasty means nothing to a fraction of her. Since you dared to lay your hands on her, I'm going to kill you." "Why you?" Si Junyu's face was turning purplish and he seemed like he wanted to ask something. Su Zimo continued, "I'll also let you die with a complete understanding of things today. I'm Su Zimo and your brother, Jun Hao, was killed by me." Si Junyu's eyes widened with disbelief. Su Zimo. That was a name that nobody had mentioned for 5 years. He was still alive. "You can join your brother in hell," Su Zimo said calmly before exerting strength in his fingers, breaking Si Junyu's throat with a snap. Si Junyu died on the spot. In less than 15 minutes, 2 nascent souls, 20 golden cores, and a prince of Great Xia were all killed at this place. None of them were spared. Xianxia had a pensive expression with raised brows as she looked at Su Zimo with a somewhat strange gaze. Perfected Lord Mingzhe took a deep breath of air before heading forward to greet Su Zimo with a deep bow. "I am Perfected Lord Mingzhe of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Many thanks for your help earlier on, great monk." As a nascent soul, it was truly rare for him to extend such politeness to a golden core. "No worries." Su Zimo waved it off and said indifferently, "This treacherous place is filled with dangers and the Dragon Burial Valley is an unlucky place. You guys should not come here anymore in the future." "All right. Thank you for the advice, great monk." Perfected Lord Mingzhe nodded. Right then, Xianxia walked over as well, glaring at Su Zimo. "May I know your name and sect or faction, great monk?" It was a somewhat illogical question. Her attitude and tone was more like someone that was interrogating another person. Perfected Lord Mingzhe glanced at Xianxia and frowned slightly. He could sense that there was something mysterious about the middle-aged monk's background and the way he conducted himself. Up till now, the latter had not mentioned why he helped them or why he killed everyone from the Great Xia dynasty. However, Xianxia was behaving even more strangely. Su Zimo lowered his head and pulled down the prayer beads on his left hand that only had 4 Buddha beads before saying calmly, "I'm Ming Xian and I don't belong to any sect or faction." Ming Xian, Xianxia murmured softly before looking deeply at Su Zimo. "Perfected Lord Mingzhe and I are injured and we can't fight anymore. Since you said that this place is treacherous, can you escort us out?" It was an even ruder request. Perfected Lord Mingzhe was about to speak when the middle-aged monk nodded after a moment of silence. "All right." Perfected Lord Mingzhe was stunned. However, he saw Xianxia smile brightly. "Thank you, great monk." For the past 5 years, Perfected Lord Mingzhe had been by Xianxia's side, ensuring her safety. Ever since the death of the strongest monster incarnate in history 5 years ago, he had not seen such a smile appear on Xianxia's face. It was dazzling, like the rainbow after a downpour. It was as though every single bit of sadness that this woman kept in her heart for the past 5 years had vanished at this moment. As Su Zimo looked at Xianxia's smile, a phrase appeared in his mind. A smile that resembles a flower's blossom. However, there was no flower in this world that could compare to the smile of the woman before him. Avoiding his gaze, Su Zimo counted his prayer beads at an even faster speed. He lowered his head and took the front, saying softly, "Let's go." Perfected Lord Mingzhe and confused and followed instinctively. Xianxia pursed her lips with a slight hint of dejection in her eyes. However, she smiled again soon after. No matter what, today was a day worth being happy about. 3 odd-looking people appeared in the Great Qian ruins. The leader was a middle-aged monk with prayer beads in his hands. He had a calm expression and without any cultivation, was no different from a mortal. Behind him was a man and woman, both who were severely injured. There was a high chance that these 3 would meet with an attack in the Great Qian ruins. It was way too common for people to kill others and steal their treasures in this place. However, along the way, many cultivators who caught sight of them stayed far away and did not dare to provoke them. That was because everyone could clearly see that there were initially countless otherworldly soldiers in the palace. However, all of the otherworldly soldiers gave way to these 3 people wherever they passed. The 3 of them walked through the palace without any otherworldly soldiers obstructing their way. Perfected Lord Mingzhe was secretly impressed. He was definitely not the reason for the otherworldly soldiers' wariness. When he arrived, even though he was a nascent soul, those otherworldly soldiers charged at them fearlessly. To think that all of them would choose to stay away from the middle-aged monk. There seemed to be a fog shrouding the middle-aged monk such that nobody could make out his secrets. The strangest thing was this man's identity. He could not be considered as a cultivator since there was no spirit energy fluctuation from within his body. He could not be considered as a mortal as well since he could kill nascent souls. This man was well-versed in a sound secret skill. Anyone that inherited a sound secret skill would be from a super sect or top faction. However, none of the 6 Buddhist monasteries were located in the north region. So where did this man come from? Along the way, Perfected Lord Mingzhe was filled with questions that he could not understand. Xianxia tagged along at the back, watching the back view of the middle-aged monk with a conflicted expression. There were countless times when she wanted to speak but chose not to eventually. Just like that, the 3 of them passed through the palace and the ruins in silence. After sending Xianxia and Perfected Lord Mingzhe outside the ruins, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and turned around, saying softly with a lowered head, "Patrons, do take your leave as soon as possible. I'll be bidding farewell here." Xianxia bit her red lip gently in silence. "Thank you for your life-saving grace, great monk. I'll definitely remember today's gratitude to you," Perfected Lord Mingzhe greeted with cupped fists. Su Zimo nodded and returned with a single-handed bow before turning to leave. Up till the end, he did not dare to meet with Xianxia's eyes. He did not dare to look at her directly. After hesitating for a long time, Xianxia chose to speak eventually. Reverend, do you have anything you wish to say? This is a dangerous place. Please don't come here again from now on, patron. Su Zimo's back was facing Xianxia, and he did not turn back as he continued forward while saying calmly, "When will I be able to meet you again, Reverend?" Xianxia asked once more. Su Zimo paused in his tracks and only replied after pondering for a long time, "We will naturally meet again if there's affinity." Perfected Lord Mingzhe frowned tightly and looked back and forth at the middle-aged monk and Xianxia in confusion. Xianxia only let out a deep breath of air after the middle-aged monk's figure disappeared fully at the edge of the ruins. "Uncle Ming, let's go." Perfected Lord Mingzhe could not help but ask, "Do you know him, Empress?" "Ming Xian?" Xianxia smiled and shook her head. "I don't." Perfected Lord Mingzhe was even more puzzled. Because this was not part of the Great Zhou dynasty's territory and the both of them were injured, they did not dare to linger and left in the air riding on their flying swords. Su Zimo felt conflicted on his return. Eventually, he did not choose to acknowledge his relationship with Xianxia. He did not know what he should say. He did not know how to face Xianxia. He could not deny that she was extremely important to him. However, he was going to leave the North region and even Tianhuang mainland at the end of the day. As for Xianxia, she was the Empress of Great Zhou and carried the hopes of the dynasty's flourish. The both of them were on different paths. Right then, Su Zimo paused in his tracks and frowned. He was distracted in deep thoughts the entire time and had not noticed that someone was following him. Of course, it seemed like that the person did not harbor any evil intentions towards him. Otherwise, he would have been able to sense it with his spirit perception even if he was distracted. "Who are you? Come on out." Su Zimo glanced sideways and commented indifferently, "Great monk, do you recognize me?" A tender voice sounded, somewhat coquettish and spiteful. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Instantly, he recited the Sanskrit of the damning mantra mentally to calm himself down. It was Demoness G. Her bewitchment powers had turned even more frightening after 5 years. If not for the fact that Su Zimo had chanted sutras and comprehended Buddhism for the past 5 years, he would have definitely exposed himself with just that single remark. It seemed like Demoness G had also benefited immensely from the human emperor's palace and had advanced her powers significantly. Su Zimo turned around and looked at Demoness G, who was not far away. After 5 years, Demoness G seemed to have gotten skinnier. However, there was no way to hide that peerless face that could bewitch the masses and that body that could charm the entire world. Her beautiful brows curved slightly in a pitiable manner. Her eyes shimmered like the surface of water. The young woman bit her alluring cherry lips in a grumbling manner. Su Zimo glanced at her expressionlessly before turning back and shaking his head. "I don't. Great monk, you may not recognize me, but I recognize you." A fragrance wafted over as Xianxia shifted towards Su Zimo with light steps. It seemed like she was about to cast herself into his embrace by the looks of it. Su Zimo was secretly troubled. The person he was most frightened of in this lifetime was this demoness before him. In a flash, Su Zimo dodged to the side. "Female patron, please respect yourself." Su Zimo clasped his palms together and said deeply, "Sure." Demoness G harumphed and grumbled coyly, "Great monk, now you're asking me to respect myself. Back in that stone coffin, you took quite a bit of advantage of me." Su Zimo's mouth twitched. In the past, the two of them were squeezed into a stone coffin and had to escape for their lives from the bottom of the river. The stone coffin was extremely cramped and it was unavoidable for them to have physical contact. By mentioning this, it was clear that Demoness G had recognized him. Demoness G pursued the topic relentlessly. "Great. Now you're going to avoid taking responsibility for it after shaving your head and holding a set of prayer beads?" Initially, Su Zimo was still contemplating whether or not he should admit to it. After all, there was nothing she could do even if he refused to admit it. However, Demoness G's words turned increasingly nasty, as though there was truly something between them. Su Zimo could not take it anymore and coughed gently to interrupt. "Demoness G, what do you want?" "Humph." She raised her head and pouted her lips, asking, "Great monk, Didn't you say that you don't know me? After a moment of silence, Su Zimo said, Thank you for the help rescuing the citizens of the Yen country, along with Pure Maiden sect 5 years ago. When she heard that, Demoness Ji's eyes welled up with a layer of mist as she said, Su Zimo, you're truly cruel. Why don't you show yourself when you're clearly alive? My golden core has already been crippled, and I've offended the entire North region with everyone taking me as a demon. Nothing good will come out of anyone that associates themselves with me. Su Zimo shook his head and replied, Furthermore, I'm being hunted. Although the North region is huge, there's nowhere that can accommodate me. When Demoness Ji saw the dejected look on Su Zimo's face, she was suddenly reminded of his situation and could not bear to blame him. His kin and friends were all in the North region. If he had any other choice, he wouldn't have chosen to reside in seclusion. Furthermore, his golden core was crippled. His past was resplendent, extreme foundation establishment, second after the human emperor. Suppressed the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects beneath the human emperor's palace. Overwhelming everyone from the North region, incinerating nascent souls, and lauded as the #1 monster incarnate in history. But now, he had fallen from grace and was left with nothing. In fact, he did not even have a place that could accommodate him. Who could endure and accept such a blow? Initially, Demoness Ji was filled with grievance. However, after hearing Su Zimo's statement, she felt her heart wrench. She said softly, Zimo, you can come over to Pure Maiden sect. We will protect you. Protect a demon? Su Zimo laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Demoness Ji opened her mouth and seemed like she wanted to reply, but eventually, nothing came forth. While she could ignore everything, she could not guarantee that it would be the same for her sect. Although Pure Maiden sect was a fiend sect, they were humans. Humans had a long-standing feud with demons, and there was no way for one party to accommodate the other unless there was a blood oath signed. Demoness Ji said, Zimo, you can explain that you are not a demon. The human emperor's palace will definitely not let any demons within. Su Zimo laughed coldly, shaking his head. Given his personality and pride, there was no way he would explain something like that personally. In other words, even if he was willing to explain, who would believe him? The most basic reasoning was that no demon would be able to enter the human emperor's palace. Who wouldn't be able to understand that? However, some people merely chose to ignore the fact. The truth was no longer of importance. What was important was that the entire North region wanted Su Zimo dead. It did not matter even if he explained. They could term him as a demon or fiend as long as they wanted to. What plans do you have from now on? Are you going to just hide forever? Demoness Ji asked. I'm waiting for an opportunity. Su Zimo replied gradually. When I reappear, it will also be the time for me to leave the North region. Leave the North region? Demoness Ji frowned slightly. The North region was way too huge with dangers lurking everywhere. Even if Su Zimo was in perfect condition, it was unrealistic for him to get through the North region unharmed. Let alone now that his golden core was crippled. Demoness Ji's heart skipped a beat as she blurted at the thought of a possibility. The ancient battlefield. That's right. Su Zimo nodded. The intermediate ancient battlefield would open up 15 years later. As long as he could enter the intermediate ancient battlefield, just like Xiaoning, Lengrou, and the others, he would be able to head to the other regions or even the middle continent of Tianhuang mainland through the teleportation points. This time round, Su Zimo intended to take his elder brother, Su Hong, with him. Previously, Xianxia mentioned that Su Hong's health was turning worse. The blow to Su Hong after receiving news of Su Zimo's death and the plight of the citizens of the Yen country was unimaginable. Furthermore, he was already injured after the failed assassination attempt on the king of Yen, Zhao Qian. As such, Su Zimo did not know how long more his brother could hold out for. After all, Su Hong was not a cultivator and had a limited lifespan. In another 15 years, Su Hong would be in his 60s and would only have around 40 years worth of lifespan at the most. Su Zimo wanted to bring Su Hong along with him to look for Xiaoning in the middle continent. Su Hong's final moments must be spent with the two of them. Furthermore, ever since Xiaoning left Pingyang town and joined Xianxia in Azure Frost sect, she had not met with Su Hong again. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. The reason why Xianxia started her path of cultivation and focused wholeheartedly on elixir refinement, even joining Elixir Yang sect, was because she wanted to extend Su Hong's lifespan. It would be best if Xianxia had a way of extending Su Hong's lifespan by the time they met. Have you really made up your mind to leave? Demoness Ji could not conceal her disappointment and murmured softly with a dim gaze. What about me? I mean my sister. Su Zimo was silent. She knows you so well. If even I can recognize you, she must have recognized you long ago. Demoness Ji sighed gently. It's just that she understands you and knows that you've got your difficulties. That's the reason why she did not force or expose you. It's good that she recognized me. At least she knows that I'm alive and doesn't have to worry, Su Zimo replied. After a moment of silence, he continued. After you return, pay more attention to those around her. Now that she's the Empress, her movements should be kept secret. I suspect that the ambush she met here meant that there's someone that doesn't want her to return alive. Don't worry. I'll do my best to help my sister. Silence ensued between the both of them. Demoness Ji did not say anything and merely looked at Su Zimo quietly. A long time later, he said softly, Go on back. Take care then. Demoness Ji was dejected and her eyes were swollen and red. A moment later, she sniffed and forced a smile before faking a smile. Let's have a final hug as a farewell. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before nodding. Heading forward, he hugged Demoness Ji in a gentlemanly manner. A crafty look flashed through Demoness Ji's eyes as she tilted her head and pecked Su Zimo on the cheek with her red lips gently. He was stunned. Her hair brushed by his face and he was overwhelmed by a fragrance. She had already turned and fled. He. She laughed and her eyes turned into a pair of crescent moons. She was elated without any bit of dejection at all. Damned Demoness! Su Zimo grit his teeth. You're so stupid. Demoness Ji made a funny face at Su Zimo with disdain in her eyes, pouting her lips. If you want to leave, go ahead. I can't care less. You took advantage of me in that stone coffin. There's no way I'm going to let you off. Humph. I merely just collected a little bit of interest. Demoness Ji waved her fist. Su Zimo did not say anything and turned to leave. With his back facing Demoness Ji, he did not see the sadness and reluctance in the depths of her eyes. Even after he vanished at the edge of the ruins, a girl in pink stood alone gazing in his direction for the longest time. Su Zimo returned to the old temple and pushed the doors through. The little monk, Mingzhen, was reciting sutras in the courtyard. When he saw Su Zimo, he exclaimed softly with surprise. Junior brother, you're injured? Mingzhen asked. I'm fine. In this short period of time, the wound on his chest that was pierced by the sword had already recovered. With a grim expression, Mingzhen advanced and glared at Su Zimo's cheek, even sniffing it. This is bad. You've got 2 red marks on your cheeks that have a fragrance. Junior brother, you're poisoned. That was the imprint of Demoness Ji's lips that Su Zimo forgot to wipe. At the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, Mingzhen had not even seen a woman before, let alone know what it was. Su Zimo's expression darkened as he pushed Mingzhen's bald head away, saying in a huff, Bullshit! He wiped away the imprint on his cheek as he dashed into the sutra chamber. Mingzhen looked at his master who had just appeared from the doors in confusion and asked with an earnest expression, Master, why is junior brother angry? The old monk replied, he might be poisoned. See, I was right. He didn't believe me. Mingzhen pouted his lips. Nighttime. Su Zimo tidied his attire and left the sutra chamber for the backyard. On this day every month, he would head over to where the red-headed ghost was for a bowl of mysterious spirit water. The old temple looked extremely creepy under the shroud of the night skies. The red-headed ghost sat on the ground and leaned against a tombstone with a bowl of spirit water before him. He had been waiting for a long time. Su Zimo was already used to everything and drank the spirit water right away when he arrived before the red-headed ghost. Suddenly, the red-headed ghost said, You've got a bow with you, right? Take it out and place it there. The red-headed ghost pointed to a tombstone not far away. Although Su Zimo did not understand why, he still obeyed and took out his moon concealment bow, placing it on the tombstone. The full moon had just risen and the cold moonlight spilled down, forming a column of light that focused on the moon concealment bow on the tombstone. The bow shone with an intense spirit light. Even without the infusion of spirit energy, the spirit patterns on the bow also had a bedazzling luster. The red-headed ghost said, "This is a quasi-connate spirit weapon and its sixth spirit pattern had already taken shape. As long as it continues to receive the essence of the moon here, it can definitely grow to become a connate spirit weapon." Su Zimo nodded. "You've also got a blood-red saber with you, right? Take it out also." Blood Quencher. Su Zimo froze for a moment. Blood Quencher was a perfect-grade spirit weapon he crafted personally and wasn't a quasi-connate spirit weapon. Could it be? Although he was confused, Su Zimo handed Blood Quencher over still. The red-headed ghost received Blood Quencher and touched across its blade gently before nodding. This saber was refined decently. When it was formed, it was synthesized with a frightening bloodline that gave it its bloodthirsty nature. Back when he refined Blood Quencher, Su Zimo nearly failed and only managed to forge it completely after using his bloodline to temper the flames. Although the red-headed ghost did not witness it personally, the fact that his guess was not far off the mark was proof that his insights were sharp. The red-headed ghost rose and arrived at an empty space nearby. Exerting strength in his arm, he stabbed Blood Quencher into the ground, leaving only its handle exposed. "Red-headed ghost, what are you doing?" Su Zimo asked curiously. "The people buried here were experts 10,000 years ago, and the bloodline that runs underground is incomparably strong, indestructible, and possesses a tremendous amount of might. There's a chance that this saber can grow into a connate spirit weapon if it's soaked here." Su Zimo's eyes lit up. With that, he would have two more connate spirit weapons with him, the moon concealment bow and Blood Quencher, apart from the coiling dragon seal and black gold arrows. Unfortunately, the mystic gold silk armor was smashed right after it was repaired. There are way too many experts buried in this cemetery. Dead patriarchs, the blood of emperors. This is an extremely unlucky place. There's nothing to lose if nothing happens to the saber. However, if it can absorb their blood and grow into a connate spirit weapon, it will definitely be incomparably ferocious. The red-headed ghost glared at Blood Quencher coolly and snickered. "Trouble will befall any weakling that lays their hands on this weapon. You should be careful too." In that period of time, the tremendous amount of energy in the spirit water had already spread through Su Zimo's body. He assumed a lotus position and began cultivating with the sutras of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness revolving through his mind. As he breathed, a thick demonic chi spewed out from his mouth. There was no tear on his blood-red inner core, and it had recovered to how it was before. The inner core revolved slowly with a ferocious demonic chi, creating ancient demons around him one after another. Centered among them, Su Zimo's eyes were tightly shut and his body was faintly visible. With a frightening aura, he was akin to the king of demons that looked down at everyone from above. He had relied on that mysterious spirit water for the past 5 years to help his inner core recover. Not only that, his body had turned even more frightening. Even though it was just a bowl of spirit water, the amount of energy it contained was enough to last Su Zimo for an entire month. If he continued cultivating this way, he would definitely attain greater mastery of his inner core in the next 15 years and even have a chance of cultivating to the perfected realm. What's in that spirit water for it to possess such power? In the 5 years, Su Zimo had read many ancient manuals in the sutra chamber, but he could not find anything that fit the description. This was a question that he had asked the red-headed ghost more than once during this period of time. However, each time, the red-headed ghost would look at him oddly with a beguiling smirk without elaborating further. Thereafter, Su Zimo no longer questioned. The night was dark and the round moon hung high above. As the red-headed ghost looked at Su Zimo, a deep hint of envy flashed through the depths of his eyes. This cultivation technique is truly terrifying. The red-headed ghost lamented internally. It was an undeniable fact that humans were born innately weak. However, that demonic cultivation technique could allow a mortal to cultivate his body to such a frightening degree. He could see every single muscle on Su Zimo's body twitch imperceptibly with every single breath he exhaled. His tendons quivered, his bones shook, his blood marrow gushed, and his orifices shone with a divine light that was brighter than stars. With every single breath, he was refining his blood, flesh, tendons, bones, skin, organs, and orifices. The red-headed ghost turned his gaze towards Su Zimo's exposed skin. As Su Zimo's cultivation deepened, the surface of his skin turned coarser. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the surface of his skin was intertwined with intersecting rhombus scars over and over again. However, the scars were so subtle that even Su Zimo did not notice them. When he saw those scars, the red-headed ghost was delighted and could barely conceal his joy. Before long, the night passed. The moment a sliver of daybreak broke out from the horizon, Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and absorbed the demonic chi in his surroundings back into his body. Everything vanished completely in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo opened his eyes with a demonic glint flashing through. The red-headed ghost asked in a seemingly pleased manner, "You've once consumed something from the dragon race, right?" Su Zimo was shocked. The first thing that came to mind was that massive dragon egg. Su Zimo said darkly, "Yes, back in the human emperor's palace. I've consumed a blood-flesh elixir made from the dragon race in order to cultivate a technique left behind by the human emperor." "Just an elixir?" The red-headed ghost raised his brow. After thinking through and deciding that there was nothing to hide, Su Zimo continued, "Before that, I consumed half a dragon egg in a primordial ruin." A spark flickered through the red-headed ghost's eyes briefly. "Heh, you've got quite a bit of guts," the red-headed ghost said with a fake smile and teasing tone. Sensing something amiss, Su Zimo frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing much. I was just asking casually." The red-headed ghost waved it off with an indifferent expression. When Su Zimo could not make out anything from the red-headed ghost's expression, he patted himself and got ready to leave. Hold on. Right then, the red-headed ghost gestured for Su Zimo to sit down and said with a bright grin, "Today, I'm going to teach you something." Although the red-headed ghost was very knowledgeable, he had not taken the initiative to impart anything to Su Zimo during their 5 years of interaction. His sudden mention had Su Zimo intrigued. Right from the beginning, the red-headed ghost had not mentioned anything about his background. As such, Su Zimo was curious to see what the red-headed ghost could do. Su Zimo coughed gently. "Let me say first that I'm not going to learn any puny tricks that you ghosts use." At the mention of ghost, the red-headed ghost's mouth cramped up and he seemed like he was about to get angry. However, on second thought, he chuckled gloatingly. At that moment, the sun had just risen. A sliver of light spilled onto the cemetery and purged away the darkness and spookiness. The red-headed ghost squinted at the rising sun from the corner of his eyes, and a mysterious white glow flashed in his right eye. As time passed by, that light intensified and sunlight gushed into it endlessly, turning his right eye completely white with a bright glow. It was as though the red-headed ghost's right eye had achieved harmony with the blazing sun and fused together with it. Su Zimo glanced casually and was blinded with 2 streams of tears rolling down his face instantly. Alarmed, he closed his eyes immediately and did not dare to look anymore. How scary! His eyes were extremely strong after he cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and cleared both orifices. Back in the ancient battlefield, even when the paragon of Diamond Monastery released his sect's secret skill, Enraged Diamond Gaze, Su Zimo was not affected mentally. But now, his eyes were already dealt with such a blow from a side glance. If he had looked on directly, his eyes would have most likely gone blind. The most frightening thing was that even with his eyes closed, Su Zimo could still sense the power that was given off by the red-headed ghost's right eye. It was extremely tough and radiant. His right eye seemed to have turned into a blazing sun. Beside the red-headed ghost, Su Zimo felt like he could melt and dissipate at any moment. How could this be? A question popped into his mind. An intense scorching yang energy as such was the most effective at countering ghosts, and they would want nothing more than to avoid it. How could the red-headed ghost possess such a method? Could it be that he was not a ghost? Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his right eye. It was as though something was going to fall from his socket. He could not stop it even with his eyes closed. Ah! Su Zimo yelped in pain as his right eye swelled uncontrollably, as though it was about to explode. His body shuddered and finally, he opened his eyes, unable to hold on any longer. His right eye had turned a sinister shade of white as well. It was completely white. It was as though something was floating within and was fused with his right eye. The glow in the red-headed ghost's right eye dissipated as he glared at Su Zimo's right eye intently while nodding. Indeed, the red-headed ghost curled his finger. A jade-white cobblestone that sparkled and glowed fell out from Su Zimo's right eye and hovered in midair. The swelling sensation vanished completely. As though a weight was lifted off his shoulders, Su Zimo fell to the ground and sat limply while panting heavily. This stone. Frowning, Su Zimo recalled something. Back in the cold cesspool of Tsonglang mountain range, he encountered Dao Lord Extreme Fire with his dying breath. At that time, this stone was placed right beside Dao Lord Extreme Fire. According to Dao Lord Extreme Fire, this white stone was retrieved from a ruin, but it could not be stored in a storage bag, and he did not know what purpose it served either. When Su Zimo picked it up, the stone vanished bizarrely. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his mind and almost fainted. Thereafter, a secret skill appeared in his mind, the illumination sword formation. At that time, he had a hunch. It seemed like that stone had burrowed into his body. To think that it would fall out from his right eye now. The red-headed ghost held the white stone with his fingertips and rubbed it gently with a forlorn look, as though he had picked up a treasure. What's that? Su Zimo could not help but ask. Legend has it that in the depths of the universe's void currents, before life was born, everything was chaos. As time passed by, Yin and Yang were created from the chaos. At their extremities, the powers of extreme Yang and extreme Yin gathered endlessly, forming two terrifying existences known as the extreme Yang illumination and extreme Yin nether glow. The red-headed ghost's voice sounded, as though he had passed through time and was describing obscure secrets. The powers of the illumination and nether glow were so frightening that they shrouded the universe and extended through the trichiliocosm. The sun and moon of Tianhuang mainland are created from a trickle of power from the illumination and nether glow. A trickle of power? Su Zimo was shocked. Be it the sun or the moon, the power they contained was something that Su Zimo would never be able to reach given his current cultivation realm. The only way he could cultivate with the essence of the sun and moon was after he cultivated an essence spirit and turned into a fiend demon. The power of the sun and moon was extremely massive and endless. But now, the red-headed ghost was actually saying that the sun and moon above them was merely created by a trickle of power from two frightening entities. The red-headed ghost laughed. The universe void currents are so great that you can't possibly imagine them. There are 1 trillion other entities like Tianhuang mainland. In other words, there's also 1 trillion more of the sun and moon that you're seeing right now. Su Zimo was dumbfounded. Everything that the red-headed ghost said had completely unearthed all his knowledge. After pondering, the red-headed ghost continued. Of course, those are only mystical legends that no one can verify. Or rather, those that can verify them are not in Tianhuang mainland and have already ascended to the upper world. After pausing for a moment, the red-headed ghost looked at Su Zimo deeply. That red-robed woman definitely knows about these things. Su Zimo remained silent. After looking at Su Zimo for a long time, the red-headed ghost closed in. His eyes blazed with the flames of gossip as he asked curiously, "Little monk, what's your relationship with the woman? Why did she help you so much?" After holding it in for 5 years, the red-headed ghost finally popped the question. Su Zimo was stunned. Master and disciple? On the surface, the both of them were like master and disciple. However, Su Zimo had never been taken in as her disciple officially. In the depths of his heart, he did not want to acknowledge them as master and disciple either. Friends, They couldn't be considered as that benefactor? Sort of. That question stumped Su Zimo for a moment. Hurry and tell me. You're killing me. The red-headed ghost scratched his ears and cheeks impatiently. After pondering for a long time, Su Zimo said slowly, She will be my Tao companion. The red-headed ghost shuddered with an agape mouth and his eyes widened massively. Swoosh! The jade-white stone in his hands dropped on the ground at the same time as his jaws. A moment later, he gulped and the way he looked at Su Zimo gradually changed as he praised, Little monk, you've really got guts. Su Zimo pointed at the jade-white stone on the ground and asked, What does that stone has to do with the illumination and nether glow that you mentioned? After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said again, I once obtained a secret skill from that stone, the illumination sword formation. There's no mistake. The red-headed ghost nodded. This should be the legendary illumination stone. Illumination stone? Su Zimo frowned. The red-headed ghost replied, There's different sayings as to where the illumination stone came from and how it was formed. Some people theorize that it was formed from the extreme yang energy of a world, while others think that it's a speck of dust from illumination. However, it's undeniable that the illumination stone is related to the illumination stone. The illumination sword formation that you comprehended should be a secret skill that someone comprehended using the illumination stone. Su Zimo went deep into thought. Indeed, when he released the illumination sword formation, it was like a blazing sun and the sword cheese resembled the rays of the sun as well. The red-headed ghost continued, The secret skill that I'm about to impart you is related to the illumination stone as well. In the past, the person who created this secret skill also comprehended it through the illumination stone. This visual technique. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Visual techniques were also secret techniques used to cultivate one's eyes. It did not matter if they were immortals, Buddhas, or fiends, nor did it matter if they were humans or demons. Dermic formulations to cultivate one's eyes were the rarest types of legacies. That was because for every race, their eyes were the weakest parts of their bodies. For tempering of flesh and blood or refinement of tendons and bones, if any issues cropped up during cultivation, be it whether they were severely injured or their bones and tendons were snapped, everything could be recuperated to a complete recovery as long as it was adjusted in time. However, a mistake in the cultivation of one's eyes would lead to a huge problem, blindness. The eyes were simply way too fragile. For mortals, a single breeze was enough to cause them to close their eyes instinctively. Their eyes would feel discomfort even with a grain of sand inside, let alone endure cultivation. The reason why visual techniques were so rare and precious were because few people would dare to risk their eyes to try and create a secret skill. If any mishaps happened, they would go blind before their secret skills were even created. Although the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was powerful, there was no legacy of a dermic formulation for eye cultivation. The visual techniques spread in the cultivation world had varying strengths and their directions were different as well. The more famous ones were those such as the bewitching eye, enraged diamond gaze, and flaming golden eyes. Cultivators versed in visual techniques were definitely stronger than anyone else of the same cultivation realm in terms of combat strength. That was because visual techniques were instantaneous and were the most difficult to defend against. Although it was a good thing to be able to cultivate a visual technique, there was no joy in Su Zimo's eyes. Red-headed ghost. My golden core is already crippled, and I can't store any spirit energy in my body. How do I cultivate a visual technique? Su Zimo asked with a frown. The red-headed ghost waved it off casually. It's fine. You don't need spirit energy to cultivate this visual technique. There was no need for spirit energy? Su Zimo froze for a moment. At nascent soul realm, cultivators cultivated their essence spirits and could make use of dermic powers to cultivate. However, before that, they had to make use of spirit energy for any spirit art and secret skill. That was where their foundation was. How could there be a secret skill that did not require spirit energy to cultivate? Unless it wasn't a secret skill for humans. For his demonic cultivation, Su Zimo did not require spirit energy as a foundation. Frowning, he asked, What is required to cultivate if not spirit energy? No matter the type of cultivation, energy would not appear out of thin air. Demonic cultivation required the consumption of flesh. Immortality cultivation required the absorption of spirit chi into one's body. The visual technique would definitely have to make use of something to refine both eyes. The red-headed ghost stared at the rising, heating sun not far away and said coolly, "Using that." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and a look of shock spread across his face. Cultivate his eyes by using the blazing sun? Ordinary cultivators are not able to stare at the blazing sun for prolonged periods of time. Although Su Zimo could glare at the sun after clearing his 7 orifices, it would still be akin to setting himself on fire if he wanted to make use of the energy of the blazing sun to cultivate his eyes. Initially, I did not intend on imparting this visual technique to you because the cultivation process is indeed extremely dangerous. A single mistake would cause one of your eyes to go blind. The red-headed ghost picked up the illumination stone and handed it back to Su Zimo. However, I discovered this within you. You have the illumination stone with you. As such, the success rate of cultivating this visual technique will be extremely high and your efforts will be halved. When he heard that, Su Zimo gradually came to a realization. The visual technique was comprehended by an expert of the past using the illumination stone. Now that the illumination stone was in his possession, it would be much easier to cultivate the visual technique with a significant decrease in risk. Su Zimo received the illumination stone. Similar to before, the white cobblestone vanished in his hands once more. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his mind and his right eye turned milky white and sinister. A moment later it returned to normal. The blazing sun above us was formed from a trickle of energy from illumination. By making use of the blazing sun, you can nurture extreme yang energy in your eyes. The red-headed ghost said darkly, "Once released, that energy will be able to incinerate all living beings and destroy everything." In truth, Su Zimo could already imagine the might of the visual technique without the red-headed ghost's elaboration. Normally, demons would have to advance to the nascent soul realm and cultivate their essence spirits before they could absorb the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation purposes. But now he had only just formed his inner core. In other words, it meant that his inner core realm would already be tapping into a higher level of energy. When cultivated to its peak, this visual technique is, hee. The red-headed ghost chuckled oddly. "One of your eyes will turn into a sun." Pest! Su Zimo gasped. There was a blazing sun hidden in his socket. The moment his eye was opened, a blazing sun would appear. Once released, that might be a power that even emperors wouldn't be able to withstand. Immediately after, Su Zimo remembered the doubt he had initially. Since it did not require spirit chi and made use of the sun to cultivate, rather than a human cultivation technique, it seemed more like a dermic formulation of the fiend demons. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, "Red-headed ghost, this visual technique is not a secret skill of humans, right? What do you care for? Are you going to cultivate it even if it's a secret skill of the demons?" The red-headed ghost rolled his eyes and scoffed coldly. "Humph. You're about to cultivate into a true fiend demon yourself anyway. So what are you bothered about?" Su Zimo replied indifferently, "Although I conduct demonic cultivation, I'm not a demon." Hee. The red-headed ghost sneered. "Your human golden core is already crippled and you've only got a demon's inner core left in your body. Who would believe you if you said that you were a human?" Su Zimo remained silent. A moment later, he asked in a seemingly casual manner, "What's the name of this visual technique?" Raising his brow, the red-headed ghost looked at Su Zimo in deep thought. As though he read the latter's intentions, he chuckled. "Let's call it Illumination Eye." Wily fox, Su Zimo cursed internally. He had already sensed vaguely that the red-headed ghost had a strange identity. In reality, he was also trying to deduce something by asking about the name of the visual technique. To think that the red-headed ghost did not let anything slip. Illumination Eye was clearly a name he had just made up. After the red-headed ghost imparted the sutra of the visual technique's secret skill to Su Zimo, he instructed, "Although you have the illumination stone, you have to be careful when you cultivate. The best timings to cultivate are at dawn and dusk. If you cultivate in the afternoon where the power of the sun is at its peak, your eyes won't be able to take it and it will hinder your progress. Su Zimo remembered everything to heart. This was something that he had to be careful about, or it would be too late for regrets if he went blind. A while later, after Su Zimo ensured that he left nothing out, he got up and headed to the front yard. The little fox stood nearby with a dazed gaze and snoozing. "Go on." Su Zimo fondled the little fox's forehead and smiled. The little fox was a demon, and on this day of each month, she would come to the backyard for a bowl of spirit water from the red-headed ghost as well. Initially, she was extremely reluctant and was always scared out of her wits, shivering all over. Su Zimo had to carry her over personally before she gradually adapted. After 5 years, there was something that felt strange to Su Zimo. Even though the little fox had already formed her core, she was unable to take on a human form or speak. Su Zimo merely thought that it was a unique trait of the fox race and did not think too much about it. When she saw Su Zimo return to the front yard, the little fox ran over to the red-headed ghost and propped up her tiny paws. She kowtowed earnestly to the red-headed ghost and actually spoke in human tongue. "Greetings, Senior." The little fox's voice was extremely gentle and charming. Any male living being that heard it would definitely be filled with wild thoughts, and their hearts would pound. However, the red-headed ghost was very calm and nodded. "Why don't you want to take on your human form?" the red-headed ghost asked with a fake smile. The little fox lowered her head and blushed. When the red-headed ghost saw that, he could not help but burst into laughter and teased. "You're afraid that you're going to turn lustful, huh?" The little fox turned even more embarrassed and shook her head repeatedly like a tiny drum. After laughing for a little, the red-headed ghost retracted his smile. "You're thinking that the only way to stay by his side is if you continue taking on this form?" The little fox lowered her head without replying. It was a silent acknowledgement. Of course, that was only part of the reason. The other part was that the little fox was clear that if she took on her human form, she would most likely not be as intimate with Su Zimo. Humans were particular about chastity, and there would always be a barrier between them. Right now, she could burrow into his embrace and do whatever she wanted, be it snooze or be bashful with him. The red-headed ghost pouted his lips and grumbled. Even after that lad joined the Buddhist sect and shaved to become a monk, he's still enjoying such a flourishing love life. I didn't even get to enjoy such treatment in the past. After returning to the courtyard, Su Zimo sat down and gazed at the gradually rising sun far away. At that moment, the sun had just risen and wasn't too blinding. He had to make use of this time to cultivate. He took a deep breath of air and recited the Sutra of Illumination I in his mind while gazing at the sun with his right eye. As time passed by, it seemed like a trickle of light was entering his right eye. His right eye gradually turned while the white pupil looked sinister and emitted a faint glow as it absorbed the sunlight continuously to refine. The temperature of his right eye was steadily climbing. Although it was a little painful, it was still endurable. Su Zimo could clearly feel his right eye fusing into one with the illumination stone. As sunlight entered the illumination stone, the extremely tough energy softened significantly. The damage to his right eye was also reduced to a minimum. From this day forth, apart from his mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness cultivation at night, Su Zimo would also cultivate this visual technique every dawn and dusk. There was still no activity in his dantian. However, Su Zimo did not give up and spent most of his daytime in the sutra chamber, browsing through the ancient books left behind by the 2 great ancient Buddhist monasteries. There were way too many ancient and precious books in the sutra chamber. How frightening was the foundation of 2 super sects. There were not only secret skills but also weapon, elixir, talisman, and formation techniques, as well as many other things that were long lost. For example, in an ancient formation secret technique, there was something known as the spirit lock ancient formation. It was said that when set up, even the essence spirits of nascent souls would be restricted, and they wouldn't be able to use their dharmic powers. There were many other secret skills similar to it. However, Su Zimo was unable to comprehend them because his cultivation realm was not high enough. Days passed by one after another. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. Su Zimo had already spent 10 years at the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley. Evening. He sat on the ground and gazed at the direction of the sunset with the Mingwang prayer beads in his hands. An evening glow shrouded his body and his aura was dignified, like a magnificent Buddha. His right eye shone with a brilliance that could not be ignored. After 10 years, Su Zimo's dantian was still empty like a black hole without a trickle of spirit qi. However, there was no sign of disappointment on his eyes and face. After chanting sutras and paying respect to Buddha for 10 years, Su Zimo gained a tranquil aura. He was neither happy nor sad, unaffected by affection and humiliation, and was almost in a Zen state. This was a sign of someone that was deep in the wisdom of Buddhism. The Sriracha flower was akin to a wisdom root. Su Zimo's attainment in Buddhism deepened by the day. Backyard of the old temple. The old monk sat on a stone step and faced the red-headed ghost in the cemetery. Old monk, there's still no activity in that lad's dantian. I think that there's probability no more hope for him to restart with his immortality cultivation, the red-headed ghost said. How difficult is it for someone to rebuild their foundation after it's destroyed with their dantian crushed? Throughout history, there had been countless paragons and monster incarnates, but none of them succeeded. The old monk sighed gently. However, the lad's comprehension of Buddhism is deepening. If he's able to restart his cultivation, he will be able to attain the true legacy of the Buddhist sections. What nonsense legacy! The red-headed ghost pouted his lips in disdain. Without spirit energy, he won't be able to release the methods of the Buddhist sects even if he knows them. What's the use? If it was up to me, I'd ask him to forget all about recovering his golden core and focus wholeheartedly on his demonic cultivation. Can't you see that even without his golden core, his actual strength now is only stronger than he was 10 years ago? The old monk shook his head. If he gives up on recovering his golden core and continues on his demonic cultivation, the moment he advances to nascent soul realm would be the moment he turns into a fiend demon completely. Isn't that good? The red-headed ghost mumbled. Right then, a spirit light descended outside the old temple. The old monk slanted his head and beckoned, causing a spirit crane to land on his palm. Frowning, he opened the spirit crane and took a look. With a conflicted expression, he sighed gently. The descendant of our old friend is here. I hate the aura on this spirit crane. The red-headed ghost squinted at the spirit crane and barked coldly. Is it him? His descendant. The old monk nodded. The red-headed ghost bolted upright and the chains on his body rattled. Instantly, he turned murderous. The old monk looked at the red-headed ghost. Calm down. No matter what, Daming and Fahua monasteries are indebted to him. Furthermore, it's just a junior that has arrived. What are you getting worked up for? Upon hearing that, the red-headed ghost calmed down temporarily and sat down once more with a terrible expression. It was late at night. The red-headed ghost asked with a frown. What's his descendant here for? To borrow and browse through the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra, the old monk replied. Sneering, the red-headed ghost said, So, he's got his eyes on this number one secret skill of the golden core. It's no wonder why he made the long journey here. The old monk continued, It's just a sutra. If his descendant wants to take a look, he's free to go through all the sutras in the sutra chamber. Aren't you generous? The red-headed ghost pouted and grumbled. Right then, Su Zimo arrived in the backyard, ready to obtain a bowl of spirit water from the red-headed ghost. The old monk put away the spirit crane and turned to leave expressionlessly. The red-headed ghost placed the spirit water in front of him. Thereafter, he laid down with his back facing Su Zimo in silence and brooded. Su Zimo was confused and did not know what tantrum the red-headed ghost was throwing. He did not ask or think more about it. After 10 years, he had some understanding towards the red-headed ghost. There were things that the red-headed ghost would take the initiative to say even if he did not ask. There were also things that the red-headed ghost would not say anything about no matter how he pressed on. Su Zimo reared his head and drank the spirit water before taking a seat to cultivate. Not long after the old monk left the old temple, he returned. There were 2 more people around him. To be precise, one of them was human and the other was a demon. The cultivator at the front looked young and was at golden core realm. He wore purple robes with sharp brows and a defined set of features. With an indifferent expression, he gave off an aura that ruled over everything around him and suppressed all things. The purple-robed cultivator's eyes flickered and everything he passed by turned still, even the air. His mere presence was enough for someone to want to give up entirely. Behind the purple-robed cultivator was a burly man that was more than 2 meters tall and filled with hair from head to toe. His chest was bare. His bones were huge and his eyes gleamed with a scarlet glow. Anyone with a sharp eye would be able to tell that although the burly man had taken on human form, he was still a demon beast. The demonic chi shrouding the burly man was extremely thick and his eyes shimmered constantly. He was definitely not a kind soul. The old temple said, "There's not much rules to this old temple. Other than the backyard where you must not step foot in, you are free to explore the other parts. You can retrieve any sutra that you wish to read as well." The purple-robed cultivator nodded and turned his gaze towards Ming-Zhen. At that moment, Ming-Zhen had just closed the sutra in his hands and was rising. Just as he was about to bow and greet the purple-robed cultivator, the cold voice of the latter sounded. "Hand over that sutra in your hands. Because I want to read." Ming-Zhen froze momentarily. It was rare that there was someone else in the old temple. Even if this person did not say it, Ming-Zhen would pass it to him automatically. But now, the tone of the purple-robed cultivator was truly detestable. It was more like an order. He stood on no courtesy at all. Ming-Zhen could clearly feel that to the purple-robed cultivator, he was just ordering a servant about. Instinctively, Ming-Zhen turned towards the old monk. The old monk sighed internally. After all, this was something between the younger generation. Although the purple-robed cultivator's attitude was unpleasant, it was not in his place to lecture the former. The old monk did not wish to interfere as long as both parties were not at one another's necks. The old monk returned to the majestic grand hall and closed his doors after leading the purple-robed cultivator into the old temple. "Monk, are you deaf? My master wants to read that sutra in your hands. What are you waiting for?" The hairy burly man behind the purple-robed cultivator hollered. Ming-Zhen frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he handed the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra in his hands over. The purple-robed cultivator received it with an indifferent expression without even glancing at Ming-Zhen. It was as though everything was only right. Ming-Zhen was not bothered by it and merely smiled before turning to pick up another sutra to read. Right then, the doors of the sutra chamber were pushed open with a loud creak. A furry little thing walked out with fiery red fur that made it look like a ball of flames. It was the little fox who had just woken up. She yawned repeatedly and raised her tiny paws to rub her sleepy eyes. With a charmingly naive look, she nearly stumbled over the step of the sutra chamber entrance. Ming-Zhen smiled. The purple-robed cultivator seemed oblivious to it as his attention was focused entirely on the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra in his hands. The more he read, the brighter his eyes lit up. When the hairy burly man behind him caught sight of the little fox, his eyes widened. The little fox shuddered and woke up. Grinning, the hairy burly man said, "Master, there's a fox chick here. I'm going to take her with me." "Yes," the purple-robed cultivator replied. "Ha ha ha ha." The hairy burly man's eyes lit up with a vile glint as he closed in on the little fox while smirking. "Little thing, where are you trying to hide?" He got even more excited when he looked at the little fox who was retreating continuously with a frightful expression. Swash! Suddenly, the hairy burly man felt his vision blur and another person appeared. Ming-Zhen's palms were clasped together as he said with a deep voice, "Patron, please stop." The hairy burly man was overwhelmed by lust when his path forward was obstructed. Instantly, his expression turned extremely nasty and his eyes were filled with anger. "This fox chick is your Tao companion?" "No." Ming-Zhen shook his head. "She's your spirit beast?" The hairy burly man asked again. "No." Ming-Zhen shook his head. The hairy burly man straightened himself like a rod and glared down at Ming-Zhen with a domineering aura, sneering. "Then why aren't you getting lost? No, this time round. Ming Zhen did not step back, and his tone was resolute and unquestionable. Monk, how strong are you to want to stand in my way? The hairy burly man extended his palm, and his fingernails shone with a cold gleam as he reached for Ming Zhen's head. If his attack landed, 5 bloody holes would appear on Ming Zhen's head immediately. OM! Without retreating or dodging, Ming Zhen chanted Sanskrit. Roar! The moment Ming Zhen recited his Sanskrit, the hairy burly man roared as well. In that instant, the entire world shook and the weather changed. That single roar disrupted Ming Zhen's damning mantra right away. The hairy burly man was frighteningly strong. With nowhere to retreat against the hairy burly man's descending palm, spirit energy surged out from Ming Zhen's fingernails and formed a lotus to receive the attack. Boom! The hairy burly man's palm collided against the lotus flower. There was a momentary pause. Instantly, the lotus flower shattered. Ming Zhen grunted dully and staggered 3 steps in retreat. Boom! Before he could react, the hairy burly man's fist descended once more like a gigantic hammer, pummeling so violent that the void exploded. A hesitant look flashed through Ming Zhen's eyes. Right now, the most effective method would be to release a golden core phenomenon. However, the release of a golden core phenomenon was also a message to fight to the death. At the end of the day, these 2 people were brought to the monastery by his master personally. Was he really going to fight them to the death with a golden core phenomenon? In that delay, the fist of the hairy burly man had already arrived before him. Ming Zhen could only channel his bloodline and prop up both arms to defend hastily as his golden core circulated with its full might. Bang! Sent flying by the hairy burly man's fist, Ming Zhen rolled a couple of times on the ground in a wretched manner. Hee! The hairy burly man charged forward with a ferocious glint in his eyes, barking coldly. How dare you stand in my way with such puny strength? Don't go overboard. Suddenly, another voice sounded from the courtyard. It was calm and tranquil, as though it had a mysterious magic that could make anyone lay down their weapons. Even when the hairy burly man engaged in a conflict with Ming Zhen, the purple-robed cultivator did not raise his head once. He had a calm expression and stayed out of things completely. It was as though everything was not important for him. In the eyes of the purple-robed cultivator, there was only the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra in his hands. However, the instant the voice rang, he frowned. This was the first time he had expressed emotions ever since he entered the old temple. After a moment of delay, the purple-robed cultivator raised his head slowly towards the voice. Unknowingly, another monk had appeared in the courtyard. Dressed in gray monk robes, he had refined features and a calm expression. His eyes shone with a clear glow, as though he could peer through all the wisdom in the universe. The moment the purple-robed cultivator caught sight of the gray-robed monk, he frowned again. His pupils constricted sinisterly. The gray-robed monk looked at him as well. Both their gazes met in midair. The purple-robed cultivator's lips curled with a playful look in his eyes. With an unchanged expression, the gray-robed monk walked to Ming Zhen and helped the latter up, patting away the dust on his body gently. Ming Zhen wiped away fresh blood from the corner of his lips and whispered, "Be careful, junior brother. This demon beast is extremely strong." The gray-robed monk was Su Zimo, who had arrived from the backyard. The instant he stepped foot into the courtyard, he saw the purple-robed cultivator. Or rather, this purple-robed cultivator would have been the first person he saw even if there were 10,000 people around. Nobody could ignore him at all. Su Zimo sensed an extreme sense of danger from the purple-robed cultivator. The instant he caught sight of this man, he felt his hairs stand on end. The only reason why he did not reveal any openings was because he had cultivated Zen and Buddhism for 10 years and had a firm mental state. Although they had not fought, Su Zimo was certain that this was the strongest golden core he ever encountered. This man was much scarier compared to Wuxia, whom he met 10 years ago. In fact, Su Zimo had a feeling that he would have definitely been defeated if he met this person 10 years ago. He would not be a match for this man even if he used all his trump cards and turned into his demon form. The purple-robed cultivator merely glanced once indifferently at Su Zimo before lowering his head, to continue browsing the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra. That single glance was a clear warning. The hairy, burly man beside him shrugged. The voice of the gray-robed monk before him seemed to have a mysterious energy that could purge away the hate in his heart, allowing him to calm down subconsciously. Uncanny! The hairy, burly man roared from the depths of his throat. Monk, you want to interfere as well? The hairy, burly man glared at Su Zimo fiercely and twisted his muscular neck with crackling sounds. Su Zimo did not even look at him. His gaze was still locked on the purple-robed cultivator as he smiled and asked, "Patron, your pet spirit beast is hurting others and throwing a tantrum here. Aren't you going to discipline it?" The purple-robed cultivator continued reading the sutra in his hands obliviously without even looking up. Ha 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 ha! The hairy, burly man roared in wild laughter. "Stinky monk, you're trying to provoke my master? You really don't know what's good for you." When Su Zimo saw the purple-robed cultivator's nonchalance, he stopped smiling and said calmly, "Patron, since you choose to remain silent, I'm sorry." Instantly, the old temple went silent. It was as though air had gone stale. "I'll discipline it for you." By the time the first word, "I'll," was said, Su Zimo had already vanished from the spot. At the second word, "discipline," Su Zimo had already arrived in front of the hairy, burly man and stomped furiously on the ground, causing the world to quake with a boom. Even Ming Zhan, who was not directly involved, felt his legs wobble and shuddered for a brief moment uncontrollably, let alone the hairy, burly man who was facing it directly. It was even worse for the little fox whose fragile and weak body bounced from the ground instantly. The hairy, burly man's expression changed. This was way too ferocious. Earlier on, he faced a calm, smiling monk. In the blink of an eye, it was like an ancient demon that was about to devour others. An overwhelming aura shrouded him. The hairy, burly man felt his chest go stuffy and was unable to breathe. Although the monk looked shorter than him, he felt like he was trampled by the monk in terms of aura. At the third word, Su Zimo extended his massive palm and his flesh expanded, blanketing the skies as it descended. There was a terrifying aura as though all living beings were about to be suppressed by his palm. Although there was no spirit energy, that hand seal was the first form of the demon-subduing seal. It was an innate counter to demon beasts. "Ah!" The hairy, burly man roared in rage and the blood chi in his body rumbled. Baring his menacing fangs, he crossed his muscular arms and propped it upwards in defense. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The aura between the two of them was chaotic. The moment they made contact, the expression of the hairy, burly man changed and he felt a terrible pain in his arms, as though they were about to snap. Although Su Zimo was only using one hand, the hairy, burly man felt an apocalyptic power surging through like the crush of a tidal wave. It was unstoppable. 4. At that moment, Su Zimo had just said the fourth word. The hairy, burly man's inner core circulated wildly, and his demonic chi burst forth. All his tendons and bones rang and his fur and flesh expanded rapidly. His body was transforming swiftly as he revealed a menacing expression. Unable to withstand it, the hairy, burly man's reaction was extremely fast and he revealed his true form immediately. Although demon beasts could take on human form after they formed a core, they could only release their true strength upon returning to their true form. The rise in combat strength would be at least 30%. "It's a Tao Wu." Ming Zhan could not help but exclaim softly in surprise when he saw the hairy, burly man's true form. The Tao Wu was one of the primordial ferocious beasts. There were many types of demon beasts and their strength was mostly determined by their bloodlines. Among them, pure-blooded ferocious beasts were the strongest. However, even among pure-blooded ferocious beasts, there were stronger and weaker ones. The Tao Wu was among the strongest and most terrifying of the pure-blooded ferocious beasts with immense strength. In the primordial era, they reigned domineeringly in Tianhuang mainland and were extremely violent. At this phase, the true form of a Tao Wu was at least 100 feet tall. But now, against Su Zimo's blanketing palm, the Tao Wu's body looked like it was suppressed by a gigantic mountain and could not grow more than 10 feet. Finally, the Tao Wu panicked. It realized that the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. Even with his true form, he could not fight this monk before him head-on. You! Su Zimo's final word was spoken. Snap! Against the suppression of the terrifying strength, the Tao Wu's arms were crushed by Su Zimo's palm. Su Zimo's palm descended upon the Tao Wu's head and pushed down fiercely. Boom! Su Zimo pushed against the Tao Wu's head and thrust it into the ground. Instantly, a big hole caved into the ground with fresh blood splattering everywhere. The Tao Wu's face was messed up with flesh and blood. I'll discipline it for you. Although the entire process seemed slow right from the moment Su Zimo moved till the Tao Wu's head was buried, in reality, all it took was a single sentence. By the time Su Zimo's final word was spoken, the Tao Wu was already unconscious. 10 years of dormancy. Su Zimo had focused wholeheartedly on Buddhism, and his violent streak had diminished significantly while his mental state had turned much calmer. That was the reason why he did not strike directly even after witnessing the Tao Wu bully the little fox and injure Mingzhen. However, he was Su Zimo after all. Decisive to kill. Since he was going to attack, he was definitely not going to hesitate. He suppressed with a thunderous might that could not be resisted. He was an unparalleled saber with extreme edge. The moment he was unsheathed, a hole would be punctured through the firmaments. He's not dead yet. Su Zimo frowned when he sensed life from within the Tao Wu's body after thrusting the latter's head into the ground. This ferocious beast was truly frightening. Notwithstanding its tremendous strength, even its body was extremely tough. Despite the impact where even its face was contorted, it was still not dead. Su Zimo remained silent and exerted strength in his fingers with the intention of crushing the Tao Wu's head. All of a sudden, a sense of danger rang in Su Zimo's mind. He felt an extremely dangerous aura. Su Zimo turned around instinctively. Not far away, the purple-robed cultivator had already raised his head and was glaring at him intently. The purple-robed cultivator's expression was cold, and there was an icy intent in his gaze. The purple-robed cultivator had not moved at all. With one hand behind his back, he held up the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra with his other hand and did not seem like he intended to attack. However, Su Zimo felt chills run down his spine. The purple-robed cultivator's pupils were constricting. Initially, the constriction of one's pupils was a natural instinct. No matter the race, when one was agitated, terrified, or hostile, their pupils would constrict. However, a normal constriction would cause the round pupil to shrink until it became a hole the size of a needle. Yet, the purple-robed cultivator's pupils seemed like they were round moons being devoured. The entire process resembled an eclipse. Eventually, 2 crescent moons were sinisterly reflected in the purple-robed cultivator's eyes. When he saw those pupils, Mingzhen's expression changed starkly. 2 words flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Eclipse Eye. Eclipse Eye was one of the most notorious visual techniques of the cultivation world and had roots that traced back to the primordial era. Although this visual technique was extremely strong, its cultivation process was also extremely dangerous. Throughout history, only a rare few, less than 1 in 10,000 people, managed to cultivate it successfully. Most of the others cultivated themselves into blindness. Now, even if any cultivators came across the cultivation technique of Eclipse Eye by accident, they wouldn't dare to cultivate it either. To think that this purple-robed cultivator would have cultivated that visual technique. To begin with, there were few people who could cultivate visual techniques. There were even less that could cultivate Eclipse Eye. Not only must they be peerless paragons, they must even possess immense confidence in themselves. When he noticed the changes in the purple-robed cultivator's pupils, Su Zimo realized that this was definitely not a weakling in Tianhuang mainland. 2 cold beams of light streaked through the purple-robed cultivator's eyes. The next moment, his pupils returned to normal. However, those 2 beams of light arrived before Su Zimo swiftly and silently, like 2 extremely sharp crescent sabers. To Mingzhen and the little fox, it looked like the void between Su Zimo and the purple-robed cultivator was a silk cloth that was sliced by the 2 cold beams of light. The temperature of the entire courtyard dipped massively. Watch out! Mingzhen only had enough time to exclaim. All of a sudden, a change happened. A bedazzling radiance burst forth in that eerie courtyard that was shrouded by the night skies. It was as though a blazing sun had descended here with a blinding shine. Illumination eye. Su Zimo's right eye was white as jade without any impurities. The light that was released from his right eye illuminated the old temple like daylight. Suddenly, a burning column of light burst forth from Su Zimo's right eye and collided fiercely against the two cold incoming beams of light. Although the two vastly different energies collided, it was silent. The spirit energy between the both of them evaporated into thin air completely. In Mingzhen and the little fox's eyes, it was as though the void between Su Zimo and the purple-robed cultivator had distorted and was collapsing. The might released by two top-tier visual techniques caused everyone's visions to be impacted severely. Thud, thud, thud. Su Zimo staggered 3 steps in retreat and the light in his right eye dissipated. Eventually, he was at the losing end of this visual technique fight. Even so, he was not injured. When a cold wave penetrated his right eye, it was diffused by the illumination stone right away. Su Zimo was rather calm. However, the purple-robed cultivator was shocked. He did not know what visual technique this monk had cultivated such that it could go against his eclipse eye. He had cultivated eclipse eye for more than 100 years. Yet, how old was this gray-robed monk before him? He looked to be younger than 40. Even if this person had cultivated the visual technique when he was in his mother's womb, it would only be less than 50 years at most. However, with the 40-years-old visual technique, the other party merely stumbled back 3 steps after a head-on collision with his eclipse eye that he had cultivated for more than 100 years. There was something even more bizarre. He could not sense any spirit energy within the gray-robed monk's body. What was the background of that gray-robed monk? The gleam in the purple-robed cultivator's eyes intensified with a joy that resembled the way a predator watched its prey. In a flash, the purple-robed cultivator had already arrived before Su Zimo. It was too fast. His speed burst had already surpassed the limits of Su Zimo's visual capabilities. How strong! With no time to think, Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and chanted Sanskrit. Om! The void trembled and the sound reverberated through the world. The purple-robed cultivator's figure paused for a moment as his ears twitched and closed in towards his face creepily. It was equivalent to muting the outside world. He had decreased the impact of the damning mantra to its lowest. Upon noticing that, Su Zimo squinted with a grim expression. This purple-robed cultivator was much scarier than he had imagined. Even though it was just a simple act, Su Zimo knew clearly in his heart that it was extremely difficult to do it. It was a sign that he had complete mastery over every single fiber of muscle on his body. Splash! The purple-robed cultivator's bloodline surged with the sound of a tsunami. Tsunami blood. This purple-robed cultivator had also cultivated to the realm of tsunami blood. At that moment, Su Zimo turned calm instead. When he saw that the purple-robed cultivator could shut his ears at will, he had already guessed that this man may have cultivated to the tsunami blood realm. The purple-robed cultivator had a domineering aura and swung his arms like a steel whip, crushing down onto Su Zimo's head viciously. An evil gust of wind howled. A tragic aura shrouded the air. Splash! Su Zimo's body echoed with the same sound of tsunami. In the eyes of Mingzhen and the little fox, the fight between these two was like a collision between two oceans where each threatened to devour the other. Their bloodlines were way too terrifying. Su Zimo's body bent over and one of his knees seemed to buckle as he propped up both hands. It looked like he was bowing down in submission to the purple-robed cultivator and delivering an immortal fruit. Compared to the descent of the purple-robed cultivator's steel whip, Su Zimo's stance looked ordinary without any aura. However, the purple-robed cultivator's expression changed starkly. He had sensed an immense killing intent. Bang! His right arm collided against Su Zimo's palms. The collision of their flesh did not have any shockwave. Instead, it was dull and solid. Prior to this, any cultivator that met with this attack would be severely injured with their bones and tendons snapped even if they did not die. But now, Not only has the purple-robed cultivator failed to suppress Su Zimo with that slam, he even felt his arm being repelled with a massive opening revealed at his chest area. For most cultivators, that was an almost instantaneous opening that was difficult for them to capitalize on. However, the purple-robed cultivator's opponent was Su Zimo, with a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. He flung away the purple-robed cultivator's arm. Su Zimo's motion did not stop at all, and that initially bent-over body of his spread open all of a sudden. Crackle! His tendons moved and his bones shook. Boom! His foot stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to quake. With the repulsion force, Su Zimo reached out with a pair of defined arms with muscles that were knotted together with a metallic luster. His fingers opened up and he reached out for the purple-robed cultivator's shoulders. At the same time, Su Zimo buckled his knees and thrust. His entire body was like a divine steed that was galloping over with a ferocious momentum. After sanguine apefruit offering, he made use of the rebound strength of his body, as well as the flexibility of his tendons to release plow heaven stride and shift the momentum to his side to follow up with divine steed dismemberment. The entire process was fluid as water without any sluggishness. Instantly, an extremely tragic aura was released with that charge. Even if a pure-blooded ferocious beast stood in his way, Su Zimo would be able to ram it into pieces. Divine steed dismemberment was the most brutal stance of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Apart from that ram, Su Zimo's arms were also executing another killing move. If he managed to lock onto the purple-robed cultivator's shoulders, they would be ripped off immediately. Initially, the purple-robed cultivator had the advantage. However, after Su Zimo's sanguine apefruit offering was defended, he revealed an opening that caused the tables to turn. The purple-robed cultivator's expression changed slightly at the sight of Su Zimo charging over. He gripped his fists and the joint of his middle finger protruded slightly as he thrust towards Su Zimo's palms. At the same time, the purple-robed cultivator leaned back and raised his feet to defend against Su Zimo's knee. Piak, piak. Their fists and palms met and they shuddered. Bang! Immediately after, Su Zimo's knee rammed against the purple-robed cultivator's foot viciously. The purple-robed cultivator fell backwards with the momentum with a light motion as though he was floating, gliding slowly to the back. The toughness of divine steed dismemberment was countered by the purple-robed cultivator's gentleness. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had been in countless battles. However, he had never encountered anyone who could match him in melee combat. The purple-robed cultivator before him was the first. The purple-robed cultivator floated in midair and after a slight pause, he lunged forward once more with a killing intent in his eyes. Boom! The purple-robed cultivator threw a punch. A resounding bang echoed in the air. The purple-robed cultivator's black hair spread apart and his eyes shone brightly, as though he was about to fuse with the environment. That punch possessed the force of the universe and was invincible. Splash! Su Zimo did not avoid or retreat and allowed his bloodline to rumble within his body. His momentum had already climbed to its peak. Melee combat was the most dangerous. A single mistake could lead to death on the spot. Even against that seemingly invincible punch of the purple-robed cultivator, Su Zimo did not choose to retreat and the fierceness in his eyes flashed with a soaring battle intent. Ha! Su Zimo started with a roar and strode forward against the tremendous pressure. As he swung his arm, the green veins on it pulsated and his fist expanded to twice its size. His fist was like a gigantic green-black seal that was descending from the skies. Both their gazes were resolute and unshakable. Boom! Their fists collided against one another. The entire void went still. Ming-Zhen and the little fox heard a jarring sound in their ears. Both men had fractures in their fists. Both parties suffered losses. The purple-robed cultivator narrowed his eyes with the flames of rage burning in them. In all these years, there had never been another cultivator of the same realm who could injure him. He hadn't expected himself to get injured in this dilapidated and unassuming old temple. Su Zimo was expressionless. He had not expected to suppress the purple-robed cultivator with that punch to begin with. After the punch, Su Zimo's palm went soft as though it had no strength and landed on the purple-robed cultivator's arm like a flexible bull's tongue. The purple-robed cultivator was alarmed and felt his scalp prickle. Boom! Without thinking twice, the spirit energy within his body surged and converged into his arm. Su Zimo's palm coiled, trembled and yanked. Shing! The purple-robed cultivator's robes were torn entirely, turning into pieces of cloth that floated in midair. Both of them repelled instantly upon contact. Although the purple-robed cultivator's arm was perfectly fine, it trembled slightly as though it had endured a massive impact. Fortunately, he had reacted fast enough and channeled both his bloodline and spirit energy. Otherwise, his arm would have very likely been snapped with that attack. You are courting death. The purple-robed cultivator's expression darkened instantly as he glared at Su Zimo, saying slowly. His entire aura changed all of a sudden, and a shuddering energy shockwave surrounded him. It was a golden core phenomenon. Although Su Zimo had no spirit energy, he was extremely sharp towards the power of phenomenons. It was clear that the purple-robed cultivator no longer wanted to waste time with Su Zimo after suffering a slight loss. He was prepared to use his golden core phenomenon to kill the latter. Su Zimo had a calm expression. If the purple-robed cultivator released his golden core phenomenon, it would mean that there was no way to return and the two of them were going to fight to their deaths. At that time, he would not require any reservations and would circulate his inner core to fight with his demon form. Su Zimo's combat strength would increase in his demon form. However, even then, he was not confident that he would be able to suppress this purple-robed cultivator. This person's golden core phenomenon was frightening and could very well exceed his imagination. Junior brother, don't fret. I'll help you. Right then, Ming Zhen braved the mighty force field between the two of them and arrived beside Su Zimo. His eyes were clear and a terrifying energy fluctuation shrouded him as well. Ming Zhen knew about Su Zimo's dantian and knew that the latter couldn't conjure a golden core phenomenon because he had no spirit energy. As such, he rushed over, intending to help Su Zimo defend against the golden core phenomenon of the purple-robed cultivator. The purple-robed cultivator's gaze shone brightly as he focused his attention on Ming Zhen. Su Zimo glanced slightly sideways as well. A pristine jade flower bud appeared behind Ming Zhen, pure, flawless and dotted with dew. The flower bud swayed gently with a mysterious glow that purged away the darkness, as though it could cleanse every single bit of evil in this world. The green flower bud was going to blossom at any moment. World-cleansing green lotus. The legendary and lost world-cleansing green lotus was actually at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and was now coming from this unassuming little monk. Before the world-cleansing green lotus was lost, it was ranked relatively high on the phenomenon ranking. The ancient green lotus swayed with a bright glow and could cleanse all the sins in the world. This was a top 10 ranking phenomenon. In reality, be it in terms of cultivation realm, mastery of spirit arts and secret skills or strength, Ming Zhen was not weak. In fact, he was much stronger than most of the paragons that Su Zimo had seen before. However, what Ming Zhen lacked was the experience of engaging a powerful foe in a death bout. He spent his days cultivating at the bottom of the valley isolated from the rest of the world and did not have the chance to fight with others, let alone experience the brink of death. The combat strength that was commonly referred to was in reality not the actual strength of the cultivator, but the amount of strength they could produce. If someone could only unleash 30% of his actual strength, his combat strength would also merely just be 30%. In reality, Ming Zhen's strength was enough to suppress the Tao Wu. However, he was the one injured in the fight against the Tao Wu. This was the reason behind it. Amitabha. The doors of the Grand Hall were pushed open accompanied by a Buddhist proclamation as an old monk with long brows that fell from both sides of his face walked forth. He had hazy eyes and said gently, Ming Zhen, these are guests from afar. Remove your phenomenon. Ming Zhen nodded. The ferociousness in Su Zimo's eyes faded as well. Since the old monk had shown himself, both of them were not going to fight anymore. The old monk turned his sights towards the purple-robed cultivator. Patron, although you are our guest, you've got to be orderly. You are free to browse through the sutras here. However, if you insist on fighting, I'll have to invite you to leave. The implications of his sentence were heavy. In other words, he was warning the purple-robed cultivator to behave himself. Given the seniority of the old monk, there was naturally no way he would lay his hands on the purple-robed cultivator. However, if the purple-robed cultivator went overboard, the old monk would not hesitate to have him leave as well. The purple-robed cultivator sneered, "Reverend, it's fine if you want to protect these two disciples of yours. However, I've got something to ask you. Can you protect them for the rest of their lives? This man injured my spirit beast." The purple-robed cultivator pointed to Su Zimo, who was not far away, with a cold expression, and said coolly, "You can protect him today. However, I'd advise you to keep him in the valley. He had better spend his entire life hiding at the bottom of this dragon burial valley. If I come across him outside, I'll have him hand over his head." The fact that the purple-robed cultivator made this remark in the face of the old monk was proof of his confidence. The old monk remained silent. Mingzhen could not hold it in and refuted. "Your spirit beast was the one that provoked us first and wanted to take the little fox away. How can you be so self-righteous when you were the one in the wrong? Aren't you unreasonable? You want to talk about reason?" The purple-robed cultivator sneered once more. "Little monk, your naive attitude is sure interesting. This is a world where the strongest survive. If you aren't strong enough, you deserve to be killed. That's the simplest reason ever." Although Mingzhen could not understand those words, Su Zimo could. Strictly speaking, that was indeed the cruelty of the cultivation world. Given Mingzhen's current state, even with his capabilities, he won't be able to survive long upon leaving the Dragon Burial Valley. "Oh, right." As though he suddenly recalled something, the purple-robed cultivator looked at Su Zimo and smiled faintly. "The intermediate ancient battlefield is going to open up in 10 years' time. Don't ever head there, or you're going to die inside." Su Zimo's expression was indifferent. He did not care about the purple-robed cultivator's threat at all. At this moment, he was not confident of suppressing the purple-robed cultivator even if he was in his demon form. However, Su Zimo firmly believed that he would become even scarier 10 years later. He would have been dormant for 20 years by then. He was convinced that nobody would be able to stop him the moment he stepped out of the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Not even this purple-robed cultivator before him could stop him. Due to the appearance of the old monk, even though there was still hostility between the purple-robed cultivator and Su Zimo, there were no longer any clashes. The purple-robed cultivator had a lot of elixirs with him. Within a couple of days, he saved the Tao Wu whose life was hanging on a thread. After the Tao Wu woke up, the way it looked at Su Zimo changed. There was a hint of avoidance and fear in its eyes. For the following month, the purple-robed cultivator did not leave. He merely browsed through the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra day and night. After a month, he rose and brought the Tao Wu along with him to leave the old temple. At the same time, the old monk approached Su Zimo. He was direct and got straight to the point. "Are you intending to enter the ancient battlefield 10 years later?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and did not lie. Given his cultivation realm, and under the circumstances where he wanted to take his elder brother, Su Hong, with him to leave the North region, that was the best solution. The old monk continued, "All right, I'll make a move personally to open up a teleportation spot to the ancient battlefield 10 years later to send you and Mingzhen in." It required the combined strength of 5 void reversions to open up a teleportation spot to the elementary ancient battlefield. The temporal space in the intermediate ancient battlefield was much stabler. To open up a connection point, the required strength would be greater, and one had to be at least a Dharma characteristic. "Senior brother Mingzhen." Su Zimo frowned and hesitated to speak. Although Mingzhen was not weak, he had way too little experience in combat techniques. The ancient battlefield was filled with bloodshed and massacres, and was even crueler than the cultivation world. There was a high chance that Mingzhen might die if he entered the ancient battlefield. The old monk could tell of Su Zimo's worries. Therefore, I want you to help him. There's still 10 more years. Try and think of a way to help him grow as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled how Dai Yu cast him into the Tsonglang mountain range and could not help but smile. It's simple, Su Zimo said. We'll cast him into the depths of the palace and fight to his limits with the otherworldly soldiers under the pretext that he must not use his golden core phenomenon. A true growth will only be achieved through a life and death experience. The both of them chatted for a little more, and the old monk instructed. If you encounter that purple-robed cultivator in the ancient battlefield, you must be careful and try your best to avoid him. Su Zimo frowned and could not help but ask, just who is he exactly? He's the number 1 paragon of Chaos Essence Sect and is undefeated across the same realm, the old monk said. It's said that he was already invincible through the Golden Core realm when he was in his 30s. If things go smoothly, he will definitely be a titular disciple once he reaches Void Reversion realm. What's his name? Su Zimo asked again. Di'in, the old monk replied. Su Zimo raised his brow. It was a strange name that he seemed to have heard before. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo's eyes flashed as he said word by word. The number 1 perfected being of Tianhuang mainland who cultivated the Chaos Ocean. Di'in. That's right. The old monk nodded. 100 years ago, that lad relied on Chaos Ocean to overwhelm all his foes in the ancient battlefield and arrive at the top of the phenomenon ranking. It was no wonder. Su Zimo heaved a long sigh of relief. That was the reason why this person could fight him to such an extent in melee combat. It was because he was the number 1 perfected being of Tianhuang mainland who had managed to cultivate the golden core phenomenon of the human emperor's legacy, Chaos Ocean. Curiously, Su Zimo asked again, since he's already at the top of the phenomenon ranking, why is he still going to enter the ancient battlefield 10 years later? A rough calculation would put Diyin's age at around 130 years old. The old monk explained, against the 500 years lifespan of golden cores, he's considered young in his hundreds. As long as his lifespan allows and the timing is right, he can enter the ancient battlefield. After all, there are way too many treasures and opportunities inside which have all been passed down from the ancient era. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked again. He was already the number 1 of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago. Why does he still choose to remain in the Golden Core realm? That's the frightening aspect of this lad. The old monk said, there's nothing much to continuous breakthroughs. If one can pause in their tracks at a certain juncture to consolidate their past, they will be able to truly solidify their foundation and reach the true realm of harmony by becoming one with the universe. He was already the number 1 perfected being of Tianhuang mainland 100 years ago. I'm sure nobody is going to be his match 100 years later. If you encounter him once more, you must be extremely cautious. The bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley was isolated from the outside world. Day in and out, the old temple sat there silently, distant and dilapidated. It seemed like there was nothing different about it than before. The only difference was that there was now another young monk with refined features. There was also another quirky little fox. Each morning, the young monk would gaze at the rising sun. At dusk, he would gaze at the setting sun. It was the same every day without any breaks in between. The eyes of the young monk turned increasingly brighter. Of course, for the most part of the day, the young monk would choose to browse through sutras and comprehend Zen and the Tao in the sutra chamber. Against a green lantern and ancient Buddha statue, he sat on a praying mat with a sutra gently propped on his hand with a calm expression and in a tranquil state. Beside him, a red little fox squatted quietly without moving. At night, the young monk would head to the backyard of the old temple. In the eerie cemetery, the sounds of dragons, tigers, and endless beasts roaring would sound till daybreak before subsiding. Day after day, year after year. In the blink of an eye, 20 years passed. Time did not seem to leave any scars on the monk's face. However, his dantian was still empty without a trickle of spirit energy. After all these years, the young monk no longer tried to cultivate intentionally. Instead, he recited sutras and strolled every day in a leisurely manner. As time passed by, he gained a unique aura around him. It was indescribable. It was as though the young monk had reached the realm of fusing with nature. He looked like an extremely ordinary monk at a single glance. However, upon closer inspection, he was like an unsolvable mystery. Yet another night passed. Cemetery in the backyard of the old temple. At dawn, the young monk opened his eyes slowly and tidied his attire. Bowing to a red-headed burly man not far before him, he said, "Thank you for your care for more than 20 years. Naturally, the young monk was Su Zimo. In all these years, this was the first time Su Zimo had spoken to the red-headed ghost in such a proper manner, as well as thanked the latter with such courtesy. Sensing something, the red-headed ghost raised his brow and asked, "You're going to leave?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. "Yes." The red-headed ghost replied distractedly. When Su Zimo's figure was about to vanish from the backyard, the voice of the red-headed ghost sounded once more. "Be careful out there." Touched, Su Zimo nodded his head. It was still early. Ming Zhen was still asleep. The doors of the grand hall were tightly shut and the old monk was not out. Su Zimo intended to wait a little more outside. Suddenly, his ears twitched and he heard intermittent calls. "Great! Great! Monk!" The voice came from outside the old temple above the Dragon Burial Valley. The only person who would call him that was Demoness G. For some reason, Su Zimo felt his heart palpitate, as though he could sense that something big was about to happen. In his past 20 years of studying Buddhism and Zen, he had never experienced such emotional fluctuation. Su Zimo pushed the doors open and meandered forward with the valley. Before long, Demoness G's voice sounded once more. "Great monk! Where are you? Hurry and come out. Mr. Su's not going to make it." Su Zimo's footsteps came to a gradual stop. He froze on the spot with a lost gaze as his mouth dropped agape slightly. There was only a single sentence repeating itself in his mind. "Mr. Su's not going to make it. Brother," Su Zimo murmured. His first reaction was disbelief. How was that possible? Even after 20 years, Su Hong was only now in his 60s. How was this possible? However, the next moment, Su Zimo realized that even though Demoness G loved to joke, there was no way she would lie about something like this. His elder brother was truly not going to make it. More than 10 years ago, Xianxia had already mentioned that Su Hong was not in a good condition. That was the reason why Su Zimo decided that he was going to take Su Hong with him to leave the North region after the intermediate ancient battlefield opened up. To think that, after 20 years of studying the Tao of Buddhism and Zen, Su Zimo had initially thought that he had already let go of many things including life and death. To think that the instant he heard this piece of news, his heart felt a piercing pain. It was extremely, extremely painful. At the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, Su Zimo leaned against the ice-cold wall of the cliff and slid down weakly to the ground. There was an indescribable misery flooding in the depths of his eyes. In a flash, Su Zimo recalled many things. He recalled the rivers of blood and mountains of corpses on that night dozens of years ago in the house of Lord Wooding in Yen country. A young man less than 20 years old protected 2 young children and escaped from the capital with all his might relying only on his guts. Although there was a savage slash on his face that nearly cut his head into 2, the young man did not care at all. After dozens of years, the 2 young children had already grown up. As for that young man of the past, he gradually turned old instead. He had already gained a lot of white hair by the time he was in his 30s. That initially upright body of his had curved significantly as well. With his firm shoulders, that young man carried the burden of everything and protected the 2 young children, allowing them to enjoy a peaceful and beautiful life. It was the same way he had charged out of the capital with them under his lead more than 10 years ago. He feared nothing. The young man of the past reigned the world with his sword. More than 10 years later, his sword no longer had that edge and he was much more restrained and mature. The only thing that did not change was his heart that cared for the world and worried for his citizens. That was the reason why he could stand forth and lead 5,000 black armored cavalry to hold off Luo Tianwu and gang who were massacring the citizens of Yen country outside Jian and city even when he had not recovered fully from his injuries. That was the reason why he could make that shocking statement. The Su family may have a family feud with the king of Yen, but your army raids the land of the country of Yen, intruding our borders and territory, slaughtering our people. This is national enmity. Family feud and national enmity are different. Su Zimo's sight gradually turned blurry. However, all those scenes flashed through his mind clear as day. Heis! A tragic sigh sounded from above the Dragon Burial Valley. 20 years ago, Glass Palace massacred 13 cities of Yen country just to vent their frustrations. The blow of that was way too great for Mr. Su. For the past 20 years, although he had been in the capital, Mr. Su's mind has always been worrying about the citizens of Yen country. He's truly a great ruler. His worries had turned into illness. Even cultivators would suffer a reduced lifespan and enter chi deviation if they spent dozens of years worrying, let alone ordinary mortals. Great monk, I don't know if you're listening. Demoness Ji's voice sounded once more. For the past few years, my sister and I have searched for many spirit herbs in the cultivation world, but none of them worked. Mr. Su's health continued declining. For the past few months, Mr. Su would always talk in his sleep and call out for you and Xiaoning. When I hear them, I truly feel. Demoness Ji choked and could not continue. Su Zimo covered his head with his arms and curled up. He could no longer control himself and broke out into a miserable cry. Unknowingly, Ming Zhen and the little fox had arrived by his side. The little fox felt her heart wrench at the sight of Su Zimo and closed in, rubbing her head gently against his ankle and whimpering to console him. Ming Zhen lowered his head in silence as well, reciting Buddhist proclamations in his heart. Backyard of the old temple. The old monk and red-headed ghost gazed into the distance, as though their gazes could pass through the voids and look at the young monk who was bawling his heart out. The both of them exchanged glances. Heis! The old monk sighed. The red-headed ghost remarked sorrowfully. This was a day that he was going to have to face sooner or later. It's for the best. Who is the judge as to whether or not it's for the best? The old monk shook his head. Old monk, what do you mean? The red-headed ghost could tell that the old monk was implying something. The old monk replied, This lad is sentimental, and for him, Mr. Su is an anchor. This was the anchor that caused him to shave to become a monk, to clear his mind and to stay here quietly at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for a full 20 years. The red-headed ghost nodded. The old monk was not wrong. Given Su Zimo's character, there was no way he was going to endure things even if he had offended Glass Palace and the factions of the entire North region. Did he really not have any other method of leaving the North region? If Su Zimo wasn't waiting for an opportunity to leave the North region with Su Hong, given his character, he would have killed his way out more than 10 years ago, the moment his inner core had recovered. The old monk sighed. Now that the anchor is gone, there's a chance that the nightmare of the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects, that strongest monster incarnate of history that struck endless fear in the hearts of countless cultivators, is about to return. The red-headed ghost squinted and asked, Have you noticed something? I don't know. The old monk shook his head. The red-headed ghost asked again. More than 20 years have passed and there's still no feedback from his golden core. Is there any chance of recovery at all? I don't know. The old monk shook his head still. After pausing briefly, he said slowly, Perhaps he's already found a method of recovering his golden core, perhaps not. I don't know. I can no longer read him. The red-headed ghost's expression changed. Even the old monk could not read Su Zimo any longer. After 20 years of studying Buddhism and Zen, Su Zimo had indeed gained an additional unique aura. He was almost like Buddha. The red-headed ghost's expression changed as he suddenly said, He's back. I guess he's here to bid you farewell. Also, you're his master at the end of the day. Give him a few items that can help him protect himself. Don't keep everything to yourself. Do you want to take them with you into the grave? The red-headed ghost mumbled, but the old monk had already turned to leave. He disappeared from the cemetery in the blink of an eye and had already returned to the grand hall. Not long after, Su Zimo pushed the doors open and walked in. He seemed composed on the surface, but he could not conceal the sorrow deep in his eyes. Su Zimo walked straight into the grand hall and knelt down in the direction of the old monk. He kowtowed 3 times before saying softly, "Master, I'm going to leave. Go on." The old monk did not ask him to stay. He knew that it would be a futile attempt. Reaching out, the old monk handed over 2 battered talismans in his palms. These are 2 transference talismans. One of them is the minor transference talisman and the other, the major transference talisman. I won't elaborate more on the minor transference talisman. It's a random teleportation. As for the major transference talisman, it was a treasure that was crafted on the behest of the emperor of the Great Qian Empire in the past. It can even cross a major region at its furthest, and the teleportation can be targeted. Targeted teleportation. Those words carried way too much weight. The minor transference talisman was already precious enough. And yet, the major transference talisman even had targeted teleportation. It was equivalent to an additional life for Su Zimo. Su Zimo received it with both hands and placed it into his storage bag. Right as he was about to turn and leave, the old monk called him back. The old monk gazed at Su Zimo's empty dantian, and his eyes flashed with worry and curiosity. After a moment of hesitation, he still decided on asking, "Your golden core?" Su Zimo remained silent. A moment later, he said softly, "Actually, the secret to recovering the golden core lies in the Sriracha flower." Sriracha flower? The old monk was briefly stunned. Although the Sriracha flower was an item of the old temple, it was snatched over by the red-robed woman many years ago and was now in Su Zimo's dantian. Su Zimo said, "In an ancient sutra in the sutra chamber, there's a legend saying that the Ashoka tree is one of the 3 sacred trees of Buddhism. The Buddha that created the Tao of Buddhism was also born right under the Ashoka tree. I've heard of that legend before." Suddenly, the old monk's voice paused. A thought flashed through his mind. He finally understood the correlation between the Sriracha flower and the recovery of Su Zimo's golden core. According to the legend, the Sriracha flower possessed another sort of energy apart from fire, the energy of life. It was the birth of life, the creation of something from emptiness. The Sriracha flower had witnessed the scene of the Buddha's birth. Su Zimo's dantian was shattered and his golden core was destroyed. However, the power of his golden core did not vanish. It was merely absorbed by the Sriracha flower in the depths of his dantian. For the past 20 years, Su Zimo spent his days studying Buddhism and comprehending the Tao so that he could accumulate and consolidate the power to trigger that life within the Sriracha flower consistently. Su Zimo was already walking out of the old temple. In a flash, black hair grew from Su Zimo's bald head, turning longer by the moment. Within his body, in that originally dark and hollow dantian, a flower bloomed. On the flower, there was a fruit that grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was golden, round and shone with a bedazzling aura. That fruit was Su Zimo's brand new golden core. Spirit energy reverberated through his dantian, turning richer and fiercer by the moment. It was as though a cyclone was forming in his body. Su Zimo's aura was turning stronger by the moment. With every step he took, the spirit energy in his dantian would increase by a fraction. It was turning increasingly stronger. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the spirit energy in his dantian had already broken through the limits of early-stage golden core and arrived at mid-stage golden core. Not long after, boom! There was another bang. Late-stage golden core. The energy that Su Zimo once gained from consuming the 10,000-year vermilion fruit had not gone to waste. Everything was absorbed by the Sriracha flower and was being produced right now. With every step that he took, Su Zimo's aura would change by a fraction. The only things that did not change were his eyes. They were neither sad nor joyful and had no fluctuations. By the time Su Zimo arrived at the entrance of the old temple, his aura was close to stabilizing and his black hair danced wildly with a frightening aura that resembled a divine being. Peak of late-stage golden core. He had persevered through it. He had been dormant for 20 years at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley studying Buddhism. However, instead of decreasing, His cultivation realm had advanced to the peak of late-stage golden core. Of course, that was not the only change in Su Zimo. There was something that no one could describe. Standing at the entrance of the old temple, Su Zimo turned around slowly and gazed at the sentence etched on the wall of the grand hall with a lost look in his clear eyes. Those were the words that Dai Yu had left him. Suddenly, Su Zimo extended his finger. A stream of spirit chi burst forth from his forefinger like a sharp sword that sliced the wall of the grand hall. Su Zimo waved his arm. He left another statement right after the statement on the wall. It was a sharp statement that looked down on the entire world. Instinctively, Ming Zhan recited it. Once the fog fades, the radiance shall illuminate through the entire world. Pest! His confidence. There was a hint of shock deep in the eyes of the old monk. The sound of chains rattling echoed suddenly from the backyard that was initially silent. To become one of the greatest, you have to work on the foundation and be willing to take hardship and serve others. Once the fog fades, the radiance shall illuminate through the entire world. The first statement was left behind by Dai Yu. The second statement was Su Zimo's reply. Swash! A white streak of light tore through the backyard of the old temple. It descended in the courtyard, flawless and magnificent as the full moon up in the skies. Moon concealment bow. Su Zimo received it and brushed his hand on it gently. The sixth spirit pattern that was not fully formed previously was not clearer than ever. A connate spirit weapon. After consuming the essence of the sun and moon for 15 years at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, the moon concealment bow had evolved into a connate spirit weapon. Su Zimo put the moon concealment bow away in his storage bag with a calm expression. Incoming saber. A voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Before that statement was completed, the sound of metal clashing echoed from the backyard and reverberated through the entire world. It buzzed and emanated a murderous aura that caused the temperature of the entire old temple to dip. Blood Quencher had appeared. A blood beam surged into the skies and hovered in midair, shining with the glow of 6 spirit patterns. The most beguiling thing was that the 6th spirit pattern was in the color of blood. The connate spirit pattern had dyed the glow surrounding Blood Quencher scarlet. The saber emitted a strong blood stench that was shuddering. As the red-headed ghost had expected, Blood Quencher had indeed gone through a shocking transformation after it was buried in the cemetery and soaked in the blood of peerless experts from 10,000 years ago. Aside from the innate sharpness of a connate spirit weapon, Blood Quencher's ferocity was torrential. The blood beam and stench released from its blade could even affect cultivators mentally. Because the little fox's cultivation realm was inadequate, she felt chills run down her spine just glancing at it. It was as though a grisly hell sprawled with corpses and soaked with blood had appeared before her. Shuddering, she closed her eyes hurriedly. Ming Xian's expression changed slightly as well as he chanted Buddhist proclamations softly to compose himself. Ooh, ooh. Suddenly, Blood Quencher bolted towards Su Zimo with a murderous aura at an extremely fast speed. It vibrated in a chilling manner in midair. More than 10 years ago, the red-headed ghost had said it. Once Blood Quencher evolved to become a connate spirit weapon, it would definitely turn incomparably ferocious. Most ferocious weapons slewed their own masters. The stronger something was, the harder it would be to subdue it. Su Zimo did not move at all with his hands behind his back. His gaze was deep as he looked at Blood Quencher that was streaking towards him with a calm expression. It was as though he had no intention of striking. For some unknown reason, Blood Quencher got slower the closer it approached Su Zimo, as though it had fallen into a swamp. The eyes of Ming Zhan and the little fox widened. The blade was less than an inch away from Su Zimo's glabella. The sharpness seemed to have made contact with Su Zimo's skin. However, Su Zimo was motionless. There were no emotions in his eyes at all. Suddenly, Ming Zhan felt a deep sense of fear when he looked at those deep and emotionless eyes. After laying dormant at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for 20 years, Su Zimo was like a dormant volcano. The moment news of his sick kin arrived, the dormant volcano had already awoken. Although it was calm right now, Anyone that provoked this volcano would definitely send forth a destructive stream of lava that would drown all living beings and incinerate everything. Mingjin exclaimed softly. Blood Quencher was quivering. It was as though that ferocious item had sensed something too. It was feeling fearful. By nature, it was bloodthirsty and loved to kill. If it could kill its master and devour his blood, it could turn even stronger. But now, it could vaguely sense that if it actually made contact, the seemingly refined man before him would definitely destroy it personally. It did not dare to move. There was a momentary silence. Gradually, Blood Quencher lowered its tip and lowered itself horizontally before Suzimo. Its sharpness faced outwards and its handle pointed to Suzimo and was within reach. It had submitted. The ferocious item had just been born, and yet, it was shocked into submission immediately. Right from the beginning, Suzimo had not moved at all. He did not even bat his eyelids. Suzimo received Blood Quencher and put it away in his storage bag, including his coiling dragon seal and black gold arrows from before. Together with Moon Concealment Bow and Blood Quencher, he now had 4 Khanate spirit weapons in his possession. When the little fox saw that Suzimo was about to leave, she moved and wanted to follow him. Wait here for me. Suzimo glanced at the little fox and said calmly. Before his sentence was even complete, he had already pushed the doors open and left. The little fox's eyes dimmed with a disappointed look. Mingzhan said softly, "Don't worry, little fox. Since Junior Brother said that, he'll definitely return." The little fox nodded, but there was still a deep hint of worry in her eyes. In the grand hall, the old monk gazed at the sentences on the wall for a long time in silence. It's rare, truly rare. A long while later, he finally heaved out a deep breath and lamented. To begin with, that red-robed woman was in existence who could look down on the entire Tianhuang mainland. It's only logical that she would leave such daring and bold words. What's even rarer than that is that although the lad is only at Golden Core realm, his continuation sentence is not weaker in terms of boldness. The red-headed ghost praised as well. Once the fog fades, the radiance shall illuminate through the entire world. His words can truly devour the mountains and rivers and look down on the rest of the world. If this broken temple of yours is still around many years later, those words are bound to become a legend. The old monk nodded with slight sadness. The both of us are fortunate to be witnesses of this. Suddenly, the red-headed ghost gave an odd chuckle. This is good. The ancient battlefield is about to open up soon. That descendant of Chaos Essence sect that was known to be invincible throughout the Golden Core realm more than 10 years ago is about to meet a match. It's hard to tell. The old monk shook his head. Do you think that Dean left this place without obtaining anything? In addition, he was already the number 1 of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago. Nobody knows how much he has grown since then. The chaos ocean of the human emperor is not to be underestimated. He is a scary person. The old monk had an extremely high evaluation of Dean. The red-headed ghost said, "No matter what, the both of them are born in the same era and are bound to be mortal foes. The only other way out is for one to die or submit. That's for the future. We've still got to wait for the ancient battlefield to open up," the old monk said. After a while, the red-headed ghost suddenly laughed in a gloating manner. That lad has been dormant at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for 20 years. Now that he's going to reappear after news of his kin in illness, he must definitely be holding in a belly full of rage. Any dumb fool that provokes him. Hee. The old monk chanted a Buddhist proclamation and said softly, "I'm still hoping that everything goes smoothly and that he will return here after severing his mortal ties to reduce his karma of killing." Humph. A tree may wish for stillness, but the wind never stops blowing. The red-headed ghost stood up and the chains on his body rattled loudly. He's not going to take the initiative to provoke anybody, but I'm sure 20 years is more than enough to make many things fade into the background. I'm sure many cultivators of the North region have already forgotten about him. The red-headed ghost reared his head in loud laughter. That's for the best. Shiver. Cultivators of the North region. That strongest monster incarnate of history, whom you guys had ganged up on and bullied back in the past, and was cast into the depths of the Dragon Burial Valley has now returned. Ha ha ha! Dragon Burial Valley. Demoness G had been standing at the edge of the cliff for a long time with furrowed brows. The cold wind had crumpled the hem of her dress and she frowned with troubles. Just as she was about to give up and leave, a figure appeared not far away. It was getting closer and closer. The green robes were ever so familiar. She heaved a sigh of relief. After 20 years, nothing seemed to have changed about Su Zimo apart from a unique aura he had gained that was indescribable. Demoness G's heart skipped a beat and she checked out Su Zimo's dantian with her spirit-peering art. Immediately after, a look of pity flashed through her eyes. Sigh. How can a destroyed dantian recover? I was thinking too much. She sighed internally. Through her detection, Su Zimo's dantian was like a swamp of still water without any spirit energy. In reality, Su Zimo's dantian was indeed different from the past after the tribulation. His golden core was shattered and formed a black hole-like existence. The Soraka flower was hidden right in the black hole. As long as Su Zimo did not use his spirit energy, cultivators wouldn't be able to detect anything and would instead find an empty dantian. If they knew nothing about his past, any outsider would take him as an extremely ordinary mortal. Zimo, how have you been after all these years? It was rare that Demoness G was not joking. Instead, her eyes were pained with a hint of pity and her expression was emotional. This man before her was bedazzling 20 years ago. Even outside of the North region, some cultivators of Tianhuang mainland knew about him. But now, most of the people in the North region had already forgotten about him, let alone those in Tianhuang mainland. Su Zimo replied calmly, I'm fine. I know where Mr. Su is. I'll take you there. Su Hong did not have much time left and it was better if they met sooner. Demoness G knew what was on Su Zimo's mind right now and led the way without hesitating. Su Zimo followed closely behind. The two of them sped and crossed the Great Chen ruins. Arriving at the depths of the palace, Su Zimo paused briefly when he looked at the blood-stained ruins beneath him. 20 years ago, the paragons of the North region had gathered for the birth of the vermilion fruit. Countless paragons were buried there in that battle. A fire had incinerated half the skies. The temperature of the golden lava was extremely high and riddled the ground with holes. The underground palace had already caved in a long time ago and the cave was buried. The mysterious golden volcano was also buried deep underground. No matter what secrets there were inside, nobody would probably find out anymore. After a slight pause, Su Zimo caught up to Demoness G and suddenly asked, Is Yaoshua in danger? If Ji Yaoshua knew about Su Hong's condition, she would definitely be the one to inform him. The only possibility for her not doing so would be if she was in danger and could not get away. Yes, Demoness G nodded. In recent years, the North region has been filled with wars with the rise of multiple vassal states. The other three dynasties are coveting from the sidelines while it's messy within the imperial court of the Great Zhou dynasty with troubles both internal and external. 2 years ago, the Xia, Shang and Yu dynasties joined forces and formed an allied army to infiltrate the borders of Great Zhou, hoping to annihilate Great Zhou entirely and split our land among themselves. Su Zimo asked in a seemingly casual manner, What are the cultivation realms of those that are fighting in the battles between the dynasties? The armies are mostly formed by foundation establishment and golden cores. Of course, there are also some nascent souls. Void reversions won't appear on the front lines for now. They will only come forth for a final battle if the allied army reaches the capital. Demoness G replied. I see, Su Zimo said. Demoness G continued. My sister led the army to deal with it personally and keep the enemies at bay. She has been outside for almost 2 years now without returning and does not know about Mr. Su's condition at all. Su Zimo frowned. Demoness G added hurriedly, Don't worry. She's completely fine. Perfected Lord Mingzhe has been by her the entire time. Su Zimo remained silent. He had already vaguely guessed through Demoness G's words that Ji Yaoshua was in a terrible state. Even if her life was not in danger, she was entangled with troubles. Now that the three dynasties had formed an alliance, It meant that they were bent on getting their hands on the Great Zhou's territories. With the Great Zhou's foundations, even if they had the terrain advantage, it would be difficult for them to defend against the conquest of the allied army. The fact that Xianxia had not returned for 2 years was a clear sign of how bad the situation was. Furthermore, changes happen rapidly on the battlefield and anything could happen. There was no guarantee of Xianxia's safety even if perfected Lord Mingzhe was by her side. The two of them traveled day and night without resting. A few days later, they arrived in the capital of Great Zhou. In order to avoid attention and unnecessary trouble, Su Zimo traveled in Demoness Ji's carriage. Along the way in the palace, they made many twists and turns to head for a secret ground in the palace. Not long after, Demoness Ji brought Su Zimo to a house and said softly, "I'll stay outside and not enter. Call for me at any time if you require anything." Su Zimo nodded. Standing quietly outside the door, Su Zimo did not dare to open the doors. In fact, he had already extended his palm and made contact with the doors, but he just did not dare to push them. Su Zimo knew that his older brother, Su Hong, was inside. He could already sense the twilight aura emanating from the room. The more it was the case, the more he did not dare to open the doors. "Zimo, is that you?" Suddenly, a voice sounded from within. It was weak and hoarse. Instantly, countless images flashed through Su Zimo's mind. "Zimo, go back and study. You're not allowed to learn martial arts. This horse is called Zhui Feng and it's slightly sentient. Since it has affinity with you, it's yours from today onwards. Zimo, as long as you can pass the college examination, I'll reward you with a mansion." This voice was no longer as robust and firm as in the past. However, it awakened countless memories in Su Zimo. Instantly, he felt his nose stuff up as he pushed the doors and entered. "Brother, it's me." Although he was already mentally prepared, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he caught sight of Su Hong. His brother had grown old. Age was like a merciless blade that sliced and left scars on Su Hong's face. If he had not seen it himself, it would have been difficult for Su Zimo to imagine this frail old person before him wielding an iron spear to lead heavy armored troops through the battlefield and dominate the world. How awesome was he back then? Dozens of years had passed. In his 60s, Su Hong looked like someone in his hundreds. He was filled with white hair and had a pair of hazy eyes. However, the way he looked at Su Zimo was still as comforting and benevolent as ever. Su Zimo strode quickly forward and knelt before Su Hong, holding the latter's wrists gently. Su Zimo's hands trembled. He could clearly feel Su Hong's life diminishing bit by bit from his body. His organs had already begun to deteriorate. At the end of his lifespan, Su Hong did not have much time left, and even deities won't be able to save him at this point. "I'm late." Su Zimo slumped his head and said with a quivering tone. "It's not late, it's not." Su Hong patted Su Zimo gently on the palm and consoled the latter. "I don't have any regrets now that I'm able to see you fine and well before my passing." "Heis." Immediately after, Su Hong sighed. "It's just a pity I can't get to see Xiaoning in the end. I wonder how that lass is. I wonder if she suffered outside. You know that she has a weak personality. What is she going to do if she gets bullied without us around?" Su Zimo said, "Xiaoning joined a major sect in order to refine an elixir that can increase one's lifespan. She won't suffer. She even said that you'll be the first one to take the elixir once she succeeds in refining it." "That lass," Su Hong smiled. Su Zimo's heart clenched at the sight of Su Hong's smile. There was still slightly more than a month to go before the opening of the ancient battlefield. He knew very well that given his brother's current condition, there was no way the latter could hold out until then. This meant that Su Hong would never ever be able to meet Xiaoning again. A moment later, Su Hong patted the back of Su Zimo's palm and said softly, "Send me back." Su Zimo understood where Su Hong meant by back. It was most likely something that Su Hong was thinking about incessantly for the past 20 years. A fox dies in its hole and a leaf lands at its roots. More than longing, Su Hong felt a deep guilt towards that piece of land and its inhabitants. He had to return. "All right," Su Zimo nodded and carried Su Hong in his arms before walking to the entrance. Demoness Ji was waiting not far away and she hurried over, asking softly, "Where are you headed for?" Su Zimo replied, "Let's leave the capital first." There were many people in the capital of Great Zhou and it would be easy for him to be exposed carrying Su Hong with him. If anyone discovered Su Hong's presence in the capital of Great Zhou, the Great Zhou dynasty would be annihilated even before the allied army of the three dynasties struck. Su Zimo supported Su Hong into Demoness Ji's carriage. The carriage was adorned with jewels and jade majestically and glowed with a bright spirit light. It rose slowly into the air and headed out of the capital. The journey within the capital was mostly smooth when people saw that it was a carriage of the princess. Before long, the three of them had already left the capital. Su Zimo checked his surroundings and upon seeing that nobody was around, he said, "Thank you for your help, Demoness Ji. I'll take my brother away from here. You can head on back. I don't have anything on. I'll send you guys wherever you want to go," Demoness Ji said hurriedly. Just as Su Zimo was about to decline, he frowned and his ears twitched. "Someone's approaching." Su Zimo's expression turned cold. The person chased after them at an extremely fast speed. It was clear that the intruder was not friendly. Soon, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard in the air. 10 figures descended and surrounded Demoness Ji's carriage. The leader was a bald man clad in armor. His eyes were sharp as a vulture's. This was the commander of the Great Zhou dynasty's Scarlet Vulture Guards, Bald Vulture. The other 9 wore scarlet robes with sect badges on their waists. They had mighty auras and did not look friendly. All 9 of them were golden cores of true fire sect. Demoness Ji pushed down Su Zimo's arm and shook her head, gesturing for him to calm down and not be reckless. If he was exposed, he would definitely attract an endless pursuit. The entire north region would be shaken. Su Zimo was expressionless and did not move. Through the curtain, Demoness Ji asked with a deep voice, "Bald Vulture, don't you know who I am? The guts of you to try and halt my carriage." "Hee hee." Bald Vulture chuckled. "Where are you heading to, little princess? It's none of your business. Get lost." Demoness Ji's voice was laced with anger as she hollered, "Humph." Bald Vulture retraced his smile and said darkly, "Little princess, I'm sure you're trying to pass a message to your sister after hearing some news, right?" "What are you talking about?" Demoness Ji frowned. She did not understand what Bald Vulture meant by that. When he heard that, Su Zimo already realized that Ji Yaoxue was in a worse state than he had imagined. The fact that the capital guards dared to obstruct a carriage of the Princess of Great Zhou was a clear sign of how messy things had become in the Great Zhou dynasty. Furthermore, it was clear that Bald Vulture was implying something from his words. Bald Vulture sneered, "Little princess, you don't have to act dumb in front of me. Even if you know nothing, please return to the capital." Demoness Ji's killing intent rose. She was no kind soul. Her alter ego was the pure maiden of the fiend sex. Right then, Demoness Ji suddenly felt her vision blur. Su Zimo had already left the carriage. "Bald Vulture, do you remember me?" An indifferent voice sounded outside the carriage. Bald Vulture gazed at the green-robed cultivator and was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, his eyes widened and his pupils constricted as he yelped, "It's you! How are you not dead?" Bald Vulture was flustered at the sight of Su Zimo. A man's name grows like the shadow of a tree. Su Zimo was notorious throughout the north region after that battle in the Great Chen ruins. It was nothing if he had died just like that. However, no golden core of the north region would be able to compose themselves at the sight of Su Zimo alive before them. Who is that person? The true fire sect cultivators at the side used their spirit-peering art and noticed that the green-robed cultivator's dantian was empty. Upon realizing that he was only a mortal, their eyes filled with contempt. He is. I am Su Zimo." There was a momentary silence. The cultivators of true fire sect exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Everyone knows that Su Zimo died at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. You're saying that you're Su Zimo? Ha ha ha. Interesting. He's trying to impersonate a dead man. Everyone from True Fire sect laughed. However, Bald Vulture wanted to cry as his body turned stiff while cold sweat poured down. He had noticed something. The moment the green-robed cultivator declared that he was Su Zimo, it meant that all of them were going to die. Is it funny? For a cultivator of True Fire sect, before his laughter stopped. His vision blurred and a cold voice rang in his ears. So fast. That was the last thought that crossed the person's mind. The next moment, right in front of everyone, Su Zimo reached out and tapped the person on the throat gently with his finger. Crack, crack, crack. His throat snapped and a golden core died on the spot. Audacious! Bastard, how dare you! The other golden cores of True Fire sect were enraged and hollered. Clang, clang. 8 golden cores summoned their flying swords one after another. The swords quivered and shone with bright spirit lights. 8 of them rapidly formed an encirclement with Su Zimo in the center, summoning their flying swords with one hand while conjuring hand seals with the other to release True Fire sect's spirit arts. The attacks surged forth instantly. Su Zimo's expression did not change as he opened his mouth. "OM," he chanted in Sanskrit. It was the first of 6 words of Daming mantra. Instantly, it reverberated endlessly like thunder. The void was filled with a shuddering power. The flying swords that were aimed for Su Zimo froze in midair. The spirit arts of the 8 perfected beings from True Fire sect dissipated in midair before they could even form. All 8 of them stood stiffly on the spot with bulged eyeballs that were bloodshot. Bald Vulture could see it clearly. Blood was already oozing from the ears, eyes, nose and mouth of the 8 people. They were bleeding from all orifices. Ma! Su Zimo spoke once more. The second Sanskrit had arrived. Bang! 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 Right in front of Bald Vulture. The bodies of the 8 perfected beings from True Fire sect exploded into blood mists without any corpse remaining. Demoness G was about to exit the carriage when she saw that. 8 golden cores exploded to death just from the shock of 2 syllables from Su Zimo. Suddenly, Demoness G realized. After 20 years, instead of diminishing, Su Zimo's combat strength had grown to a frightening level that even she could not read any longer. Turning around, Su Zimo looked at Bald Vulture, who was not far away, and said indifferently, "Go on. Tell us everything you know." I don't know what you're talking about, fellow Taoist." Bald Vulture chuckled dryly. "Die if you refuse to speak." Su Zimo closed in step by step towards Bald Vulture in midair. Although he was neither fast nor slow, there was a tremendous pressure that surged forward instantaneously. That was a true suppression. In fact, Bald Vulture felt like he was choking. His arms trembled slightly and a look of fear flashed through his eyes before turning into madness. With a menacing expression, Bald Vulture snarled, "I can tell you everything, but you must promise to let me live. You're not qualified to talk about terms with me." Su Zimo had an ice-cold expression as he arrived before Bald Vulture. He gripped the latter's throat, and just as he was about to exert strength, a fragrance wafted over. "Leave it to me, Zimo." Demoness G's silky smooth hand touched Su Zimo's wrist. Su Zimo relented his grip with it. Arriving before Bald Vulture, Demoness G smiled charmingly with a ripple in her eyes as she asked gently, "Why did you stand in my way, Great Commander?" Bald Vulture was completely stupefied and had a lost gaze, as though he had lost his soul. The 2nd and 4th princes are prepared to write a letter together to get rid of the 3rd princess and recommend the 1st prince to ascend the throne. The 1st prince is the eldest and should inherit the throne in theory. The 3rd princess is unjustified to take the throne, and furthermore, she's a woman. What's wrong with her being a woman? Demoness G raised her brow and asked coldly, "Can't women ascend the throne? My sister is out there fighting against our enemies, and yet, you despicable scum are scheming in the dark here. I think all of you are looking to die." Before she finished her sentence, Demoness G had already grazed her finger gently across Bald Vulture's throat. A thin red line appeared. Bald Vulture's eyes widened and he gradually woke from his stupor. He clutched his throat with both arms and his legs flailed, but he could not stop the fresh blood from spewing. Splash! Splash! Finally, Bald Vulture's gaze dimmed and he fell, dead on the spot. "I need you to come forth for the affairs of the capital," Suzimo said darkly. "Given your identity and means, you'll be able to suppress this matter." "Yes, don't worry," Demoness G nodded. Suzimo returned to the carriage and helped Su Hong out before nodding towards Demoness G. "I'll be leaving now." Before his words were finished, Suzimo had already sped into the distance at an extremely terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the horizon. "Where are you going?" Demoness G yelled from behind. There was no reply for a long time, although Demoness G wanted to chase after him. She knew that at this moment, the capital of Great Zhou needed her more. A gigantic bird flew above the skies of Yen country. The bird was lined with scales and burned with a thin flame on its body. Its eyes were sharp as it surveyed its surroundings with wings that were hundreds of feet wide spread apart. It was an ancient remnant beast, the purple flame bird. The most shocking thing was that the purple flame bird seemed like it was pulling an ordinary-looking carriage. Side by side, two people sat within the carriage. One was a refined scholar and the other was a frail old man filled with white hair. The two of them were Suzimo and Su Hong, who were rushing back to Yen country. Suzimo captured an ancient remnant beast along the way and used it to pull the carriage temporarily, saving them quite a bit of trouble. The two of them crossed the 13 cities of Yen country that were massacred by Glass Palace. Even until now, the corpses left behind back then could be seen piled into mountains. The bloodstains on the walls had already turned black after enduring the weather over the years. With every city they passed, Su Hong would stop to kneel in front of the cities, paying his respect to the withered corpses. The final city. This was the capital of Yen country in the past. After 20 years, the glamour of the past had long disappeared. All their acquaintances of the past had already grown old as well. Uncle Zhang, Lu Yu, Yu Qihua, Song Qi, and even the black armored cavalry of the past were buried under the ruins. They had returned to the earth. "I should have been here with you guys 20 years ago. My brothers, I have returned." As he stood on that familiar piece of land, Su Hong's tears streamed down his face as he could not overcome his sadness. Suzimo seemed to be able to visualize the scene of the massacre that happened when Glass Palace descended. Against cultivators, mortals were helpless and their lives were as cheap as blades of grass. Lowering his head, Suzimo had a stoned expression. During the past few days of their travels, he had witnessed way too many corpses along the way. Massacre, violence, hunger, destitute, rape, snatching, killing, cannibalism. Every single bit of structure was destroyed. Human life was even cheaper than that of ants. The sight before him was no different from what hell was described as in Buddhism. As the flames of wars raged, the most helpless and pathetic ones were the mortals of the world who had no spirit roots and could not cultivate. Through those mortals, Suzimo caught glimpses of himself. He was originally one of the most ordinary people. If not for Daiyu, he might have been one of the corpses they had encountered along the way. If Suzimo had intervened, he might have been able to save 1, 2, or even 100 people, but he wouldn't have been able to save everybody. In fact, he could not even save his own kin. He could only watch as Su Hong approached the end of his lifespan. Along the way, Suzimo had been contemplating a single question. Even if he was able to come out 10 years ago, what difference would it have made? Would he have been able to save Su Hong? After all, Su Hong was a mortal whose lifespan would be exhausted 20, 30, or even 40 years later. The two of them were going to have to face an eternal farewell no matter what. Even if he had not offended Glass Palace, would the masses have escaped from a calamity as such? The mortals were still the first to suffer from the flames of war. Against cultivators, mortals had no control over their own fates. Cultivators could trample on the dignity of mortals as they pleased. No matter how the mortals struggled, nothing would change. If not for Daiyu, Suzimo might have been killed by Zhou Dingyun when he returned from cultivation in the past. He was a fortunate person. Daiyu had altered his fate for him. However, who could change Su Hong's fate? Who could change the fate of all the living beings in the world? Were mortals that had no spirit roots and were unable to cultivate condemned to be sacrifices of war? Were they meant to be the food of demon beasts and corpses to be trampled on by cultivators? Zimo was not a saint. He had never thought of bringing salvation for the living beings of the world single-handedly. He merely wanted to help his kin survive. All he wanted, or perhaps all mortals in the world, should have a chance of fighting against their fates. I want to establish the Tao. All of a sudden, Zimo raised his head and gripped his fists. An unprecedented light shone in his eyes as he said slowly with an unyielding and resolute tone, I want to break free the shackles of fate that bind every single living being in the world. So what if one has no spirit root? I'm going to change the fate of all living beings. I'm going to allow all lives in this world the ability to cultivate and become immortals. His voice reverberated through the heavens and echoed with a deafening vibration. Boom! Right after he spoke, the initially clear skies boomed with thunder. A shuddering aura blanketed downwards with an unstoppable divine might, as though he had offended the deities above. At the same time, all the patriarchs that were in seclusion in various secret grounds across Tianhuang mainland jolted awake, looking at the firmaments with shock on their faces. Enigma Palace. An old man wearing a Confucian crown sensed something and divined with his fingers. He was startled and remarked, Someone has just laid down a great vow that has shocked even the firmaments. How difficult would it be for someone to establish the Tao? Throughout history, there have been countless storms, and yet, the only Taos that were passed down in the human race were the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taos. How difficult would it be for someone to alter the fate of all living beings? Even with Dai Yu's means, she could only change the fate of Zimo alone with the help of a sacred item like the Sriracha flower. Anyone else wouldn't even dare to dream of something as such. Prior to this, the greatest goal in Zimo's cultivation was to head to another world and follow in Dai Yu's footsteps. And yet, Su Hong's twilight and the hellish scene of Yen country had given him a tremendous trigger. It was a sort of helplessness that brought forth indignance in Zimo's heart. Was that Su Hong's fate? Were those the fates of the living beings? Why? I want to establish the Tao. Zimo had laid down a great vow. The Tao was eternal and had an immortal legacy. There were many legends about it in the later generations. However, it was rare for them to imagine that the fates of all living beings would start to change right from this dilapidated ancient city with a single old man in his twilight years as witness. It was nearing the end of autumn right now and the weather had turned frosty. Su Hong stood in the chilling gust and his frail body swayed slightly. However, he had no intention of leaving. Finally, Su Hong turned around when night fell. Let's go. The moment Su Hong turned around, Zimo discovered that his elder brother seemed to have aged considerably overnight. Those hazy eyes no longer had any fluctuation within them. They were still as an ancient well. For the past 20 years, the old man had been waiting every single moment for this day to arrive. Right now, he no longer had any regrets. Zimo supported Su Hong to the carriage and they continued ahead. They were headed for Pingyang town. That was their last stop. It was also the last stop of Su Hong's life. Although the two of them remained in the carriage, they caught wind of quite a bit of news throughout the way. In the past 2 years, the Empress of Great Zhou led the army personally to defend the borders. She devised strategies and managed to defend against the attacks of the allied army of the three dynasties countless times with the terrain advantage. However, as time passed by, the situation turned increasingly difficult for her. A month ago, the Empress of Great Zhou was injured and nearly died. More than 500 kilometers around the borders fell in defeat. The might of the allied army was unstoppable and they infiltrated forcefully up north. Just like that, they overtook quite a number of vassal states within the territories of Great Zhou. The Great Zhou army of cultivators escaped while protecting the Empress of Great Zhou the entire way. They were forced back to the north of Zhonglang mountain range and Zhonglang city, almost forced to give up the Yen country as well. The situation of Great Zhou was extremely treacherous right now. Pingyang town. Upon returning, Zimo released the purple flame bird. He put away the carriage and supported Su Hong to the ground. The leaves of autumn fell and the place was in chaos. The streets of Pingyang town were desolate. Although it was daytime, there were not many people on the streets and doors on either side were tightly shut as well. Before long, the allied army of the three dynasties would cross Tsonglang mountain range and invade this place. There were not many people remaining in Pingyang town by now. They were mostly old, weak, women, children, or people who were extremely sentimental to the place. Su Zimo supported Su Hong back to his mansion. Pushing the door open to enter, the peach blossom tree was still present. Everything was the same as before. Su Hong said, "Let's stay outside," looking at the skies and the world to the end. "All right." Su Zimo returned to his room and moved a bench outside. He helped Su Hong to lean on it before taking some blankets over to cover the ladder. He headed to the backyard and got some bricks and mud. Before long, he set up 2 small furnaces in the courtyard beside Su Hong and lit some firewood in flames. Even after many years, his skills of doing so were not rusty. Su Zimo sat at the side and gazed at the burning flames of the furnace in a daze. A long time later, Su Hong suddenly said, "Zimo, I'm already someone that's about to die. Don't stay here to accompany me, go on." Su Zimo lowered his head and did not speak. Su Hong said, "Miss Ji is injured and I know you're worried. She's definitely not in a good state right now. Go take a look and help her out." "She'll be fine," Su Zimo replied. As the Empress, news would definitely spread a long time ago if anything happened to her. Su Hong shook his head and sighed internally. He could tell that despite Su Zimo's remark, the latter could not conceal the worry deep in his eyes. "Brother, don't worry. We don't have to worry about such stuff." Su Zimo pinched the end of Su Hong's blanket and said softly. Su Hong nodded with heavy eyelids. The journey from the capital of Great Zhou to Pingyang town was long, and even someone who was fit would feel fatigued, let alone an old man at the end of his road. Unknowingly, Su Hong fell asleep. Su Zimo sat in the courtyard and gazed at the south of Tsonglang mountain range. He had a cold gaze and icy expression, remaining silent. Late at night, Su Hong was already deep asleep. Finally, Su Zimo rose slowly and sped in the direction of Tsonglang mountain range. Under the shroud of the night, Tsonglang mountain range seemed extremely sinister and spooky. The shadows of trees swayed and the roars of ferocious beasts caused the mountains and earth to quake. From time to time, ferocious birds would glide through the air. All of a sudden, a green-robed figure arrived in the skies above Tsonglang mountain range. Under the cold moonlight, demonic chi shrouded that person and conjured a series of menacing ancient demons one after another. Su Zimo stood in the air with his mighty figure. His black hair danced and his eyes were bloodshot, resembling a peerless demon king. Instantly, all the demon beasts in Tsonglang mountain range caught sight of that figure. Roar! Su Zimo opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar into the valley beneath him. The weather changed. From Su Zimo, all the demon beasts sensed a trepidating aura. It was a fear that stemmed from deep in their bloodline. A new king was born in Tsonglang mountain range. All the spirit beasts and most of the spirit demons knelt on the ground in dead silence. However, there were still some demon beasts that glared menacingly with malevolent auras. Howl, the overlord of Tsonglang mountain range, the alpha gray wolf, reared its head into the skies and howled. The wolves got up one after another and responded in kind. Their howls spread through the entire place. Su Zimo flew through the air silently and arrived before the alpha. Reaching out, he pushed down against the head of the alpha with his massive palm. The alpha opened its blood-filled mouth and chomped down savagely on Su Zimo's wrist. The flesh on Su Zimo's arm expanded and his tendons pulsated. His entire arm seemed to be made of steel. The alpha not only failed to bite completely, he nearly broke his own fangs. Bang! A single round. The alpha was murdered by Su Zimo in a single round and its body split into pieces. At the same time, a golden core realm silvermoon lion lunged over from behind. With the cover of the moonlight, the silvermoon lion's body was almost invisible, as though he had eyes behind his back. Su Zimo threw a punch in reverse without even turning back. Boom! The Silver Moon Lion was killed by Su Zimo with a punch as well. Fresh blood splattered. Two ancient remnant beasts could not even withstand a single punch from Su Zimo. Roar! Drenched in blood, Su Zimo looked down at the entire valley and howled once more. No other demon beast dared to make a sound. Complete silence blanketed the mountain ranges and swamps. For the next period of time, Su Zimo behaved like a mortal, accompanying Su Hong daily, spending his days chopping firewood for fire, cooking and chatting. He was going to accompany Su Hong to the end of the road. Su Zimo recounted his experiences in the years. He started from over 20 years ago, the night when he started cultivating beneath this peach blossom tree. He spoke about Dai Yu Xiaoning Ji Yaoxue, ethereal peak. He recounted every single bit in detail without hiding anything. Su Hong had never heard of anything as such, and everything was extremely fresh for him. When he was excited, his energy level would rise as well. Of course, as time passed by and the weather turned colder, Su Hong's health declined and the time he spent awake diminished as well. Instead, he slept for increased periods of time. In fact, he even told Su Zimo in a seemingly joking manner, "Who knows if I might just fall asleep as such one day and never wake up again." Su Zimo did not reply as his heart soured in pain. When Su Hong was awake, Su Zimo could not bear to leave. He knew that every single minute spent between them was a minute less left. Every single sentence he said was a sentence less for them remaining. He would only leave after Su Hong was asleep. After leaving the mansion, Su Zimo would move around Pingyang town in an indeterminate direction, pausing occasionally to mull for a prolonged period of time. He walked extremely slowly, as though he was strolling casually. However, if any sharp cultivator were to pass by, they would be able to notice that there was a trickle of spirit chi leaking from Su Zimo's fingertip. It was like a sharp dagger that was carving something on the ground. Mysterious scars would appear on the ground behind him one after another, looking like runic patterns. A single breeze from the cold wind was all it took to cover the scars with dust. When he sensed that Su Hong was awake, Su Zimo would return to the mansion to continue chatting with his brother. Only when Su Hong was asleep, he would leave again. Day after day, he repeated the cycle. Nothing seemed to have changed. However, Su Zimo could clearly sense Su Hong's deteriorating health. His lifespan was ending and he was already nearing its limits. This day, after Su Hong entered slumber once more, Su Zimo left the mansion and pulled out a series of old flags from his storage bag. There were a total of 49. The flagpoles were made of wood, but there were no signs of corrosion. The flags were made from unknown beast skins and had mysterious, complicated patterns on them. A single glance was enough to confuse anyone, as though their souls were drawn in. Su Zimo flew through the air. Everywhere he passed, he would examine for a long time before tossing down a flag. The flagpole would slide right into the ground before vanishing after a mysterious glow. One after another, by the time he cast all 49 flags into the ground, he had already gone one round around Pingyang town and was visibly fatigued with sweat on his forehead. His act of tossing the flags looked simple, but it took a huge toll on him mentally. Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he returned to the mansion immediately. Su Hong had already awoken by now. Today, he looked to be in a much better condition. However, Su Zimo's heart ached. He was clear that this was a sign of the final respite of lucidity before the end. Su Hong smiled gently. "Zimo, help me heat up a bottle of wine to warm my body." "All right." Su Zimo came beside Su Hong and lit the furnace to boil water. There was a bottle of wine in the boiling water. Su Hong said, "Zimo, the things you've told me about your immortality cultivation in this period of time are truly mysterious, magnificent, and inspiring. It's good that you want to establish a Tao and help everyone become the best they can be. However, I can also tell that something such as the establishment of a Tao is even more difficult than ascending the heavens." "That's right." Su Zimo nodded. "To establish a Tao unlike that of the immortal Buddha and fiend Taoists, such that the masses without spirit roots could cultivate. That was something that even the primordial emperors could not achieve, let alone a mere golden core like Su Zimo. The path of the Tao was endless and the future was unknown. Nobody could help him. The moment he decided on establishing a Tao, Su Zimo was destined to be alone. But of course, groups were only meant for sheeps. All ferocious beasts walk alone. Su Hong declared loudly, "What sort of boldness is required to want to change the fates of all living beings in the world? Zimo, whether or not you succeed, I will definitely be proud of you." Immediately after, Su Hong looked somewhat dejected and sighed gently. "It's just a pity that I won't be able to witness that moment. Also, when I'm not around, you must live on well together with Xiaoning." "Brother?" Su Zimo felt his nose stuffing up as he choked and was unable to speak. Su Hong waved it off and pointed to the little furnace at the side. "Pour me a bowl of wine." A faint fragrance wafted from the bottle of wine that was in the boiling water. The wine was already warmed. Su Zimo repressed the sadness in his heart and poured a bowl of piping wine for Su Hong. After he received it, Su Hong gazed at the fragrant wine in the bowl with a dazed look. In a flash, a suave young man in a splendid attire seemed to be reflected on the water surface. He raised his spear and led heavy armored cavalry into a war, domineering the battlefield. One after another, the scenes flashed through the water surface. A long time later, a glimmering snowflake landed on the wine and dispersed, breaking apart the water surface that resembled a mirror. It was snowing. This was the first snow of winter. The end of autumn and the arrival of winter seemed to imply something. The scenes from earlier had already vanished. The only thing left on the water surface was an old face. Su Hong smiled suavely and raised his bowl of wine, downing it in a single mouthful. It was as though he had consumed his entire life with that mouthful of wine. "Good wine." With a loud laugh, Su Hong passed on. Su Zimo collapsed and knelt with a thud. He gazed at the old man before him and could not hold back any longer as tears streamed like a fountain. This day had eventually arrived. Although he was prepared for it, Su Zimo still felt a heartbreaking sadness at the actual departure of Su Hong. The deeper one was invested in secular affairs, the harder it was for them to sever them. The deeper one was invested, the more painful it would be. The skies gradually darkened. The snow was getting heavier. Su Zimo knelt before Su Hong motionlessly with a dazed expression. He was a cultivator. He was the strongest monster incarnate in history. He was the second person throughout history who managed to cultivate to the extreme foundation establishment realm. Even so, he could not save his closest kin. The snow fell heavily. The temperature turned colder. However, Su Zimo's heart seemed to be burning with a relentless blaze. A long time later, the sound of people and horses could vaguely be heard from the south of Tsonglang mountain range. The sound turned clearer as time passed by. The hooves of the horses were getting closer. Although ordinary people may not be able to sense it, Su Zimo could hear it clearly. Shoo! 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 There were even sounds of spirit vessels speeding through the air in the clamor. Far away, dust and earth was overturned. With a cold expression, Su Zimo rose and his eyes surged with a torrential killing intent. Soaring into the air, he sped towards Tsonglang mountain range. Dust billowed, the earth shook and the light of armors shone. Far away, a black army was approaching slowly with a steely killing intent. A single look at the dense crowd would reveal that there were millions of people. What was even more frightening was that the army was made up of a few million cultivators. Those marching on the ground were Qi refinement warriors. Those riding on mounts were foundation establishment cultivators. Above the army, there were even spirit vessels traveling through the air. A few cultivators stood on the deck and looked down at the masses against the winds. Those that could board the spirit vessels were all golden cores. This was the allied army of the three dynasties. Led by the princes of the three dynasties, this was an army that consisted fully of cultivators. No vassal state they passed could defend against them. Moreover, there were even a number of nascent souls that held the fort within the allied army. It was just that they rarely showed themselves. Right at the very end of the allied army, a dilapidated city that was blood-stained and billowed with smoke could be vaguely seen. Jian and city of Yen country was already reduced to ruins. Corpses were strewn all over the city, and there were rivers of blood. The city lord of Jian and city did not surrender and stood to fight. As such, when the city was beached, the prince of the great Xia dynasty ordered to slaughter every single last person in the city with no survivors. The cities would be slaughtered if they did not surrender. Along the way, the allied army trampled over countless cities, leaving nothing but mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. This was an apocalyptic disaster for the citizens and living beings of the world. Even if there were mortals that were indignant and struggled or grumbled, nothing changed. Some of them chose to escape. However, how difficult was it to escape? How could mortals escape the pursuit of cultivators with their fragile bodies? Even if they were lucky enough to escape the hunt of the cultivators, how long could those mortals survive in this chaotic era where there were bandits and hoodlums all around? If they hid in the forests, even beasts that were not sentient would most likely be able to kill them, let alone spirit beasts and demons. Their fates were sealed. The allied army crossed Songlang mountain range that was not far away, and soon, the same fate would befall Pingyang town. The princes of the Great Shang, Xia and Yu dynasties were gathered on the largest and most majestic spirit vessel, surrounded by golden core guards. The defense was tight. The three of them were in a leisure chat with their wine glasses raised merrily. The prince of Great Xia was fat, and when he smiled, his eyes narrowed into a thin slit. They shone with a gold glint as he said lustfully, "I heard from a secret report that Ji Yaoxue is in Songlang City right now. As long as we cross that valley in front and another few small towns, we'll arrive at Songlang City. Fufu, you're moved, brother C?" The prince of Great Shang was a refined man who asked with a fake smile. "Heh!" The prince of Great Xia laughed. "Ji Yaoxue can be considered as a peerless beauty, and it won't be too much to say that she's the #1 beauty of our 4 dynasties of the North region. Who wouldn't want a taste of that? What's even rarer is that she's the Empress of Great Zhou. If I can make her submit, the feeling would be—" The prince of Great Yu's body was robust, and he sneered and smacked his lips. The prince of Great Shang smiled gently. "I'm not going to fight with you too. However, I heard that Ji Yaoxue has a younger sister who is also a beauty. She does interest me instead." Ha 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 ha. The three of them exchanged glances and laughed merrily. Although Ji Yaoxue might not stay in Songlang City, if she continues retreating, we'll still have to chase her for quite a bit. The prince of Great Xia said darkly. "No." The prince of Great Shang said calmly. "She is stubborn by nature. If not for the fact that she was injured previously and chose to retreat because the eldest prince of Great Zhou took control temporarily, there is no way the Great Zhou dynasty would choose to give up on so much of their territory. But now I heard that she's already awake. Given her character, she will definitely stand by Songlang City and defend it steadfastly. That's for the best." The prince of Great Yu clapped and laughed. The prince of Great Zhou remarked with a smile, "In my opinion, the imperial court of Great Zhou is already in a mess. Even if Ji Yaoxue is awake, the eldest prince of Great Zhou will not want to relinquish his position so easily. There's no guarantee that they won't end up in internal strife. At that time, we'll be able to reap the rewards without even interfering. We'll capture the Empress of Great Zhou alive and continue heading north to charge right into their nest." "Awesome! Let's drink." The three princes sat on the deck under the starry night and chatted with vigor. Suddenly, the troops at the front slowed down. The prince of Great Yu frowned gently. Not long after, a golden core streaked through the air. The moment he descended on the deck, he knelt on one knee. "Princes, we have already arrived at Songlang mountain range. It's late at night now and beasts wander the valley dangerously. Should we proceed and cross it or make a detour?" The prince of Great Yu rose and shouted, "Of course we cross it. Our allied army is mighty and invincible. How can a mere Songlang mountain range stand in our way? Go on." The prince of Great Xia waved his arm. "This mountain range isn't some ancient forest. At the most, there are only some golden core spirit demons. There aren't even any fiend demons. What are you afraid of?" The prince of Great Shang chuckled as well. "General Sun, you are indeed a little too cautious. If we cross a mountain range as such alone in the night, there's a chance we might get ambushed by the demons. However, given our mighty force, the demon beasts will want nothing more than to hide far away. What threat can there be? Understood. General Sun nodded and turned to leave. He floated in midair and bellowed, "Continue forward!" Bang! Boom! Boom! The army moved together with a terrifying might. Although the Allied army had a few million troops, it was also nothing compared to the Zhonglang mountain range, which spanned hundreds of kilometers. Not far behind the three princes, a skinny old man opened his eyes and gazed at the dark forest before them. It was as though there was an ancient ferocious beast laying in ambush with its mouth wide open, awaiting the group of them to send themselves to him. The feeling arrived and disappeared almost instantaneously, like an impulse. The skinny old man frowned slightly and shrugged it off. He then closed his eyes and returned to meditation. The valley meandered around with ancient trees. Due to the low visibility, the army proceeded at a slow speed. However, the Allied army did not encounter any danger along the way. The surroundings were quiet. Everything went silent. Not long after, the Allied army had already crossed more than half of the Zhonglang mountain range. All the troops let down their guard. The Prince of Great Yu burst into laughter. Indeed, it's as you had expected. All the beasts in this mountain range are too afraid to even appear. Ha ha ha. Something isn't right. Suddenly, a voice sounded not far away. The skinny old man had a grim expression and his glabella flashed, spreading his spirit consciousness slowly. It's way too quiet. It's so quiet that it's sinister. Even if the demon beasts of the Zhonglang mountain range were frightened into hiding, there was no way they wouldn't have encountered a single demon beast the entire way. It was as though all the creatures had hid themselves a long time ago. The surrounding air suddenly turned stale. There was a deep killing intent shrouding the dark, sinister forest. Shoo! All of a sudden, the sound of a sharp blade tearing through the air echoed. Immediately, there was a boom. The bow of the spirit vessel seemed to have been struck by something and exploded right in front of everyone. The massive spirit vessel broke into parts, and among the dozens of golden cores, some of them died on the spot. Swoosh! 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 Cold lights flashed. Sharp arrows burst forth from the dark forest before them one after another, arriving instantly and striking the spirit vessels in midair. Bang! 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 The spirit vessels exploded one after another. Splintered limbs flew all over and the skies were stained red. Some of the golden cores on the spirit vessels had not even managed to react before they were turned into blood mists by a tremendous power. Debris of the vessels flew everywhere, and when they landed in the crowd, some of the Qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators who were not prepared were crushed to death. The arrows were extremely fast, and some of the cultivators present had already let their guard down a long time ago and could not react to it. The Allied army fell into chaos. Although the remaining spirit vessels were not struck by the arrows, many golden cores were already frightened and abandoned the vessels to soar into the skies. Roar! Howl! Screech! All of a sudden, a series of shuddering cries of beasts sounded from the depths of the forest. An evil gust of wind blew over and the ancient trees swayed. The leaves rustled. In the skies far away, many beasts tore through the air in a dense flock. It was as though all the beasts and birds of Zhonglang mountain range had appeared all of a sudden, forming a beast stampede that charged with an engulfing might. The spirit vessel of the three princes was located right in the middle of the Allied army and did not receive too much of an impact. At that moment, all three princes rose and gazed over. They could see things even clearer from up in the air. The entire Zhonglang mountain range was moving. Countless demons were going berserk. The trees and grass shook as thousands of demon beasts scurried forth from all directions, forming a massive beast stampede with a terrifying might that was shocking. All three princes looked terrible. The Prince of Great Xia narrowed his eyes and asked darkly, "What's going on?" Compared to the true massive forests, major regions of demons, or even the realms of the 8 demon races in Tianhuang mainland, Zhonglang mountain range was nothing much. After all, There had never been a fiend demon born in the valley after all these years. But now, it was definitely unusual for a beast stampede to burst forth from the mountain range to attack the allied army. The skinny old man was a nascent soul and was the personal guard of the Prince of Great Xia. At that moment, he knitted his brows and gazed at the dark forest before them in silence. Not far away, the personal guards of the princes of the Great Shang and Yu dynasties, two other nascent souls, rose as well. One of them was a bald, burly man in heavy armor. He strode over in huge steps and said darkly, "A new demon king must have been born in this mountain range." "That's right. The demon beasts of the mountain range will only gather under the command of a demon king to form a beast stampede of such a scale." The other nascent soul was a white-bloused woman. "Princes, don't worry. We have 100 nascent souls accompanying this army. Even if this demon king is a pure-blooded ferocious beast, it will have to die," the bald burly man said. The Prince of Great Shang had an uneasy expression and suddenly asked, "Where's the demon king?" "This?" The bald burly man and white-bloused woman exchanged glances. Neither of them was certain. Searching for a single demon beast in a beast stampede was equivalent to searching for a pin in a haystack. It was indeed difficult. The skinny old man gazed ahead and suddenly said, "The beast stampede came from all directions except for one, right ahead." The group around the princes on the spirit vessel was not the only people to sense something. The golden cores at the front did as well. Everyone gazed at the sinisterly dark forest before them with grim expressions. The arrows came from that direction. Light was blurry in the forest. The golden cores could vaguely see a blurry shadow in the forest up ahead, resembling a tiny mountain peak. "Who is there?" someone shouted. The moment he said that, the mountain peak moved. It grew endlessly. The ancient trees around them shook. In the blink of an eye, that mountain peak had already exceeded the height of the ancient trees and was more than 100 feet tall. Everyone in the allied army turned their heads over instinctively. A gigantic shadow covered them from above the skies. That was no mountain peak. It was clearly a humanoid ferocious beast that had just risen. Standing at the front with its majestic body, it was like an unshakable tower. Instantly, the entire Tsonglang mountain range seemed like it was part of the backdrop. The massive ferocious beast's black hair danced wildly, and it was surrounded by demonic chi, resembling a fiend celestial. A pair of bloodshot eyes looked down at the allied army as it breathed out air currents through its nose. It was as though those bloodshot eyes could spew flames. Pest! Many cultivators were scared out of their wits and gasped. Countless horses neighed in fright and fell to the ground, peeing and shitting themselves helplessly. Even beasts had to bow down to this humanoid ferocious beast, let alone mere horses. Countless Foundation establishment cultivators fell from their mounts and the army was in chaos. Even the nascent souls who were present were shocked at the sight of this, let alone the low-leveled cultivators. This was way too ferocious. They could sense an immense killing intent from the humanoid ferocious beast, an apocalyptic malevolent chi that threatened to devour everything in its path. Up till this point of their cultivation, they had come across many pure-blooded ferocious beasts. However, even the fiercest pure-blooded ferocious beasts looked like kittens compared to this ferocious beast before them. The person blocking their way was none other than Su Zimo, who had just experienced the pain of losing a kin in his demon form. Roar! Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and his chest puffed. Opening his mouth, he took on the stance of thunderclap kill and released a deafening howl. The weather changed. Boom! It was as though thunder had struck. Against the mighty howl, the beasts cried and the birds screeched. The sound of the beasts trampling endlessly seemed to have vanished. Countless ancient trees were uprooted. The minds of the golden cores right at the front went blank as they stood motionlessly in midair with frozen looks on their faces. There was a brief pause. Poof! 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 Blood mists appeared one after another. It was like a tragic burst of fireworks. Against the horrifying sound wave, dozens of golden cores exploded from the shock, turning into blood mists without corpses. The golden cores slightly further away also had stoned gazes. They bled from all 7 orifices and their lives were severed. One after another, figures fell from midair. The situation on the ground was even worse for the Allied army. There were countless chi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators that were ruptured to death. The beast stampede had already closed in together with the howl, charging into the Allied army with a wild massacre. Spirit lights filled the skies and spirit energy surged. Fresh blood splattered all over the forest. Cultivators were weak physically, and the greatest taboo for them in a fight against demon beasts was being closed in. And now, demon beasts were charging into the crowd endlessly, gnawing and swiping their claws at everything before them. This was something that chi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators could not defend against at all. Furthermore, there were tens of millions of demon beasts in Songlang mountain range, a few times more than the number of troops in the Allied army. Up in the skies, down on the ground, deep underground, demon beasts were everywhere. The gathering of countless demon beasts formed a massive force. Even golden cores would most likely die if they were closed in by spirit demons of golden core realm. Only a few perfected beings with golden core phenomenons managed to hold out in midair. However, the true terror had only just begun. The moment Su Zimo returned from the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and decided to attack, it was already decided that Songlang mountain range would turn into an endless hell for the Allied army. Su Zimo moved his mighty body and took a step forward like a towering fiend celestial. Bang! Boom! Boom! A massive blood-colored ravine was carved out on the ground. Many chi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators could not dodge in time and were trampled into meat sludge by Su Zimo's gigantic feet. Mixing into the ground, a single step from him caused the entire mountain range to quake. How dare you behave so insolently, beast! Kill him! Swoosh! 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 Spirit lights flashed. Flying swords streaked everywhere. Many golden cores attacked and released their flying swords, sending forth a series of white beams towards Su Zimo's body like a heavy downpour. Although there were many golden cores in the Allied army, their strength were far too weak compared to the paragons of the North region 20 years ago. The flying swords they used were also superior-grade flying swords. Even supreme-grade spirit weapons were rare, let alone perfect or connate spirit weapons. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. In fact, he did not even blink as he allowed those white beams to pierce his body. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed. Countless flying swords were repelled. They could not pierce Su Zimo's body at all. Bang! 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 Su Zimo took 3 consecutive strides forward and rammed domineeringly. Countless ancient trees were uprooted and snapped on the stop, and many cultivators were trampled to death. Each time his gigantic feet stomped down on the crowd and left, a red, bloody region would appear. There were initially millions of cultivators in the Allied army, but now they were mostly defeated and split up by Su Zimo to fight in small groups. With the swarm of the beast stampede, although they had only fought for a brief moment, the Allied army received a tremendous blow and suffered heavy losses. This was the core of Songlang mountain range. Even if they wanted to retreat, there was nowhere out for them. Demon beasts were cruel and bloodthirsty by nature. Now that there was a massive massacre, the demons were even more excited and their eyes were bloodshot. On the spirit vessel, the princes of the 3 dynasties frowned. The bald burly man said darkly, "Don't worry, princes. That's only a golden core realm spirit demon. Although it's slightly larger in size, there's nothing to worry about." "That's right." The white-bloused woman nodded in agreement. "We just need a few top-tier golden cores in the battlefield to release their golden core phenomenons, and it would be enough to kill that demon." Before her sentence was complete, a few golden cores that killed a few demon beasts in succession had already released their movement techniques to charge towards Su Zimo. "Beast, catch my river-crossing chains." The person hollered, and a gigantic river surged behind him, crashing on the shores. An extremely thick chain crossed the river and whipped Su Zimo ruthlessly. Bang! Bang! Another few golden cores charged forward and released their phenomenons that surged with a burst power as well. Scram! Su Zimo hollered and waved his gigantic fist against the few golden core phenomenons with such vigor which seemed like he could devour rivers and mountains with his roar alone. You're asking for death. At the end of the day, he's nothing but a beast. To think that he would try to take on golden core phenomenons head-on with his body. Splash. Su Zimo's tsunami blood, tendons and bones sounded together. That single punch from him instantly released a tragic aura of blood stench. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The void seemed to be frozen. Immediately after, the golden core phenomenons in midair shattered entirely. A few golden cores were severely impacted, and they fell from midair with pale faces while puking blood. They were most likely doomed. The expressions of everyone on the spirit vessel changed. The strength of that demon beast had exceeded their expectations. A metallic strong body that was invulnerable against weapons, fire and water. Even the combined attack of a few golden cores with their phenomenons could not injure him at all. Instead, they were killed from a single punch by him. What sort of terrifying power did that body of his possess? Something isn't right. The Prince of Great Shang frowned with a grim expression. If this continues, our allied army is going to be destroyed by this beast. Perfected lords, please make a move. Don't worry, Prince. I'll head over right now and retrieve the head of that beast. The bald burly man glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away with a murderous aura, and smacked his lips. I'll go too. The white-bloused woman took the initiative to obey the order. Please hold on, the both of you. The skinny old man frowned slightly. The three of us have a mission to protect the safety of our princes. We should let our fellow nascent souls deal with this beast. There were another 100 nascent souls that accompanied the allied army. At that moment, the commotion of Tsonglang mountain range had already alerted the other nascent souls. One after another, figures soared into the air from the back of the army with terrifying auras that were much more frightening than golden cores. They sped to the front with sharp gazes. The skinny old man said deeply with a glint in his eyes, "There's something weird about this. It's better for us to be careful." Fufu. The bald burly man's eyes flashed with mockery as he chuckled. Fellow Taoist, aren't you being overly cautious? Surely a golden core spirit demon can't cause any huge troubles. There's no need to argue, the Prince of Great Shang said calmly. The combined attack of 100 nascent souls will fill the entire place with dermic powers. There's no need to fear these beasts. All we have to do is sit back and wait. Where's the beast? The white-bloused woman exclaimed softly and suddenly asked, "What beast?" Everyone froze for a moment. Thereafter, they came to a gradual realization. Just as they conversed, the towering humanoid ancient beast had vanished. Everyone looked down in a hurry. The battlefield was intense and chaotic, but there were no traces of the humanoid beast. How was that possible? It was extremely difficult for that massive body to remain hidden. How could it have vanished? The three princes had uncertain expressions. The bald burly man frowned. "Don't worry, princes. I'll check it out with my spirit consciousness." His glabella shone as he spread out his spirit consciousness that extended continuously. Sight was one of the 5 senses and was limited in use. The moment one's eyes were covered, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Their vision would also be obstructed by any objects blocking their view ahead. This was the logic behind the saying of how one wouldn't recognize something great in front of them if their eyes were covered even by a piece of leaf. However, spirit consciousness was an energy fluctuation released by the essence spirit, a sensory tool that extended outwards. Even with closed eyes, if the spirit consciousness met with any obstructions, it would just wrap around them like water. It could permeate every single pore, and it was omnipresent, reflecting images in the mind clear as day. There were no secrets that could be hidden. It was simple if a demon beast wanted to hide itself in this forest. However, it would be more difficult than ascending the mountains if it wanted to avoid detection from spirit consciousness. The bald burly man retracted his spirit consciousness a while later with a terrible expression. There was nothing. The search radius of his spirit consciousness extended for a full 5 kilometers. However, there was no trace of the humanoid ferocious beast at all. The bald burly man was a little confused. It was practically impossible to escape more than 5 kilometers within such a short period of time. Even nascent souls and void reversions won't be able to do it, let alone a spirit demon at Golden Core realm. It was as though the humanoid ferocious beast had disappeared into thin air. In reality, the bald burly man was not the only one. The 100 nascent souls in midair, as well as the white-bloused woman and skinny old man, had released their spirit consciousnesses instantly to track down Suzimo. However, none of them sensed anything. All of a sudden, a change occurred on the battlefield. The 100 nascent souls in midair were descending onto the battlefield, releasing their spirit consciousnesses to check. A nascent soul had just passed by an ancient tree when unexpectedly, a thick arm reached out from the darkness. The arm was thick like an anaconda and wrapped itself around the nascent soul, pulling him behind the ancient tree. Ah! The person only managed to let out a brief, tragic cry before silence ensued. Bang! A disfigured body was tossed out from behind the ancient tree. Its head was smashed to a pulp. Although its appearance was completely destroyed, it could be seen from the corpse's attire that this was the nascent soul who was attacked earlier on. Who's there? Kill! A group of nascent souls roared and released their dermic arts that surged towards the ancient tree like a tidal wave. Boom! The ancient tree exploded into dust. In the darkness, a figure could be seen sliding off the ancient tree long ago. With nimble moves, it tunneled into the forest in a flash and disappeared. It's him. That's the humanoid beast. Although they could not catch sight of the figure's face, everyone could clearly tell that the aura it emanated was exactly the same as the humanoid beast. Where can you run to? Many nascent souls hollered and gave chase. However, limited vision was already an issue to begin with in the forest. Coupled with the dark night skies, the group of them lost sight of the humanoid ferocious beast once again after a short chase. What is that demon beast? I've got no idea. I tried using my spirit consciousness to check it out earlier, but I couldn't see its true form, as though something was blocking me. How could this be? A few nascent souls frowned and discussed in hushed voices. If a demon took on human form, its true form could be revealed easily with the use of spirit consciousness as long as the difference between their cultivation realms wasn't too great. For example, if an anaconda took on human form, the image that appeared in the cultivator's mind after a check with spirit consciousness would be an anaconda. The effect was even more obvious with the use of the demon revealing mirror. After forming a core, demons could take on human form and speak in human tongue. If they advanced further and cultivated an essence spirit, they could even hide their demonic chi, and at that point, even cultivators would be hard-pressed to differentiate them. Because of that, in the ancient era, an emperor created a weapon targeted at demons called the Demon Revealing Mirror. Later on, it became common and widespread in the cultivation world. High-grade demon revealing mirrors could even revert the demon beasts to their true forms with the release of dermic powers. Even if they couldn't, the mirrors would reflect the demon beast's true forms so that everyone could see. How strange! A black-robed nascent soul mumbled. Suddenly, a purple-winged eagle flew towards them with a vicious gaze. It reached out with its pair of sharp talons and grabbed the black-robed cultivator. You have a death wish, beast. The black-robed cultivator harumphed coldly and tapped his glabella to pull out a flying sword. Dermic powers surged as he waved his robes, sending the flying sword forward. Poof! The speed of that sword was way too fast. The purple-winged eagle tried its best to dodge, but it still failed and was pierced by the sword, dying on the spot. The carcass of the purple-winged eagle fell from midair and passed by the black-robed cultivator. The black-robed cultivator did not pay any attention after slaying a Golden Core realm spirit demon. During his absence of mind, he felt a figure flash past the corner of his eyes. A chilling, killing intent surfaced. Instantly, the black-robed cultivator felt as though he had fallen into a pit of ice water. It was the humanoid ferocious beast. The ferocious beast had been hiding on the purple-winged eagle and only struck after the carcass of the eagle passed by the cultivator. The black-robed cultivator's flying sword was not by his side and he panicked. In his fluster, he conjured hand seals to release dermic arts to repel the intruder. However, They were too close together and the figure had already leaped towards him in the blink of an eye. The intruder reached out with both arms and clutched the black-robed cultivator's shoulder blades, exerting strength in his fingers. Fingernails that were as sharp as daggers pierced the bones and flesh of the black-robed cultivator instantly. Ah! The black-robed cultivator howled in pain and cold sweat ran down his face immediately. Before he could react, the intruder's knees were already rammed forward like a sprinting stallion. Bang! The black-robed cultivator's chest caved him and his eyes bulged. With a ripping sound, his arms were torn right off him. A blood mist spewed out. Another nascent soul was dead. How dare you, beast! The other nascent souls realized what happened and were enraged, summoning their dermic weapons hurriedly to turn around and give chase. Under the guise of the night, the figure did not pause at all after killing the black-robed cultivator, turning into a streak of light before bolting into another part of the forest. After turns and twists, it rushed into the beast stampede and disappeared before long again. All the nascent souls had grim expressions on their faces after chasing all the way without gaining anything in return. In their wrath, the nascent souls attacked one after another, summoning their dermic weapons and releasing dermic arts, almost flattening the entire forest. Countless demon beasts in the vicinity died. On the spirit vessel, the Prince of Great Xia could not help but ask uneasily, "Where has that beast gone to? We can't let him escape just like this." The white-bloused woman raised her brow and remarked in confusion, "For some unknown reason, my spirit consciousness can't lock onto that person. The moment my spirit consciousness spreads out, it's blocked." "I get the same feeling as well." The bald burly man nodded. Everyone turned towards the skinny old man by instinct. Among the three of them, the skinny old man was the most experienced with the highest cultivation realm. "There's only two possibilities," the skinny old man said. "First, the demon beast cultivated some sort of a demonic secret skill that can block away spirit consciousnesses. Second, it's carrying some sort of a treasure that can block out spirit consciousnesses." The white-bloused woman and bald burly man nodded with pensive expressions. The gaze of the skinny old man shone coldly. This demon beast's cultivation realm isn't high, so it's unrealistic for it to cultivate such a demonic cultivation. I'm guessing that it should be in possession of a treasure. The hearts of the white-bloused woman and bald burly man skipped a beat as their eyes flashed with a brief hint of greed. A treasure as such was also valuable to them. The skinny old man was not wrong. The humanoid ferocious beast that killed two nascent souls in succession was Suzimo. The treasure that the skinny old man was referring to were the Mingwang prayer beads. Although Suzimo underwent both demonic and immortality cultivation, he had not cultivated an essence spirit for either Daos. As such, his true strength was definitely not a match for nascent souls. Furthermore, he was up against 100 nascent souls. A head-on fight would be courting death. His advantage was in melee combat. Suzimo only managed to kill the two nascent souls after making use of the complex environment of Tsonglang Mountain Range, the Dark Night, the Mingwang prayer beads alongside a change of his body and appearance. Although the processes were simple, the difference between life and death was merely a single breath. However, Suzimo was the only one who knew how dangerous it was. If he was slower by a single step or committed a single mistake, he would be locked down by the 100 nascent souls and killed on the spot. Furthermore, after killing two nascent souls in succession, the remaining cultivators were now extremely guarded. Any activity at this point would lead to a thunderous retaliation. The dark night had already passed. The skies were turning brighter. It was no longer possible for a sneak attack. Suzimo hid in the depths of the forest as one with his surroundings and glared at the largest spirit vessel in midair with a cold, silent expression. After the deaths of two nascent souls in successions, the remaining nascent souls had grim expressions as they stood tensely in midair. Any hint of danger or activity would alert everyone to attack preemptively. No matter the demon beast, anything that tried getting close would be slain mercilessly. "Where's that beast?" the Prince of Great Yu asked loudly. It had been quite some time after the two nascent souls were killed and Suzimo never appeared again, as though he had already left the place. This beast is extremely crafty, the bald, burly man harumphed coldly. If he dares to appear right now, he'll definitely be locked down and killed. The white-bloused woman said, Demon beasts are much sharper towards danger than humans. I'm guessing that it has already escaped. After the both of them spoke, they turned and looked at the skinny old man automatically. The skinny old man shook his head. I don't know. I'm just curious as to why that demon beast would gather a beast stampede to stand in the way of our allied army. Right then, a golden core sped towards them, drenched in blood. The armor on his body was almost torn apart completely by the demon beasts. The person descended on the deck of the spirit vessel and walked towards the three princes, saying hoarsely, Princes, the beast stampede is way too ferocious and we can't defend against it. Please release the order for us to retreat. Princes. Bullshit. The Prince of Great You slapped the table and stood up, berating. We've got 100 nascent souls accompanying our allied army. If they attack, we can suppress the beast stampede at any time. Humph. The Prince of Great Xia narrowed his gaze and said coldly, Although you're a general of the army, the way you're dropping our morale is punishable by death. That's enough. The Prince of Great Shang waved it off. General Sun, head on down first and kill the enemies as best as you can. Victory is already decided with the nascent soul seniors around. General Sun was someone from the Great Shang dynasty after all and could not be killed with such a reason. The Prince of Great Shang had to protect him no matter what. Furthermore, the situation on the battlefield was indeed as he had described. Many nascent souls had already attacked and released dermic arts to suppress the beast stampede. Although the beast stampede was ferocious, they were inferior in terms of cultivation realm at the end of the day and could not withstand the killing might of nascent souls. The force of the beast stampede was already showing signs of weakness. In that short period of time, General Sun did not stop in his tracks on the spirit vessel and approached the three princes. When the battle broke out, the skinny old man and the other two nascent souls had already closed in to the three princes to prevent accidents from happening. The first to notice something unusual was the bald burly man. Looking at General Sun who was walking over, the bald burly man frowned and barked, Don't you know the rules? How dare you not kneel down in front of the princes? At the same time, the skinny old man frowned and released his spirit consciousness across General Sunday. The skinny old man's expression changed. His spirit consciousness was blocked by a mysterious energy. It was a familiar feeling as though, not good. The skinny old man gasped and his heart nearly stopped. At the same time, a voice sounded coldly, I'm not kneeling because I'm here to send you to your graves. At that moment, General Sun had already arrived before the three nascent souls. Right in front of everyone, General Sun's facial muscles twitched sinisterly, and he transformed into another person in the blink of an eye. It was a refined-looking scholar whose eyes were cold and murderous. The intruder was not General Sun, but a transformed Su Zimo. Almost everyone was focused on what was happening outside. Nobody thought that Su Zimo would dare to approach them personally. The white-bloused woman was stunned. That single lapse was the difference between life and death. In Su Zimo's eyes, an opening as such was death in melee combat. Reaching out, Su Zimo slapped the white-bloused woman on the head. There was a loud thud on the ground. The white-bloused woman's head exploded with brain juices splattering everywhere. Even her essence spirit was destroyed on the spot. The skinny old man and bald burly man reacted right away. The bald burly man was a body-tempered warrior, and he was delighted to see Su Zimo close in. His bloodline surged. The bald burly man punched at Su Zimo's head fiercely. His fist was like a meteor that arrived with an unparalleled force instantly. However, the skinny old man was more experienced and retreated immediately. He would gain the advantage as long as he could increase the distance between them. At the same time, he conjured hand seals to release a dermic art. Dermic power churned. A thick finger that resembled a heavenly piercing pillar was conjured rapidly and thrust at Su Zimo's chest viciously with a frightening might. OM! Su Zimo spoke at the same time. Damning mantra was released. Sanskrit reverberated through the air endlessly, forming a noble might. The first to be implicated was the imperial army that was nearby the deck. Cling, clang. Many imperial army soldiers revealed pained looks as their weapons fell to the ground one after another in loud clangs. Piak, piak, piak. A series of cracks appeared on the protection talismans of the three princes. They were shaken by that single Sanskrit word. As for the skinny old man, he shuddered and frowned with a hint of pain deep in his eyes. Although he was a nascent soul, he was not a body-tempered warrior and was not exactly strong enough to withstand the power of the Sanskrit sound. The dermic power finger that was conjured in midair dissipated slightly and its power was reduced. The bald burly man was the least impacted by the Sanskrit sound. There was almost no pause in his punch. Ma! Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he spoke once more. The second Sanskrit had arrived. Bang! 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 Most of the Imperial Army soldiers on the deck collapsed stiffly with blood oozing from all orifices. They suffered miserable deaths and their brains were mostly rattled into sludge. The three princes slumped to the ground with terrible expressions on their faces as well. The dermic power finger arriving from midair trembled and its strength was greatly diminished. The skinny old man staggered as well. However, he was fearless. He had already increased the distance between them. Moreover, Su Zimo had to deal with his dermic art and the bald burly man's melee combat. There was no chance for him to get close to the skinny old man. All of a sudden, the skinny old man caught a glimpse of light from the corner of his eyes. Instinctively, he turned over. Not far away, Su Zimo's right eye released a dazzling brilliance that resembled a blazing sun, illuminating the entire world like daylight. Illumination eye. Boom! A blinding light column surged forth through the void and delved right into the skinny old man's face. Instantly, the world went still. A radiance illuminated. The next moment, the light beam dispersed. Night returned. On the spirit vessel, the skinny old man's body convulsed helplessly. A hollow hole appeared on his face. His features were gone and everywhere around the hole was burned. His head was penetrated by that white column of light. His essence spirit was annihilated before it even had the chance to escape. In the blink of an eye, two nascent souls on the spirit vessel were dead. Although the skinny old man was dead, Su Zimo was attacking in succession and did not manage to avoid the dermic power finger conjured by the former after all. Bang! Su Zimo shuddered and his organs shook. A stream of blood surged upwards and choked at his throat. Since he wanted to kill nascent souls as a golden core, he had to undertake an immense risk. Thankfully, Su Zimo had released the damning mantra in succession that reduced the impact of the skinny old man's dermic art. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured with that attack. Dermic power was the energy of the universe and contained its might as well. It was not something that ordinary people could defend against. Although Su Zimo's organs were shaken now, he had a strong physique and frightening regeneration capabilities. This was an injury that he could still withstand. At the same time, the bald burly man's eyes shone viciously and his fist had already arrived. In his opinion, Su Zimo would be killed by a single punch from him even if the latter was in peak condition, let alone now that he was injured. After all, he was a nascent soul realm body-tempered warrior. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and shone viciously. His blood chi surged with the howls of dragons and roars of tigers. His tendons pulsated and his bones echoed with metallic sounds. Without retreating or avoiding, Su Zimo returned a punch as well. Bang! The two fists collided. A jarring and dull sound echoed with the collision of flesh and bones. The bald, burly man's expression changed starkly. He could sense an unstoppable power surging through the other party's fist towards him. It was like a tsunami that threatened to devour him. This is bad. This person's physique is really strong. The bald, burly man was alarmed. Although Su Zimo was not at nascent soul realm, his body was extremely frightening. The power of his blood and melee combat capabilities had far surpassed ordinary nascent souls. If a nascent soul from Glass Palace that was renowned for body tempering was here, the fight between him and Su Zimo might be indeterminate. However, this bald burly man was only an ordinary body-tempered warrior. In other words, this bald burly man wouldn't even have the advantage against Wuxia, who died in Su Zimo's hands in melee combat, let alone Su Zimo himself. If Su Zimo hadn't been struck by the skinny old man's dermic art previously, victory would have been decided by that single punch. With that single exchange, the bald burly man had already sensed something amiss. The bald burly man retreated with the momentum from Su Zimo's punch, intending to increase their distance so that he could release a dermic art to kill the latter. When Su Zimo noticed the bald burly man's actions, his gaze flashed and he frowned slightly. Although he had killed 2 nascent souls in succession, the situation was extremely disadvantageous for him. Furthermore, things would only get more dangerous the longer the situation dragged on. The surrounding nascent souls were already starting to notice what was going on here. He had to kill this bald burly man with a definitive might. But now that the bald burly man had retreated with the momentum of their clash, Su Zimo was already a little too slow. It was too late for him to give chase by now. Suddenly, Su Zimo was struck by inspiration and opened his mouth. With the help of his powerful organs, tongue and mouth, Su Zimo spat the blood in his throat towards the bald burly man's face like an arrow. The damning mantra's impact on the bald burly man was minimal. However, that blood arrow could not be ignored. Su Zimo could shock golden cores to death with just the power of his voice. It was obvious how strong the corporeal blood arrow would be. The bald burly man's eyelids twitched rapidly. Unable to dodge, he could only extend his arms to block instinctively. Bang! A piercing pain surged through him when the blood arrow struck his palm. Although it did not injure his core, the bald burly man was still shocked. If he had ignored that blood arrow and took it head-on, his face would have been destroyed in a mess of flesh and blood. The bald burly man felt uneasy. However, before he could snap out of his stupor, he caught sight of a vague shadow from the corner of his eye. The bald burly man's heart sank. The next moment, he sensed an immense killing intent surging over, causing his scalp to prickle and his hairs to stand on end. That blood arrow was merely a bait. The bald burly man had goosebumps all over. Like an ancient fiend celestial, the figure had already arrived before him and pushed down on his head with a massive engulfing palm. Die! Su Zimo's ferocity was torrential as he hollered with a lightning gaze. The bald burly man did not have time to gather his dermic powers and could only cross and prop up his arms while channeling his bloodline to defend against Su Zimo's encompassing palm. Bang! Both parties collided. The bald burly man's expression changed starkly, and a piercing pain surged through his arms. Immediately after, he lost all feeling in both arms. The bald burly man merely felt a tsunami-like power crushing down boundlessly. It was invincible like the collapse of the heavens. The might of a heaven's collapse was not something that human strength could defend against. Thump! The bald burly man knelt on the ground and his ankles were almost smashed. By then, most of the surrounding cultivators had already noticed what was happening over here. Everyone was shocked when they saw that. A nascent soul was forced to kneel on the ground. In everyone's eyes, the bald burly man who was trembling beneath Su Zimo's palm was like an insignificant ant struggling to survive. However, Su Zimo stood firmly and his black hair danced. His eyes were bright and lively, like an enraged diving being with a torrential might. He had suppressed a nascent soul with a single palm strike as a golden core. Who in history could achieve this? With a cold gaze, Su Zimo extended his foot and tapped the bald burly man gently on the chest. The bald burly man's body was already enduring an unimaginable burden propping up Su Zimo's palm. His bones creaked as though they could collapse at any moment. He could only watch as Su Zimo's foot arrived without any way of dodging. Snap! The bald burly man's chest caved in right away. The bones in his chest shattered and the snapped bones pierced his heart, ending his life. The bald burly man's blood chi deteriorated rapidly as blood gurgled in his agape mouth. His eyes were listless and filled with the aura of death. His glabella shone. A glow appeared. The bald burly man's essence spirit left his body and was trying to escape. Ma! He chanted in Sanskrit. The damning mantra descended once more. The bald, burly man's essence spirit shuddered and its glow dimmed. The essence spirits of nascent souls were filled with impurities and extremely weak. After leaving their physical bodies, the essence spirits couldn't even withstand the heat of the sun or the coldness of rain. At the very least, the essence spirits would already be severely injured, if not dead. Essence spirits were only free to leave at will without fear of the blazing suns and roam the world once one cultivates to the void reversion realm. Although the bald, burly man's body could withstand the might of the damning mantra, his essence spirit could not. That single Sanskrit sound annihilated his essence spirit. Su Zimo continued pushing down with his palm. Boom! The bald, burly man's body was squashed onto the deck of the spirit vessel, turning into a meat sludge with its tendons and bones crushed completely along with a destroyed essence spirit. A clear blood-colored imprint appeared on the deck, etched deeply. The spirit vessel was made of superior-grade metal and was even tougher than superior-grade spirit weapons. But now, a mark was etched onto it by Su Zimo's palm. Roar! Su Zimo stood up, his palm still stained with the blood of the nascent soul, as he let out a shuddering aura. With a frightening gaze, he surveyed the surroundings before releasing a reverberating roar. Roar! 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 Immediately after, the beasts howled in unison and all demons went wild. Instantly, demonic chi filled the air, and the color of the mountains and rivers changed. Initially, the beast stampede was already showing signs of defeat after the onslaught of the nascent souls. But now, after Su Zimo's appearance to murder 3 nascent souls on the spirit vessel with a thunderous might, blood stained the skies. The torrential ferocity brought forth a massive boost to the morale of the demons. Countless demons howled within the endless valley. The nearly defeated beast stampede gathered once again into a series of currents that charged towards the allied army. Fresh blood and massacres filled the entire place. The reason why the demon beasts of Tsonglang mountain range were so united wasn't merely out of fear towards Su Zimo's strength. More than that, it was because the flesh of cultivators was a great tonic for them. There were millions of cultivators in the allied army. By now, corpses were strewn all over the place and there were rivers of blood. With that massive amount of life force essence, there was bound to be a biological change. There was a high chance that a fiend demon could be born in Tsonglang mountain range after this battle. Demon beasts were also sentient and all of them wanted to become fiend demons. Prior to this, the 100 nascent souls traveled far away from the spirit vessel as they expanded their search radius for Su Zimo. Although they noticed what was happening on the spirit vessel, it was already too late for them to return. The 3 nascent souls had died way too quickly. The entire process took less than 5 breaths. You are. The Prince of Great Xia seemed to have recognized something as he pointed at Su Zimo, shivering with fear in his eyes. You look like Su Zimo. You are Su Zimo. The Prince of Great Xia shrieked and the fat on his face shook. Back then, the 3 dynasties sent their armies to the Great Chen ruins and the Prince of Great Xia was one of those lucky enough to witness that earth-shaking battle. Although that strongest monster incarnate in history leaped down into the Dragon Burial Valley and died, the memory of his face was everlasting like a nightmare. Su Zimo. The moment that name was spoken, there was an uproar. How is that possible? Didn't he leap down Dragon Burial Valley right in front of everyone? Wasn't his golden core destroyed and his inner core torn? Hasn't he already died? It really looks like him. Back then, I saw him from afar as well. That monster incarnate is not dead. The 100 nascent souls revealed uneasy looks of shock. Golden cores were not the only ones who died in the Paragon battle 20 years ago. At that time, even nascent souls that appeared were annihilated, burned to death without any corpses remaining by a blaze of flames. Even their essence spirits were destroyed. It was a tragic battle that was rare in history. Nobody expected that this man who was thought to be dead would stand before them alive and well. All the nascent souls looked at Su Zimo and none of them could sense any spirit energy fluctuation. Someone said coldly with an icy glare, well, it seems like you've turned into a demon completely. Since you're not a human, you're our common enemy. Against the threat of the nascent soul, Su Zimo was fearless as he turned to look at the three princes shivering on the deck. The three princes shuddered. The Prince of Great Xia was in an even more pathetic state as his pants were wet with a stench. His pee and shit had already flowed uncontrollably. Su Zimo, you will definitely die today if you dare to hurt the princes, a nascent soul hollered. The nascent souls sped over in an encirclement. However, the three princes were on the spirit vessel and nobody dared to attack recklessly. The Prince of Great Yu was no longer as intimidating as before. He was extremely frightful as he asked with a quivering voice, Su Zimo, we've got no grudge with you. Why are you doing this? No grudge. Su Zimo laughed and pointed to the land beneath him, asking, do you know where this is? This is the Tsonglang mountain range. The Prince of Great Xia replied hurriedly, afraid that he would die if he took his time. Wrong. Su Zimo shook his head. This is the Yen country. The allied army of the three dynasties sent forth millions of troops to invade the territory of the Yen country while massacring countless of our citizens. Yet, you say that you have no grudge with me? If you spare us, we'll withdraw our troops right away. The Prince of Great Shang was the only one who could maintain his composure right now among the three princes as he said with a dark voice. Withdraw? Ha! Su Zimo laughed. Nothing in the world is that easy. The Prince of Great Shang snarled. What do you want? Su Zimo gazed at Jian and city that was still billowing with smoke in the distance and said, how many people in these lands have died to the merciless iron hooves of your army? How many people have died in this chaotic era of war? He retracted his gaze and turned to the three princes, asking coldly, who is going to atone for their lives? Su Zimo's tone was extremely calm. However, the more that was the case, the more afraid the three princes felt. Beneath that refined exterior was a fiend demon that could devour anyone at any moment. Fellow Taoist, you're a cultivator. The Prince of Great Shang was smart and did not point out Su Zimo's identity as a demon right now, afraid of triggering the latter. Gulping to compose himself, he continued, since you're a cultivator, you've already let go of your mortal self and severed your ties with mortality. Why does the lives of the living beings in the world matter to you, fellow Taoist? In other words, how many people can survive from the flames of war in the North region? Are you going to interfere in everything, fellow Taoist? Are you going to save everyone? You're not wrong, Su Zimo nodded. When he heard that, the Prince of Great Shang felt relieved. The princes of Great Xia and Great Yu were so emotional that they nearly cried. However, suddenly, Su Zimo changed the topic and remarked indifferently, I'm very sad and angry because my brother is dead. Therefore, I want to kill. I want you to be buried along with him. The moment he said that, the three princes felt chills run down their spines, as though they had just fallen into a cesspool of cold water. That was a reason that seemed simple and absurd. Yet no one could refute it. Su Zimo, the Prince of Great Shang, felt an immense threat and could not help but shout. There are 100 nascent souls here and your presence has already been exposed. If you hurt us, you won't be able to escape as well. Although the Prince of Great Shang was calm and tried to use both hard and soft tactics, he had not realized that he was dealing with someone so terrifying. This was a person that was decisive to kill without reservations. This was a person whose guts would shock nascent souls. Is that so? Su Zimo smirked. I'm going to give that a shot. Boom! With a ferocious gaze, he stomped his feet fiercely on the deck, letting off a reverberating boom. The spirit vessel shook violently. On the deck, a crack could be seen clearly extending endlessly from where Su Zimo stood. It was extremely fast and dense. Boom! It was yet another deafening sound. Su Zimo stomped once more. The spirit vessel exploded into different parts. The massive spirit vessel was stomped apart by Su Zimo's foot. Su Zimo fell rapidly and waved his sleeves, causing countless debris before him to shoot towards the three princes in a flurry. Poof! 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 Blood mist spewed from the three princes, riddling them with holes and ending their lives. They were already dead before they landed on the ground. The princes of the 3 dynasties are dead, and this place shall be your resting ground. Su Zimo's voice spread through the entire forest in a chilling manner. Bastard, you're courting death. Many nascent souls shouted at the same time and attacked one after another. Dermic power filled the skies as multiple dermic arts collided to create a deafening bang. Dermic weapons descended. The might of the universe enveloped Song Lang mountain range, and the entire valley quaked violently. Mountain peaks collapsed, gravel rolled, ancient trees fell over and dust billowed. It was like an apocalypse. The nascent souls present were truly enraged. Su Zimo had murdered the 3 princes right in front of them. That was equivalent to a complete disregard for them. Furthermore, with the 3 princes dead and a heavy loss for the allied army, they could only retreat even if they survived. This conquest could only be considered as a failure. After killing the 3 princes, Su Zimo did not linger at all and escaped right away. His inner core churned fanatically and his blood chi surged. Descending rapidly, he stuck close to the ground like an anaconda and slithered towards the depths of the forest with extremely nimble movement techniques. His frightening spirit perception was released. He was escaping with all his might. Bang! 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 Swoosh! 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 The sound of dermic arts bombarded his ears constantly. Dermic weapons tore through the air with cold gleams. Against the hunt of 100 nascent souls, a single mistake would result in instant death. A dermic art descended. Su Zimo's tendons and bones rang at the same time, and his body contorted to a degree beyond the limits of an ordinary person. By a hair's breadth, he evaded the dermic art again. Bang! The dermic art ruptured a mountain rock that smashed down heavily on Su Zimo's back. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, but he did not stop at all. At that moment, a single moment of sluggishness in his movement would result in instant death. Eft! A flying sword streaked by. A bloody gash appeared on Su Zimo's thighs. However, there was no fluctuation in his eyes, as though he could feel no pain at all. As Su Zimo escaped, he coordinated his muscles to allow the flesh on both sides of the wound to close and stop the blood flow momentarily. He continued sprinting, and his speed had already reached its limits. To be fair, this was also because it was dark in Songlang mountain range at the moment, and he had the advantage of the complicated terrain. Mountain peaks, forests, trees, and holes. There were way too many places for him to hide. Su Zimo had cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and had spent a year living in Songlang mountain range many years ago. As such, he knew this place like the back of his hand. That was the reason why he was able to maneuver his way around for such a long time against the pursuit of 100 nascent souls. In fact, there were a few times when he nearly shrugged them off his tail. However, as time passed by, Su Zimo's situation became increasingly dangerous. He was injured. The frantic escape took a huge toll on him, and he had no time to recuperate at all. His speed was bound to drop after an extended period of time. Furthermore, it was no longer late at night. As the day turned brighter, the vision range of the nascent souls would increase as well. Once they formed an encirclement, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he had wings. Beast, you're bound to die today. The 100 nascent souls had cultivated for several hundred years, and with their experience, they could naturally read the current situation. I think we should capture this beast alive. That's right. I'm sure that there are countless factions and sects in the North region who are interested in this lad. The 100 nascent souls were confident of their victory and began discussions. After all, there were way too many secrets on Su Zimo. He had entered the Human Emperor's palace and was the second person in history after the Human Emperor to cultivate to the Extreme Foundation Establishment realm. He was the only one who knew the secrets behind the Extreme Foundation Establishment realm. Furthermore, he was in possession of the legendary treasure, the divine phoenix bone. The eyes of the 100 nascent souls shone with excitement. In reality, at their cultivation realm, they were no longer really attracted towards the strife of dynasties. Although this conquest was a failure, if they could capture Su Zimo alive and obtain a treasure such as the divine phoenix bone, the trip would definitely not be wasted. I'm extremely curious how someone in this world confused the cultivation techniques of demons and immortals. A nascent soul mulled deeply. The other perfected lords looked on keenly in silence. In reality, everyone had the same idea. Although Su Zimo had many treasures and secrets on him, what was truly valuable was that unknown demonic cultivation technique. Everyone witnessed how Su Zimo was able to kill 5 nascent souls above his level after cultivating the technique. Although they were sneak attacks that preyed on one's carelessness, it was still frightening. Furthermore, Su Zimo's movement speed was not weaker than nascent souls. The strength of his body and intensity of his blood chi was shocking as well. Both sides continued with the chase and escape. A group of nascent souls discovered to their shock that the forest before them was gradually thinning. Everyone gazed into the distance. The path ahead was clear. Ha! That lad chose a wrong path in his panic and escaped out of the mountain range. The perfected lords roared in laughter and chased endlessly. If they left the forest, it would mean that Su Zimo's final hope at escaping would be gone. The perfected lords witnessed Su Zimo sprint furiously into a small town closest to Zhonglang mountain range before entering a room in a mansion and never appearing again. Everyone, hold on. Let's not get careless. There might be some reason why that lad escaped here. Someone stopped the group with a doubtful expression. Brother Lee, you're giving too much credit to this lad. Someone at the side chuckled softly. Take a look at what's in that mansion. A corpse. Someone came to a realization. I've got it. That must be his brother's corpse. That's right. After knowing that he has nowhere to run, the lad has most likely returned to this place so that he can die with his brother. A nascent soul declared confidently, "This is what it means by returning to one's roots. If I'm not mistaken, this small town should be where the lad was born. It's highly possible. Let's go." The nascent souls emanated with sharp auras as they barged into the small town. With the huge commotion, the citizens that chose to remain in the town were long awakened. Everyone had frightful expressions, hiding in their houses, not daring to make any sound. "Granny, what are you afraid of?" In a dilapidated house, a naive sound of a child echoed. Although the voice was weak, the nascent souls in midair heard everything loud and clear. "Shoo!" The old lady raised her finger and whispered in a hushed tone, "Child, don't speak. You will die if the immortals are offended." "Why?" the child asked with widened eyes of curiosity. "Why would the immortals be offended? What did I do?" "Sigh, there's no need for any reason for immortals to be offended." The old lady sighed. "Dozens of years ago, there was a scholar in this town who was nearly burned to death in flames because he did not kneel down to the immortals." "Ah!" the child exclaimed, seemingly scared. The old lady clutched the child's mouth hurriedly and broke out in cold sweat. When she released her hands slowly a while later, the child had a pensive look before whispering, "Granny, there are also good and bad immortals. The immortals who kill without reason are bad immortals." There was a boom. The roof above the both of them was torn away all of a sudden. 100 mighty figures stood in midair and looked down at the both of them coldly. The old lady hugged the child tightly with frightful eyes and shivered. A nascent soul barked coldly with a menacing gaze. "Talking bad about immortals behind our backs is a crime punishable by death." Suddenly, there was a creak and a door opened in a mansion not far away. A refined-looking scholar strode out with long green robes. The scholar who arrived with a fresh set of green robes was Su Zimo, who had escaped here. The attention of the 100 nascent souls were drawn over immediately. The old lady could not see what was going on outside and merely hugged the child tightly in her embrace. "You're finally willing to show yourself, little beast?" Many nascent souls stood in midair and looked down at the mansion not far away, sneering in mockery. Su Zimo had an indifferent expression and walked down the stone steps into the courtyard. He gazed silently at the old man beneath the peach blossom tree with a deep sorrow in his eyes. The old man's eyes were closed and he had a peaceful expression, as though he was in a deep sleep. The furnace made of red clay burned and flickered. There was a bowl of wine remaining above that was still warm. Su Zimo was oblivious to the encirclement of the 100 nascent souls and walked towards the furnace. He lifted the remaining bowl of wine and finished it in a gulp. "This wine is truly fragrant," Su Zimo muttered softly. Those were Su Hong's last words. Every living being lived for worldly desires to chase profits and gains. Even cultivators could not escape from secular desires and sought power or immortality. How many people could be like Su Hong and leave with acceptance and grace? "Beast!" A nascent soul hollered. "If you surrender and hand over the divine phoenix bone along with your demonic cultivation technique now, we can leave you with a full corpse. Otherwise, I'm going to burn your brother's corpse into ashes." Su Zimo remained silent as he looked at the 100 nascent souls in midair with a hint of mockery. Another nascent soul laughed sinisterly. "Also, after today, nobody here shall be spared." His voice spread through the entire Pingyang town. Exclamations sounded one after another in the houses. In fact, the faint sound of women and children sobbing and yelling could be heard in some of the mansions as a fear slowly grew in the hearts of everyone in Pingyang town. In the dilapidated house, the old lady rubbed the child's back and consoled him in a hushed voice. However, there were 2 streams of warm tears running down her face. In the face of cultivators, the lives of mortals were like grass and they were completely helpless. This was their lives. They could do nothing. An old man clutched his walking stick and wobbled out of his room. He kowtowed towards the mighty figures in midair and said in a tragic voice, "Exalted immortals, please take pity on us. I'm an old man who doesn't have long to live. I can die without regrets no matter how you want to punish me. However, there are more than 3,000 women and children in Pingyang town. Please take pity on us and give them a chance to live." The old man had a heart-wrenching expression as he sobbed in misery. However, the 100 nascent souls in midair had cold expressions. Some of them ignored him, some of them looked at him with mockery, and there were even some that laughed coldly. "How irritating!" A nascent soul hollered loudly with a look of impatience. The old man heard a boom in his ears and felt dizzy, falling head first to the ground. "Ha ha ha!" The nascent soul roared in laughter. "You guys can only blame this town for giving birth to a monster incarnate. A beast. He's the one that implicated all of you. Heis." Right then, a cold sigh sounded from the courtyard. "Since you're all here, don't leave," Su Zimo said indifferently. "Activate." Buzz. Whoosh. Thud. 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 Instantly, heaven and earth shook. An evil gust of wind surged above the firmaments and lightning flashed. The shine of the moon and stars was bedazzling as a frightening and sinister energy descended all of a sudden to envelope Pingyang town. Ah! To the horror of the 100 nascent souls in midair, they discovered that they could not use their essence spirits. An extremely beguiling energy had restricted their essence spirits firmly. The reason why nascent souls were strong was because they could manipulate the energy of the universe after cultivating their essence spirits. In other words, that was the legendary dermic power. The crux to using dermic weapons and arts was their essence spirit. Once their essence spirits were locked, the nascent souls had practically lost their strongest means. "It's a formation! A formation!" A nascent soul exclaimed loudly in a flustered manner. "Shut up!" Someone else berated. "Everyone can tell that it's a formation, but what formation is it exactly?" Given their experience, all of them naturally knew that they had fallen into an ambush given the situation. A nascent soul took a deep breath and tried his best to compose himself. "I've dabbled a little into formation techniques before. If I'm not wrong, this should be the ancient essence lock formation of the ancient era. However, this ancient formation has been lost for a long time. How is it?" All of a sudden, a mist shrouded the surroundings of the small town. Those that were standing in Pingyang town could no longer see what was going on outside. The small town had been isolated completely. Another formation? This should be a trap formation to prevent us from escaping. What? The gall of him. What is he trying to do? Even with our essence spirits locked, we can still make use of spirit energy. Our combined force isn't something he can deal with single-handedly. Before his words were finished, a bedazzling glow burst forth from Pingyang town and a series of light barriers shone with mysterious emblems etched on them. Ah! A third formation. This is bad. Even my spirit energy has been locked. It's the ancient spirit lock formation. The expressions of the nascent souls changed, and they could no longer control their bodies as they fell from midair one after another. This time round, everyone truly panicked. There was an ancient spirit lock formation and an ancient essence lock formation. They were almost entirely crippled. Coupled with a trap formation, Pingyang Town was now a cage. Among the three formations, the trap formation and ancient spirit lock formation were laid down by Su Zimo during his free time while accompanying Su Hong. Given his cultivation realm, he could not comprehend the ancient essence lock formation, nor could he set it up yet. The reason why he could activate the ancient formation was because of the 49 formation flags that he had obtained from the old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. The set of formation flags was from the Great Qian Empire's palace and was later kept in the old temple after the empire was destroyed. On the surface, they seemed like unassuming flags. However, in reality, a lot of work was put into the production of each flag. The flagpoles were made from the bones of fiend demons, and the flag banners were made from the skin of fiend demons with additional reinforcement. The hair of the fiend demons were used as the thread to secure and tie the flagpole and the banner. The blood of fiend demons was used as ink to draw the patterns on the flag using a brush made of dermic power. With the 49 flagpoles, all Su Zimo had to do was draft out the radius of the ancient essence lock formation and calculate where to place the formation eyes. Thereafter, he could activate the formation after plotting the formation flags. Formations had many requirements, took a long time to set up, and were passive. Coupled with the fact that many ancient formations had gone missing, the Tao of formation had been on the decline. However, there was naturally a reason why the Tao of formations was still passed down from history as one of the four unorthodox groups. The ancient era when the Tao of formations flourished the most was also the period of time when humans established their foundations. Humans were innately weak and relied on countless ancient formations in the beginning to defend against the thousands of races. Because formations required a fixed location and a pre-planned setup, it was extremely difficult to use them. The stronger the formation, the longer it required to set them up. There was no way any party would wait for the other to set up a formation before fighting to the death. That was the reason why an emperor invented formation flags to make up for the weakness of the Tao of formations. The emperor was known as the Formation Emperor, and he was one of the ancient emperors who was ranked alongside the Weapon Emperor, who created the demon-revealing mirror. The bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley did not only contain the legacies of the Daming and Fahua monasteries. There were also old massive items of the North region from the past, as well as the legacy of the Great Qian Empire. Su Zimo was dormant at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for 20 years, isolated from the world. As such, his strength had already grown to a terrifying degree. His growth was not merely in terms of his comprehension of Buddhism. His understanding of formations deepened as time went by as well. The three formations were interlinked, and it would be difficult to achieve the current effect if even one of them was missing. To the many mortals, something seemed to have happened to the high and mighty immortals up in the skies as they fell one after another. How could this be? Could the heavens be serving justice? In the midst of the mortals' confusion, a figure rose slowly into the skies. The person wore a set of green robes and had refined features. His expression was cold, and there was a deep murderous look in his eyes as he wielded a blood-red saber. He looks familiar. He looks like... The old lady's mouth opened slightly as she stared at the figure in the skies with disbelief, muttering continuously, "It's him! It's him! Granny! Who is that?" The child in her embrace also saw the figure in midair and asked out of curiosity, "Second young Master Su." "It's second young Master Su of the Su family," the old lady said with a trembling voice. Even after dozens of years, the old lady recognized Su Zimo right away. That was because even though dozens of years had passed, age left nothing on the face of second young Master Su, and he looked the same as before. Su Zimo turned sideways and glanced at the old lady and child before nodding. The murderous look in his eyes softened considerably. The old lady was stunned. It was a familiar act, and she felt like she had returned to the past in the blink of an eye. Even after turning into an immortal, second young Master Su had not changed. The child's eyes widened without blinking. This was an immortal as well. However, the child did not feel any fear or pressure from Suzimo. The initially pounding heart of the child calmed down. Wielding Blood Quencher, Suzimo stood in midair and looked down at the nascent souls who were scurrying to escape in Pingyang Town with a mocking look in his eyes. "You're still trying to escape?" Suzimo descended from the air with his arms raised, and Blood Quencher buzzed loudly, as though it was extremely excited. He slashed down at the crowd. A blood beam burst forth. Boom! The crowd split into two and a ravine tore the ground asunder. 7 nascent souls were cleaved into two by the blood beam, and their organs splattered onto the ground with a nauseating blood stench. This was the first time Blood Quencher consumed blood after its rebirth. The saber shone with a bright, malevolent aura. Suzimo moved and burst into the crowd in a flash. Blood Quencher swept horizontally. Buzz! A blood-colored ripple spread out across the air across the crowd. Poof! 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 Enveloped by the blood-colored ripple, more than 10 nascent souls had their heads sliced off with blood spewing, as though a sharp blade had cut them off. Their essence spirits were locked and perished on the spot without a chance to even escape. Fellow perfected lords, let's stop running. If we continue escaping, we'll definitely be killed by this beast one after another. Perfected Lord Yundu, hurry and dispel the formation while we fight against him to buy time for you. That's right. Let's join forces. Everyone shouted and regrouped together, sending forth a burst of blood chi towards Suzimo. The perfected lords at the front were body-tempered warriors who released their blood chi and charged forward with dancing halberds and swords. Splash! Suzimo's blood chi surged with the sound of tsunamis as he slashed in reverse with a shocking momentum. His saber stances resembled waves crashing onto shores. Clang! 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 Blood Quencher collided heavily against the weapons of the nascent souls and released a tremendous force that resembled an unstoppable tidal wave. Eft! Someone could not withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His palm was split and his weapon was repelled as he fell over. With their essence spirits and spirit energy restricted, the perfected lords were only left with their physiques and blood chi. However, none of them could compete against Suzimo in terms of physique and blood chi. They wielded dermic weapons, but they could not channel their dermic powers with their essence spirits restricted. As such, they could not unleash the true power of the dermic weapons and could not defend against the edge of Blood Quencher. Eft! Eft! Blood light flashed intermittently, and the remaining nascent souls could not defend against Suzimo's slaughter even when they grouped together. After obtaining the legacy of the Saber Emperor and this generation's Azura, Suzimo's understanding of the saber had already reached a relatively frightening degree. There was the countercurrent, raging tides, vortex, and ripple of the sea calming manual. There was the ghost howl, blood flow, hell, white bones, phantom and corpse of the Azura saber. At times it was tough and resolute. At times it was fluid as water. At times it was majestic and mighty. At times it was sinister and eerie. Blood Quencher drank an endless amount of fresh blood in the hands of Suzimo. The blood gleam on the saber intensified as though Blood Quencher was getting excited. In the town, some mortals who were slightly more daring could not hold back their curiosity and opened a small gap in their doors to peek outside. Because of that, they caught sight of a scene that they would not forget for their entire lives. The immortal that was initially high and mighty and declared that he was going to leave no survivors in Pingyang Town was now scurrying to escape in a pathetic manner without the grace of an immortal at all. A green-robed man wielded a blood-colored saber and strolled slowly along the long street, leaving corpses in his wake. Everywhere he passed, rivers of blood would be formed. It was a complete massacre. Immortals were killed. Against Suzimo, the nascent souls with their essence spirits and spirit energies restricted were like fishes on a chopping block. The skies were turning brighter. At the borders of Pingyang Town, perfected Lord Yundu focused wholeheartedly on dispelling the formation with sweat pouring down his forehead. The ancient spirit and essence lock formations were extremely complicated, and even with his capabilities, it was difficult to dispel them in a short period of time. Thankfully, the trap formation that caused the fog was not too difficult. When he heard the tragic shrieks behind him, perfected Lord Yundu was even more panicked. However, he did not turn back to look. He could not afford to get distracted. Their only shot at survival was if he could dispel the trap formation as quickly as possible. Time slowly passed. A long time later, the fog dispersed. Perfected Lord Yundu heaved a sigh of relief and fell on his buttocks to the ground. His back was already drenched in sweat. A sliver of sunlight shone from the horizons and filled the small town, making it seem tranquil and peaceful. Suddenly, perfected Lord Yundu sensed something amiss. It was way too quiet. Unknowingly, the cries, shrieks, and pleads for mercy behind him had vanished. Pitter-patter. Footsteps sounded. It was as though the person approaching was stepping on stone slabs covered in a sticky liquid. The footsteps came to a stop behind him. He felt a chill run down his spine. Perfected Lord Yundu did not dare to turn back. A blood-colored saber slowly made its way beneath his throat with a thick blood stench. The edge of the saber was extremely chilling. "You're the last one." A voice sounded faintly and indifferently without any emotions in his ears. "Eft." A flash of blood appeared. Perfected Lord's head rolled off with fresh blood splattering. His head rolled a couple of times on the ground before facing Pingyang Town. His eyes were widened. Green robes, a bloodied path. Two distinctly different colors triggered his final senses. His consciousness gradually faded into oblivion. Doors on both sides of the streets opened gradually with gaps. Many mortals looked out bravely but were shocked. The stone slabs were strewn with corpses. At the end of the road, a green-robed man stood in the blood with a sinister saber beside him, resembling a fiend celestial from hell. The man had a calm expression, gazing at the slowly rising sun in the east with a slightly lost expression. Sunlight spilled onto the man's face and radiated with life, giving him a saintly and tranquil look as though he was covered in a layer of gold foil. For some unknown reason, everyone suddenly calmed down from their initial panic. Engulfed in a Buddha light, the man seemed like he was a bodhisattva from hell who had arrived to purify the masses. Although the man had two completely different auras around him, there was no conflict at all. Turning around, the man waved his sleeves and wrapped up the corpses on both sides of the road before returning to his mansion and vanishing within it. "Granny, who is second young Master Su?" In the dilapidated house, a naive child asked with curiosity. "Second young Master Su," the old lady murmured with a dazed expression, as though she was immersed in her memories. Everyone else in Pingyang Town had conflicted emotions when they heard that name as well. The old lady said, "Do you remember how I mentioned that there was someone who was almost burned to death because he refused to kneel down to an immortal? He's the one." The child's face was filled with surprise. "He's the one?" The old lady nodded and lamented. "That should have been around 30 years ago. Second young Master Su was bullied by the Immortal and his scholarly honors were removed. He was then reduced to an inferior commoner. But now, in the mansion, Su Zimo took away the storage bags of the 100 nascent souls and cast their corpses casually at a corner. He headed to the backyard and chopped a few trees to build a wooden coffin before returning to the peach blossom tree. Gazing at the old man who seemed like he was asleep beneath the tree, Su Zimo's eyes were filled with emotions and reluctance. A long time later, he took a deep breath and headed forward, carrying the old man gently. After placing the latter inside the wooden coffin, he buried the coffin beneath the tree and covered it with mud. Su Zimo gazed at the newly built tomb in silence, feeling a stuffy emotion in his chest that was uncomfortable. All of a sudden, the peach blossom tree beside him swayed and sprouts grew from the initially barren trunk. In the blink of an eye, they bloomed into flowers one after another. A hint of green life was actually born in the courtyard in the start of winter. Petals descended gently and covered the tomb. The peach blossom tree swayed gently, letting out an emotion as though it was comforting Su Zimo. "It's turned sentient." Su Zimo fondled the tree's trunk and smiled. I'm fine. Upon hearing that, the peach blossom tree was delighted and its branches curved slightly and brushed Su Zimo gently on the cheek. It was no coincidence that the peach blossom tree turned sentient. All lives in the universe were spiritual. Even a rock without any life could turn sentient, let alone a peach blossom tree. Legend has it that, in the past, a mighty figure with powerful dermic powers cultivated constantly on a rock. Many years later, a life was born from that rock. In the past, Dai Yu had imparted her Tao beneath this tree. Apart from Su Zimo, who gained the true Tao, the peach blossom tree benefited as well and became sentient. Later on, Su Zimo formed his core beneath this tree and comprehended two golden core phenomenons. As such, the peach blossom tree's sentience was fully gained and it began cultivating as well. It's good that you're now sentient, Su Zimo said. With you in this town from now on, the citizens can be protected. All the branches on the tree shook, as though it was nodding its head in agreement. Because Dai Yu was the origin of the peach blossom tree's sentience, its potential was unpredictable. When the blood of those nascent souls seeped underground, they would become the energy source of the peach blossom tree's cultivation. Above the ground, the peach blossom tree was beautiful and emitted an alluring fragrance. However, Su Zimo could clearly sense that there were extremely thick roots underground that were extending everywhere. The roots were strong and frightening, extending furiously to devour all the life force essence underground and absorbing the fresh blood that seeped beneath. No one in Pingyang town could vie against it. Although the peach blossom tree was not huge and looked unassuming, its roots were extremely thick underground and had covered the entire Pingyang town. If its roots could even extend to the Zhonglang mountain range. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, "There's still an ancient essence lock formation in Pingyang town made up of 49 flags. I'm going to leave it here." The cultivation path of the sentient peach blossom tree was a type of demonic cultivation. Although the presence of the ancient spirit and essence lock formations reduced the strength of cultivators significantly, the impact towards demons was not great. With that, it would become much easier for the peach blossom tree to protect Pingyang town. The massacre of Zhonglang mountain range had come to an end. A thick blood stench filled the skies of the mountain valley. From afar, the long valley was dyed red with blood and looked extremely shocking. The three dynasties had been completely defeated this time round. Without the help of the nascent souls, the allied army could not defend against the swarm of the beast stampede. It was already fortunate if a fraction of the army with several million troops could escape alive. With that, the external troubles of the Great Zhou dynasty were most likely resolved. The Prince of Great Shang questioned Su Zimo why he wanted to attack. Su Zimo replied that he wanted to kill people and have everyone buried together with his kin who died. However, in reality, his true aim was to protect everyone from Pingyang town and resolve the external troubles of the Great Zhou dynasty. "It's time for me to go." After standing in silence for a long time, Su Zimo murmured. The peach blossom tree swayed and let out a hint of reluctance. "I don't know when I'll ever come back after leaving this time round. Cultivate well." Su Zimo made up his mind and headed outside without lingering. Not long after, Su Zimo suddenly paused in his tracks and looked down at a small valley at the bottom that resembled paradise on earth. He had buried someone personally in that valley. Shifting his gaze, Su Zimo caught sight of a man in tattered clothes beside the tomb. He was covered with mud all over and his hair was disheveled, covering his face. Su Zimo descended beside the tomb and headed over. His footsteps alerted that person. The person stood up furiously and snarled at Su Zimo, shouting, "Get lost! Scram! My sister doesn't want to undertake immortality cultivation." No. Both of them exchanged glances and were stunned. It was Shinnan. Su Zimo almost could not recognize him. He had already turned old. Wrinkles filled his face. His hair had turned white and most of his teeth had fallen. It had been almost 30 years. In Su Zimo's cultivation, he could not feel the passing of time. However, a conflicted emotion surged into his heart at the sight of Shun Nan. He still looked the way he did when he was 18 years old. However, Shun Nan had already turned into an old man in his twilight years. "Get lost! Go away!" Shun Nan's lost gaze froze for a moment and he lost his sanity once more. Leaping before the tomb, he yelled in shock and fear, "We don't want any immortal fate. Neither me nor my sister want to be immortals." Shun Nan had already gone insane. Although they had their grudges in the past, none of it mattered now. Su Zimo felt a sense of sadness. After cultivating for dozens of years, his acquaintances of the past had left one after another. Shun Nan could be considered as the last acquaintance he had in the mortal world. Even then, this acquaintance was about to die of old age. Su Zimo sighed deeply and waved his sleeves to leave. He no longer had any attachments and severed his mortal ties, proceeding alone towards the Great Tao. Song Lang City. There were hundreds of thousands of Great Zhou cultivators gathered. For the past 2 years, the Empress of Great Zhou led the army to defend the borders and did not retreat. However, a month ago, she was injured and fainted, losing them territory in a radius of 5 kilometers. The eldest prince took over control of the army of cultivators and retreated the entire way, letting go of a large part of their territory. They retreated the entire way north of Tsonglang mountain range where Tsonglang City was their temporary foothold. City Lord's Mansion. The generals, commanders, and many nascent souls of the Great Zhou army gathered within the main hall of the mansion where the Empress of Great Zhou sat high and above with a frosty expression. Although she was a woman, she had a steely aura that was unyielding. Ji Yaoshua's face was a little pale. Her wounds had not recovered fully. At the front of the nascent souls, a purple-robed man stood with one hand behind his back. His black hair fell like a waterfall and his eyes were deep, emanating an extraordinary bearing. Although the purple-robed man stood below, he was not weaker than Ji Yaoshua in terms of aura. The atmosphere was extremely tense in the main hall. "We can't retreat," Ji Yaoshua said word by word with a resolute expression. "It's not about losing our territory when we retreat. It's the fact that countless citizens of Great Zhou are going to be slaughtered by the 3 dynasties. As long as things are under my rule, I'll not permit something like that to happen. Yaoshua, you're injured. Don't waste your energy on something like this. Leave everything to me." The purple-robed man below smiled indifferently. Although he spoke as though he was concerned, there were no emotions in his eyes and he was unusually calm. The purple-robed man was none other than the eldest prince who had accompanied the army. Ji Yaoshua was unmoved and said deeply, "I can hand things over to you, but you must promise me that you will guard over Tsonglang City and not withdraw the troops." "Guard over Tsonglang City?" The eldest prince laughed and asked. "There are millions of troops in the allied army of the 3 dynasties, a few times more than ours. Their force is mighty and ferocious. How should we guard against them?" "Yaoshua, you are still overconfident at times." The eldest prince stood on no courtesy in his words against Ji Yaoshua. Perfected Lord Mingzhe stood behind Ji Yaoshua and frowned when he looked at the cultivators and generals in the main hall. "The situation doesn't seem right. You must be careful, Empress." Perfected Lord Mingzhe transmitted his voice stealthily. "That's right. We can't defend. I heard from a secret report that the Allied army has already arrived at Tsonglang mountain range. Once the night passes, they will surely cross the mountain range and push into Tsonglang City. We won't get another chance if we don't retreat now." A few generals under the lead of the eldest prince discussed in hushed tones. When she heard the discussions in the main hall, Ji Yaoshua glared at the eldest prince coldly. She had an icy expression and said slowly, "Since you're unable to guard Tsonglang City, retreat. I'll guard over it personally." "Fufu." The eldest prince laughed lazily and asked, "Yaoshua, are you truly going to be this stubborn?" "That's right." Ji Yaoshua's tone was resolute and unyielding. Retracting his smile, the eldest prince said coldly, "Don't blame me then." Ji Yaoshua narrowed her eyes. "What do you want?" "Nothing." The eldest prince sneered and a killing intent flashed through his eyes. "Since you insist on doing things your way stubbornly, I have no choice but to replace you." The moment he said that, the main hall went silent. Ji Yaoshua's expression changed as she bolted upright. However, her body swayed and she nearly fell over. Perfected Lord Mingzhe supported her hurriedly before turning to the eldest prince to question with a sharp gaze. Eldest prince, you're forcing the empress to abdicate? Abdicate. The eldest prince reared his head in laughter and shouted with a menacing gaze. That throne wasn't hers to begin with. I'm the eldest son and the throne should have been mine to begin with. Xianxia was worked up and her old wounds were agitated, causing her to cough out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned even paler. Clutching her chest, she smiled bitterly. You finally said those words. Humph, a woman really thinks she's befitting to ascend the throne? There has never been such a thing throughout history. The eldest prince sneered once more. A look of pride flashed through Xianxia's eyes. She pushed away Perfected Lord Mingzhe and stood by herself. Brother, I've never had the intention to fight with you. But since you look down on women, I'll insist on fighting. How many people are going to be on your side if you force me to abdicate? Xianxia hollered with the wrath of an empress. She surveyed her surroundings with bright eyes and many generals and commanders lowered their heads one after another, not daring to make eye contact. The nascent souls in the main hall were naturally fearless against the wrath of the empress and looked on calmly with focused gazes. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat at the reaction in the main hall. Things in the army have changed in the month she was unconscious. Fu. The eldest prince laughed with a mocking look in his eyes. Xianxia, for the past 20 years, ever since you ascended the throne, there has never been peace in Great Zhou. How many people do you think will still stand by your side? Oh, right, I've got to remind you as well. If nothing goes wrong, our second and fourth brother should have already sent a motion to father to get rid of you. A clamor broke out in the main hall. What do you want? Xianxia asked coldly. The Great Zhou dynasty can't fight the allied force of the three dynasties head-on. Of course, we'll look to negotiate for peace. As for the condition, the eldest prince paused for a moment before looking at Xianxia with a fake smile. Sister, we'll have to trouble you to visit the three dynasties as a guest. How dare you? Perfected Lord Mingzhe was enraged and hollered. You're thinking of sacrificing the empress. Incorrigible. Furthermore, she's your younger sister. Don't you have any heart? There's no kinship to speak of in politics, the eldest prince said coldly with an icy expression. I believe that as long as the allied army retreats, even father won't blame me for sacrificing you. Xianxia remained silent. More than anger, she felt sadness in her heart. She hadn't expected such words to be said from her closest kin. Traitor, how dare you? Perfected Lord Mingzhe waved his sleeves and sent forth a flying sword that shot towards the glabella of the eldest prince. The eldest prince was unmoved and expressionless. Clang! Another flying sword flew through the air and struck away Perfected Lord Mingzhe's flying sword. Two nascent souls stood out in front of the eldest prince and glared at Perfected Lord Mingzhe coldly. Yongyan Jingshan. The both of you. Perfected Lord Mingzhe stared at the two of them in disbelief. Mingzhe, a wise person makes a discerning choice. Handing over Xianxia might be the only way to hold back the allied army, Perfected Lord Yongyan said. Ridiculous, Perfected Lord Mingzhe snarled. That is a method that will bring shame upon the Great Zhou dynasty. There's no way the allied army is going to retreat with their forceful march. You guys! Perfected Lord Jingshan interrupted him. The wise recognize their circumstances. Mingzhe, we don't wish to fight against you, you won't stand a chance. Step back. Are you guys going to stand by idly when the Empress is in a plight? Perfected Lord Mingzhe turned to look at the other nascent souls in the main hall. Most people avoided his gaze. A small portion of them even chose to move and stand behind the eldest prince directly. Senior Mingzhe, you don't have to care about me now that things have come to this. Xianxia was devastated and whispered. All you have to do is head back and tell father that even if I die, I won't fall into the hands of the three dynasties and allow them to humiliate me. Ha 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 ha. When he saw that the outcome was already set, the eldest prince could not help but break into laughter. Sister, don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame yourself for being born in the royal family. You should have never fought me for the throne. Before his laughter was over, a change happened. The tiles above the main hall shattered all of a sudden. A dark light descended into the crowd within the blink of an eye. At that moment, the tension was nigh within the main hall. Although there were many cultivators inside, including nascent souls, nobody could react to the sudden appearance of the dark light. "Watch out! Who's there?" The crowd dispersed. There was a swoosh. The dark light was already pinned into the ground. It was an arrow. The arrow was so powerful that its tail was still quivering after more than half of its body was embedded in the ground. Everyone focused their attention. There were 6 spirit patterns on the body of that arrow. It's a connate spirit weapon. No wonder it was so fast. The nascent souls in the main hall felt a sense of trepidation. Given the situation earlier, if any of them were struck by the arrow, they would have died on the spot, unable to avoid at all. It was chaos in the main hall, but there was one person who did not move. The eldest prince. Motionless, the eldest prince was particularly striking in the crowd. Everyone looked at the eldest prince and could not help but shudder. Their eyes widened in disbelief. There was a horrific hole of blood in the head of the eldest prince. The eldest prince was dead. That arrow had pierced his head. A momentary silence filled the main hall. Immediately after, perfected lords Jingshan and Yongyan were enraged as they shouted with murderous looks. "Who is the scum who dares to take the life of a prince of the great Zhou dynasty?" Boom! Perfected Lord Jingshan waved his sleeves and attacked. A massive hole punctured the ceiling of the main hall. It was empty. The person who attacked had already left. "Fellow perfected lords, heed my call." Perfected Lord Jingshan calmed down and said darkly, "This is a spirit weapon, so this man's cultivation realm is golden core at most. He can't have escaped Songlang City just yet. Soldiers, hunt him down in the city. Reportee." Suddenly, an urgent voice sounded outside the main hall. A cultivator in martial arts attire sprinted over, panting heavily. He was drenched in sweat and looked agitated, but there was a hint of fear deep in his eyes. "Reportee! Reportee!" The cultivator barged right into the main hall and yelled while stuttering. Perfected Lord Yong Yen berated him. "No matter what it is, hold on first. It's an urgent news from the scouts at the front." The cultivator panted heavily and said abruptly. The expressions of everyone in the main hall changed. Did the allied army of the 3 dynasties not rest last and chose to cross Songlang mountain range? If that's the case, they must have arrived at Songlang City by now. A chaotic commotion broke out in the crowd. Silence! Suddenly, Ji Yaoshua's voice sounded and overwhelmed the clamor with her aura as the empress. She asked deeply, "Speak, what happened?" The cultivator managed to compose himself by now. Last time, the allied army of the 3 dynasties did not set up a camp. Instead, they chose to cross Songlang mountain range. The hearts of everyone in the main hall sank when they heard that. After a pause, the cultivator continued, "However, a beast stampede broke out in Songlang mountain range." "What? Beast stampede? How is that possible?" A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd. Perfected Lord Mingzhe had a calm expression and said darkly, "From what I know, there are no fiend demons in Songlang mountain range. Even if there's a beast stampede, it shouldn't be of concern to the allied army." The cultivator gulped and continued, "The allied army is almost completely destroyed. They had several million troops, but only a few 100,000 of them managed to escape. The 3 princes died and the allied army has already withdrawn in defeat." Silence engulfed the main hall. Completely destroyed. The 3 princes were dead. The news were so shocking that everyone almost forgot that the Prince of Great Zhou was just killed by an arrow. The heavens are watching over the Great Zhou dynasty. Many generals and commanders knelt on the ground and exclaimed emotionally. Ji Yaoshua frowned with a pensive expression. The cultivator's mouth twitched, as though he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Perfected Lord Mingzhe frowned. Although this was a joyous piece of news, there were way too many questions left. 100 nascent souls accompanied the allied army. Where are they? Perfected Lord Mingzhe asked again. The cultivator replied with a trembling voice and a fearful expression. They're all dead. They're all dead. Perfected Lord Mingzhe shuddered and pressed on. The fiend demon of Tsonglang mountain range is so powerful? There's no fiend demon. The cultivator shook his head. Someone triggered the beast stampede in Tsonglang mountain range. Later on, the 100 nascent souls chased that person into a small town. A thick fog shrouded the small town, and by the time it dispersed, all the nascent souls were dead with no survivors. The main hall went silent once more. Everyone had puzzled and shocked expressions. There was a person who could command thousands of demons and trigger such a terrifying beast stampede to devour the allied army? Or could that have been a humanoid ferocious beast? But why would a humanoid ferocious beast run to the town? Why was there a fog shrouding the town? How did the 100 nascent souls die later on? Everything sounded extremely odd. After pondering for a moment, Perfected Lord Mingzhe asked, "Why did that man stand in the way of the allied army?" The cultivator replied, "His kin passed away at the same time as the invasion of the allied army. In his rage, he triggered the beast stampede and committed the massacre, declaring that he wanted everyone to be buried along with his kin. When Xianxia heard that, she thought of something and shuddered. Ignoring her injuries, she dashed out of the main hall and gazed into the distance. Perfected Lord Mingzhe asked once again with a sharp gaze, "What's the name of that person?" "I think it's Su Zimo." Pest. The moment that name was spoken, everyone in the main hall gasped in shock. Su Zimo, the strongest monster incarnate in history 20 years ago. He defeated all the paragons of the nascent soul and incinerated nascent souls in the Great Qian ruins, dyeing the skies red. Almost everyone had forgotten about that name after 20 years. To think that it would be mentioned once more today. Impossible! Perfected Lord Jingshan interrupted. Everyone knows that Su Zimo leaped into the Dragon Burial Valley. How could he still be alive? Perfected Lord Mingzhe was in disbelief as well. However, deep in his heart, he knew that if there was a person in the world who could commit such an act, it would have to be Su Zimo. "I heard that this Khanate-grade black gold arrow was used by Su Zimo in that battle of the North Region Paragons 20 years ago," a cultivator said in a hushed tone within the crowd. There were some rumors in the imperial court of Great Zhou regarding the relationship between Xianxia and Su Zimo. Everyone came to a realization. If the rumors were true, he was exerting his authority by killing the eldest prince with that arrow. He did not even give the latter a chance to explain. It was a direct kill. With the death of the eldest prince and the withdrawal of the allied army, who else would dare harbor evil intentions towards Xianxia? None of the nascent souls in the main hall, including Jingshan and Yongyan who stood by the eldest prince, dared to provoke Su Zimo. Even 100 nascent souls of the 3 dynasties were dead. Who else would dare provoke him? A single statement flashed through Perfected Lord Mingzhe's mind. An arrow to determine life and death. To think that the means of that young man had turned even more frightening 20 years later. Outside the main hall, Xianxia gazed into the distance with a dejected look in her eyes. There was nothing over there, and the person from earlier on had already left. Perfected Lord Mingzhe arrived beside Xianxia and asked curiously, "You knew that he wasn't dead a long time ago, Empress?" "That's right. I knew it 15 years ago." 15 years ago? Perfected Lord Mingzhe frowned with a pensive expression. A moment later, he shuddered and blurted, "That middle-aged monk at Dragon Burial Valley." Xianxia nodded. "That explains why the monk wanted to save you despite the tremendous risk and even escorted you all the way out," Perfected Lord Mingzhe lamented. "That monk was decisive to kill and his attacks were sharp. Not only that, his thought process was frighteningly detailed, and he did not seem like someone from the Buddhist sections. At that time, I had a fleeting thought that the means of the monk resembled someone. To think that it was really him." When Perfected Lord Mingzhe saw Xianxia remain in silence, he knew that everything that happened today had quite a huge blow for the child. The betrayal of a kin was not something that everyone could deal with. The sudden appearance and disappearance of that man also dealt a huge blow to her. Perfected Lord Mingzhe did not know how to console her and merely asked, "Why did he choose to avoid meeting you?" "He's afraid of implicating me as well as the great Zhou dynasty," Xianxia said softly. "Senior Mingzhe, do you really think that he triggered a beast stampede and committed a massacre just because he wanted to vent his frustrations over the death of his kin? Was it not?" Perfected Lord Mingzhe froze for a moment. "Of course not." Xianxia shook her head. Frowning, Perfected Lord Mingzhe asked, "If that's the case, why would he say that?" Xianxia replied, "It's because that's the only way it wouldn't be linked to me or the great Zhou dynasty. That way, no major sect or faction would direct their rage towards the great Zhou dynasty." Perfected Lord Mingzhe was enlightened. Su Zimo's identity was truly way too sensitive. He had offended way too many factions 20 years ago. There was nowhere for him left in the North region. Given the circumstances back then, even anyone who sheltered Su Zimo's brother would bring upon great troubles for themselves, let alone Su Zimo himself. It would have been fine if Su Zimo had died at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. But now that he was alive, he had to deal with the pursuit of the 10 upper sects, for gentry clans and major factions such as Glass Palace. That was why he chose to sever all ties with the great Zhou dynasty so as to not implicate the latter. It wouldn't be long before the battle at Songlang Mountain Range was made known to the entire North region. At that time, countless sects, factions and cultivators would partake in the hunt for Su Zimo, whether or not they had any grudges with him. That was because Su Zimo possessed the divine phoenix bone and many secret skills. Anyone who could obtain Su Zimo's possessions would take over him to become the new strongest monster incarnate in history. Everyone was hunting down a prey, and Su Zimo was none other than the prey. Perfected Lord Mingzhe sighed gently. It's tough on him. He knew clearly well that from this day forth, Su Zimo would have to bear the infamy of being called a violent and bloodthirsty demon, etc. Nobody would express any gratitude to him. That was because everyone would deem Su Zimo as a violent and cruel demon, whose hands were tainted with the blood of countless humans, just because he wanted to vent his frustrations. Since he was not a human, he was a common enemy for everyone. Xianxia vaguely realized that the two of them may never meet again after this departure. "Empress, let's head back," Perfected Lord Mingzhe said softly. "The great Zhou has no more worries now that the allied army of the 3 dynasties have withdrawn. I believe that from today on, nobody in the entire great Zhou will dare to question you." Xianxia sighed and turned to leave. Because of the passing of his kin, Su Zimo appeared and triggered a beast stampede to murder millions of cultivators and 100 nascent souls in a town. The piece of news rippled through the entire North region like a whirlwind. A shocking wave was stirred in the cultivation world of the North region once again. How can that be? Everyone witnessed him leaping down the Dragon Burial Valley 20 years ago. How is he still alive? Millions of cultivators. How strong? I heard that he hasn't managed to cultivate to become a fiend demon. So, how did he manage to kill 100 nascent souls? Could his strength have grown to such a terrifying degree? I think the nascent souls fell into an ambush and their spirit energies and essence spirits were locked. Is he declaring war against the humans? It was a common topic of discussion among all the cultivators of the North region. Initially, the cultivation world had calmed down with the imminent opening of the intermediate ancient battlefield because all the major sects and factions were busy preparing to send their disciples inside. However, the piece of news stirred the entire North region. The number of cultivators in the Great Zhou dynasty increased significantly. All the major sects and factions moved. All of them wanted to be the first to hunt down Su Zimo. Cultivators of the 10 upper sects, for gentry clans, 2 aristocratic families, and even super sects such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect appeared one after another in search of Su Zimo. It was almost impossible for Su Zimo to continue hiding given the current circumstances. However, for 10 consecutive days nobody found Su Zimo. Even Dharma characteristics were alerted for this period of time. It was said that Tao Lords of Glass Palace visited Ethereal Peak personally to capture Su Zimo, but to no avail. Within the capital of Great Zhou, Powerful spirit consciousnesses would sweep past daily to check every last corner of the capital. It was as though Su Zimo had vanished into thin air. Nobody knew where he was. Suddenly, a spirit crane that arrived in the vicinity of Glass Palace caused yet another huge stir. There was a declaration written on it. You had better not send any cultivators into the ancient battlefield, or I'll murder each and every single one of them I see. Blood will be paid by blood for the 13 cities of Yen country. It was signed with a name, Su Zimo. The fact that nobody from Glass Palace stood out to deny it meant that it was probably true. The piece of news caused a huge uproar. There was someone in this world who dared to threaten Glass Palace. This was a declaration of war. A golden core was declaring war against a massive titan of history in Tianhuang mainland. That was courage that no one could match. There were no scheming or conniving plots. It was a declaration of war in bright daylight. He threatened Glass Palace under the watch of the entire cultivation world. If they dared to send anyone into the ancient battlefield, everyone would be murdered by Su Zimo. Blood will be paid by blood for the 13 cities of Yen country. A full 20 years had passed. Nobody expected Su Zimo to survive. Less than that, nobody expected this monster incarnate to reappear with such a domineering stance that he would dare to trample on the dignity of Glass Palace and declare war against them. The entire cultivation world was in a full uproar and discussions were strife. Steel is easily snapped if it's too rigid. That lad is way too ballsy to dare to provoke Glass Palace as a Golden Core Realm spirit demon. I think he has a death wish. I don't think so. In my opinion, I think he's very smart. Huh? Why do you say that? If he charges at Glass Palace directly, that would be having a death wish. However, he's very smart to shift the fight onto the ancient battlefield. So what? That lad murdered Wuxia 20 years ago, and can be considered as the true number 1 perfected being of the North region. With the restriction of the ancient battlefield at the Golden Core Realm, he would be equivalent to a god within. How could anyone from Glass Palace be a match for him? That might not be true. Don't forget that a void reversion crushed his golden core entirely. That's undeniable. Furthermore, that lad had no spirit energy in the battle at Songlang Mountain Range. In my opinion, his strength has dropped instead. Su Zimo declared war to Glass Palace. Regarding that, the major sects, factions, and individual cultivators had varying opinions. Some of them felt that the momentum was with Su Zimo now that he managed to survive and kill millions of cultivators now that he had returned. Some felt that Su Zimo was arrogant, overconfident, and did not know his limits. What he did was equivalent to an ant trying to move a tree. He had a strong physique, shocking bloodline, and frightening melee combat strength. However, what was undeniable was the fact that his golden core was crippled. 20 years ago, there was no way a direct attack from a void reversion could have missed. There was no way of recovering a destroyed golden core as well. Furthermore, in the battle at Songlang Mountain Range, none of the surviving cultivators felt any spirit energy fluctuation from Su Zimo. The destruction of his golden core meant that he had no golden core phenomenon to rely on. For some people, the outcome of a fight between Su Zimo, who had lost his golden core, and the peerless paragons of Glass Palace's golden core realm was indeterminate. Furthermore, there would be sealers in the intermediate ancient battlefield. Glass Palace had a long history, solid foundation, and they were one of the immortal sects. How could they be threatened by a single spirit crane from Su Zimo? A massive battle was bound to break out in the ancient battlefield. Glass Palace prepared for the battle while searching for Su Zimo, even offering a hefty reward for his capture. Unfortunately, another 20 days passed without any news of Su Zimo. The date to the opening of the ancient battlefield approached. A tranquil old temple at the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley. In the courtyard, there were 2 people and a fox. A little monk sat in a lotus position facing the sun with his head lowered. Bathed in sunlight, he recited his Buddhist sutras and seemed like he was shrouded by a Buddha glow. On the other side, a green-robed scholar sat on a stone bench casually with his hands behind his back. He seemed like he was resting with his eyes closed in an extremely relaxed manner. A fiery red little fox hopped around on the green-robed scholar's body in joy. Old temple, monk, scholar, fox, Sanskrit. Everything seemed like a scene from a painting. The monk was Mingjin. The scholar was naturally Su Zimo, who had just caused a huge stir in the north region. An old monk walked out from the grand hall. Ming Xian, Ming Zhen, prepare yourselves. The ancient battlefield is about to open up. Let me explain to you guys about the origin of the phenomenon ranking. Su Zimo and Ming Zhen bolted upright and sat at attention. In the ancient era, humans rose and fought against the primordial 9 races. In order to ensure that the legacy of the human race continued, an expert of the ancient era, Fairy Ling Long, set up the ranking to select those with the strongest potential in the younger generation to groom intensively and retain our heritage. Therefore, there's a strict rule in the ranking for age. Anyone that's above 200 years old is not allowed to be included into the ranking. Su Zimo nodded in agreement. The ranking was meant to gather the paragons of the human race and strong monster incarnates. Naturally, there had to be a strong limitation to age. Compared to golden cores who had a lifespan of 500 years, anyone who was 200 years old was considered young. Su Zimo could not help but think about someone. The number 1 of the previous phenomenon ranking, Dean. Back when he was in his 30s 100 years ago, he had already attained the number 1 spot of the phenomenon ranking. The reason why he wanted to enter the ancient battlefield again was so that he could achieve the number 1 position twice in succession. Fairy Ling Long had long ascended after tiding through the tribulation. Now, the release of each Golden Core phenomenon ranking is done by Enigma Palace, which she founded. At that point, the old monk paused for a moment. 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines, 4 unorthodox groups, 3 aristocratic families, 2 islands and 1 palace. Those were the strongest factions on Tianhuang mainland as of now. If Enigma Palace was qualified to publish the Golden Core phenomenon ranking in the ancient battlefield, it should be the 1 palace in the top factions. Enigma Palace? Su Zimo's eyes shimmered as he murmured. In his mind, a pale, rotund, and beardless cultivator with a folding fan appeared. Su Zimo lamented, Enigma Palace, Lin Xuanji. I wonder if they're connected. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zimo asked, Fairy Ling Long must have been an ancient emperor, as well if she had such an influence to gather all the monster incarnates in the world? Although Fairy Ling Long was an expert of the ancient era, she wasn't an emperor. The old monk shook his head. However, she had another identity. She was the wife of the human emperor. The wife of the human emperor. That explained everything. Furthermore, the fact that Fairy Ling Long was able to set up Enigma Palace and pass down her legacy was proof that she was no weakling in the past. The old monk continued, That's also part of the reason why Enigma Palace has a unique status in the cultivation world and is ranked alongside the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. Because the human emperor did not leave behind any legacy, Enigma Palace is the only sect that is related to the human emperor. Apart from the phenomenon ranking, Enigma Palace has 2 other rankings, the Dharma characteristic and divine power ranking, respectively. Those are the famous 3 Enigma rankings in the cultivation world. Ming Zhen had a lost expression and asked curiously, Master, apart from being famous, what's the use of being on the phenomenon ranking? If it's just for fame, I'm not going to fight them for it. To Ming Zhen, being able to study Buddhism in peace meant more than fighting to the death with everyone else. Of course, there's more to it than fame, the old monk chuckled. Any cultivator that's able to get their name on the phenomenon ranking would be known to the world, and they would be watched by all the super sects. For example, if you're able to get into the phenomenon ranking, you'll have a chance to join the 6 Buddhist monasteries. I don't want to join the other monasteries. I just want to follow you, Master. Master shook his head. You must not be emotional, the old monk said with good intentions. It's a rare opportunity, and you can only grow more if you discover more about the strengths of others. Cultivation isn't merely hiding in seclusion away from the world forever. You're still young, and you'll have to head out eventually to experience the pains, love, and emotions of the mortal realm and secular affairs. That is the true path of cultivation. The old monk said, The only way to leave the mortal realm is after you enter it. Mingjin nodded, seemingly confused. He had never left the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley, nor had he experienced secular affairs. How could he understand any of that? However, he could tell that the old monk wanted him to leave. Mingjin felt disappointed internally. Su Zimo eyed the old monk and sighed internally. He was probably the only one who understood the old monk's underlying intentions. The old monk was trying to seek an alternative path for Mingjin. He was already old and knew that he would leave this world one day. That was the reason why he wanted Mingjin to join other sections. That way, the latter would be able to gain the protection of the super sect. At that thought, Su Zimo smiled bitterly in self-deprecation. He had offended all the major factions of the North region. There was no place left for him in the North region. No other sects or factions would accept him either. That was because everyone saw him as a demon. Humans and demons were different. Sensing the sorrow in Su Zimo's eyes, the old monk said warmly, "Apart from the chance to join super sects, there will also be rewards for leaving your name on the phenomenon ranking. Naturally, the higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Could be Earth-grade dermic arts or cultivation techniques, or supreme or perfect-grade dermic weapons. In fact, there's a small chance that it can be a connate dermic weapon. Cultivators would experience life-changing transformations after forming a core. That was the first time they would break free from the restraints of heaven and earth, and they would not only be able to soar through the skies, their lifespans would even extend to 500 years. Core formation could be considered as a rift in the path of cultivation. The difference between Golden Core and Nascent Soul Realm was another great rift. That was because one would break free from the restraints of heaven and earth once more at Nascent Soul Realm by cultivating their essence spirits and extending their lifespans to 1,000 years. With an essence spirit, cultivators were able to channel dermic powers for their own use. At the same time, it meant that cultivators would require new dermic arts, weapons, and even some secret skills to refine their spirits. Simply put, the intermediate ancient battlefield was where many paragons of the Golden Core would prepare themselves for what they require after ascending to Nascent Soul Realm. The old monk said, "There were even heaven-grade dermic arts and cultivation techniques that appeared in the rewards of previous phenomenon rankings." When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he was secretly speechless. After advancing to Nascent Soul Realm, one would enter a new world and reach a new level. Dermic powers were the powers of the universe. Dermic arts and cultivation techniques were differentiated by grades. The 4 grades in the cultivation world for dermic arts and cultivation worlds were heaven, earth, dark, and light. Naturally, the most frightening techniques that could release the strongest dermic powers were heaven-grade dermic arts. Thereafter, the power level was reduced per grade. Light-grade dermic arts had the weakest dermic powers. Of course, there were also stronger and weaker light-grade dermic arts. Furthermore, in the cultivation world, most of the commonly seen light-grade dermic arts and cultivation techniques could be found in various major sects and factions. Dark-grade dermic arts and cultivation techniques were most likely only possessed by aristocratic families and true gentry clans. Earth-grade dermic arts and cultivation techniques were only possessed by major supersects of Tianhuang mainland. However, heaven-grade dermic arts and cultivation techniques were things that could only be hoped for. In the ancient era where paragons dominated and multiple emperors rose, there were many heaven-grade dermic arts and cultivation techniques that were created. However, few were passed down till now. Furthermore, many of them that were passed down were incomplete by now. That was the reason why all the paragons of Tianhuang mainland looked forward to the intermediate ancient battlefield. It was also the reason why Di'in was willing to suppress his cultivation realm so that he could enter the ancient battlefield once more. The daming dermic seal that Su Zimo cultivated was originally an earth-grade dermic art. However, with the loss of the Mingwang prayer beads, such that there were only 4 dermic seals remaining, daming dermic seal could only be considered as a dark-grade dermic art. Strictly speaking, the fiend suppression, demon subduing, immortal trap, and immovable foundation seals could only be considered as dark-grade dermic arts. When released in tandem with daming mantra, it was only a superior dark-grade dermic art. Within the daming dermic seal, Only the lost Great Vajra Wheel and Great Mount Meru seals were true blue earth-grade dermic arts. However, the strange thing was that Daming True Sutra was clearly listed as a heaven-grade dermic art in the ancient books of Daming Monastery. Even if he managed to recover the 2 lost dermic seals, Daming Dermic Seal was only an earth-grade dermic art. However, it could actually turn into a heaven-grade dermic art after it was combined with the sound secret skill Daming Mantra to form Daming True Sutra. That was something that Su Zimo could not figure out. Of course, nascent souls would not be able to release heaven-grade dermic arts even if they obtained it. Heaven-grade dermic arts had extremely strict requirements of one's essence spirits. Even if nascent souls were to set their essence spirits ablaze, they would not be able to channel the heaven-grade dermic arts. Theoretically, heaven-grade cultivation techniques could be cultivated the moment one entered nascent soul realm. However, heaven-grade cultivation techniques were extremely difficult to comprehend, and having just cultivated their essence spirits, there were many things that nascent souls did not know about this realm. It would be extremely difficult for them to cultivate. Of course, the benefits of cultivating a heaven-grade cultivation technique were clear as day as well. In the same realm, an essence spirit that cultivated a heaven-grade cultivation technique would be much stronger than the essence spirits of other perfected lords. The old monk continued, "After advancing to nascent soul realm, you will have to change all your weapons. Even if you're wielding a connate spirit weapon, it won't be able to release the might of dermic arts. In terms of toughness, even ordinary dermic weapons would not be able to shatter connate spirit weapons with ease. However, at the end of the day, connate spirit weapons were still only on the level of spirit energy. Dermic weapons are classified into 4 types for the 4 different realms, and it's extremely simple. Weapons used by nascent souls were called perfected lord dermic weapons, and weapons used by void reversions were Dao being dermic weapons. Following that, Dharma characteristics used Dao Lord dermic weapons, and conjoint bodies used mighty figure dermic weapons. At that point, Su Zimo's heart stirred and he asked automatically, "There's also the Mahayana realm above conjoint body. In that case, do those patriarchs use patriarch dermic weapons?" "Wrong." The old monk smiled. "Mahayana patriarchs use Dharma treasures." "Dharma treasure?" Su Zimo and Mingzhen were stunned. That was a term that was foreign to them. The old monk replied, "The logic is simple. Dermic powers are above spirit energy and divine powers are above dermic powers. With that, dermic arts are above spirit arts and divine arts are above dermic arts. With the same comparison, dermic weapons are above spirit weapons and dermic treasures are above dermic weapons. The reason why one has to change weapons at a new cultivation realm is because their strength would also transform in terms of quality as their cultivation advances. Spirit weapons will explode if they are injected with dermic powers. Similarly, dermic weapons aren't able to withstand divine powers, and those that undergo the baptism of divine powers are known as dermic treasures. Su Zimo was enlightened. Be it perfected lord or Dao being dermic weapons, the difference in grade is similar to spirit weapons. The old monk continued, "A single dermic pattern makes an inferior grade perfected lord dermic weapon. 2 dermic patterns, middle grade perfected lord dermic weapon. 3 dermic patterns, superior grade, 4 dermic patterns, supreme grade. 5 dermic patterns, perfect grade, and 6 dermic patterns, connate. I'm sure you know about this by now." Su Zimo nodded. He was a weapon refinement master to begin with and naturally knew a little towards such things. After a brief pause, the old monk took a deep breath. "There's another important thing I want to talk about. If you guys are able to advance to nascent soul realm successfully, you'll be able to cultivate your essence spirits. Every single nascent soul has a chance to refine a destiny dermic weapon that belongs to themselves." "Destiny dermic weapon?" Both of them were stunned. Su Zimo asked, "What is a destiny dermic weapon?" "A destiny dermic weapon is interlinked with your essence spirit. By refining it day and night with your essence spirit, a tight connection will be made between you and your dermic weapon over time. It will be like a part of your body." The old monk explained, "You will be able to release your greatest strength with a destiny dermic weapon." Upon hearing this, Su Zimo frowned. Even with that explanation, there was nothing special about destiny dermic weapons. However, The old monk continued, "The true strength of a destiny dermic weapon lies in the fact that it will become stronger as your cultivation advances." Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly, seemingly realizing something. The old monk revealed a look of admiration and nodded. "If the dermic weapon you choose at the start is a superior grade perfected lord dermic weapon, by the time you cultivate to void reversion realm, your destiny dermic weapon will also grow into a Tao being dermic weapon after the refinement of your essence spirit. Furthermore, it will still be at 3 dermic patterns superior grade." "Indeed," Su Zimo nodded and lamented, "that will be incredible." This meant that the grade of a destiny dermic weapon will not change even as it grows. In other words, if Su Zimo chose a Khanate perfected lord dermic weapon as his destiny dermic weapon, by the time he reaches void reversion realm, his destiny dermic weapon would transform into a Tao being dermic weapon. However, its grade will still be at Khanate. The old monk said, "Of course, it will be best if you can get a Khanate dermic weapon as a destiny dermic weapon. However, perfect or supreme grade dermic weapons are also acceptable." Su Zimo nodded. Of course, Khanate dermic weapons were way too rare and could only be chanced upon. The old monk continued, "Other than its rich spirit chi, the intermediate ancient battlefield also contains 2 spirit herbs that have gone extinct in Tianhuang mainland, the spirit-gathering fruit and soul-nourishing blood ginseng. Golden cores face extreme danger while attempting a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. There's the risk of crippling their cultivation or even dying on the spot without any corpse remaining. The spirit-gathering fruit is meant to help golden cores gather their essence spirit while attempting the breakthrough. Only 1 spirit-gathering fruit is required, and it's useless to consume more than that. After advancing to nascent soul realm, cultivators will be able to enhance their cultivation speed by consuming the soul-nourishing blood ginseng to nourish their essence spirit and strengthen it. It's a rare spirit material. Naturally, for the soul-nourishing blood ginseng, the more the better. Su Zimo had a rough understanding. Apart from countless opportunities, the intermediate ancient battlefield also had an unimaginable amount of cultivation resources. If he could obtain sufficient benefits from within, his cultivation path in the future would be much smoother. Of course, there's also countless threats in the intermediate ancient battlefield. It's 10 times more dangerous than everything you've experienced in the elementary ancient battlefield. The old monk said sternly, "You've made too many enemies, so you must be extremely careful. Additionally, demons of Tianhuang mainland will also be in the intermediate ancient battlefield." "Demons?" Su Zimo froze for a moment. The old monk nodded. "After forming their cores, demons will also go on to form their essence spirits. Therefore, they will also enter to fight with you guys for the soul-nourishing blood ginseng and spirit-gathering fruits." At that point, Su Zimo came to a realization. The Yin Spirit section came after the core formation section in the Mystic Classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. In reality, Yin Spirit and the essence spirit of nascent souls were similar. After cultivating their Yin spirits, demons become fiend demons and can take on human form and speak in human tongue. In fact, they can even hide their demonic chi such that cultivators won't be able to tell them apart. After cultivating Yin spirit, demons were able to control dermic powers as well. Once released, they would become the legendary demonic techniques. The old monk said, "Ordinary demons are of no threat to you. However, there are vast lands in Tianhuang mainland where the 8 major demon races reside, known as the 8 demon regions. In those 8 regions, there are countless frightening birds and beasts that only stand out after going through endless bloodshed and possessing extraordinary bloodlines. You must be careful." "I'll remember them all to heart," Su Zimo nodded. "There's nothing else." The old monk walked down the stone steps and glared at the void before him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he extended his withered palm, slapping the void gently. Boom! A resounding boom exploded in the void. Right in front of Su Zimo and Ming Zhen, the void shattered and caved in, turning into a pitch-black vortex. The vortex connected to an unknown place that gave off an ancient aura. The old monk turned to Su Zimo. "You're planning to leave the North region this time round?" "Yes." Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. With the passing of his eldest brother, He no longer had any attachments to the mortal world. Most of his attachments were now with Xiaoning. Furthermore, there was no place left for him in the North region. If he continued staying here, more people would be implicated. The reason why Su Zimo did not even return to Ethereal Peak when he reappeared was because he did not want the latter to be burdened because of him. The old monk had a benevolent gaze and said warmly, "There's only one thing you need to remember after leaving the North region. If you truly encounter any danger and have nowhere left to run, use the major transference talisman and return here. As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely be able to guarantee your safety." Su Zimo pursed his lips in silence and bowed deeply to the old monk. "Go on." The old monk waved his hand. Su Zimo and Mingzhan exchanged glances and did not hesitate, leaping into the vortex in the void along with the little fox. Su Zimo felt the world spin. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as though his body and soul had separated out of his control. His surroundings were pitch black and he could not see anything. All his senses had vanished. Even his spirit perception felt hazy. The two of them seemed to be traveling through a dark tunnel. Initially, Su Zimo could still rely on his spirit perception to sense the presence of Mingzhan and the little fox. However, not long later, Su Zimo discovered that Mingzhan and the little fox had vanished from his spirit perception. Gradually, a spot of light appeared before him, enlarging and turning clearer. His consciousness returned. His body and soul seemed to have recombined. Swoosh! Su Zimo burst out of the light spot and his body descended rapidly. It was a brand new world. Spirit chi was multiple times richer than it was outside. Su Zimo knew that he had already entered the intermediate ancient battlefield. Releasing his spirit perception, Su Zimo put on his guard and surveyed his vicinity. It was vast and empty. Mingzhan and the little fox had already vanished. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He realized that something had gone off course in the teleportation process and they were separated. A slight deviation in the teleportation could send them hundreds of kilometers apart. Su Zimo was not worried about Mingzhan. After Diyin left the old temple, Mingzhan spent 10 years in the Great Shen ruins, fighting with the otherworldly soldier and undergoing countless brushes with death. Mingzhan's combat experience had already grown by a lot. Furthermore, he was not weak to begin with, and he had even cultivated the world-cleansing Green Lotus, which was previously ranked top 10 in the phenomenon ranking. The little fox was whom Su Zimo was truly worried about. Trying to find a fox in this vast world was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo made a rough gauge of direction before heading towards the center of the ancient battlefield. The spirit chi here was way too rich and spirit herbs and materials could be found everywhere. There were some places where lakes were even conjured out of spirit chi. If everything went smoothly, Su Zimo would definitely be able to reach perfected golden core a year later. Even though his surroundings were filled with lush greenery along the way, he did not encounter any cultivator. Not long after. Su Zimo sensed something. In the nearby grass that was taller than a human's height, a demon beast sprawled and glared at him with green, frightening eyes. Su Zimo was not bothered and continued advancing. When he passed by the demon beast, the grass moved and the demon beast leaped into the air, lunging towards Su Zimo with a berserk-killing intent. Roar! A deafening roar sounded from the depths of the demon beast's throat. If it was any other cultivator, they would be shocked into a daze by that sudden attack and roar, thereby perishing under the claws of the demon beast. However, Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and was the greatest demon. That roar had no effect on him at all. Turning slightly, he looked at the incoming demon beast and suddenly spoke with a fake smile. The incoming demon beast froze in midair with a stumped expression. It was completely shocked. It was a heaven-bane wolf, a type of ancient remnant beast. Their bodies spanned several dozen feet and they had blood-red fur all over their bodies. Bloodthirsty, most of them traveled solo and they were extremely strong and violent. But now, the eyes of this ancient remnant beast were dazed. It was shocked unconscious. In truth, such a frightening effect couldn't be achieved if it was the damning mantra alone. More than that, it was because Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and had extremely strong lungs. With a rich stamina and cleared mouth orifice, his burst power was shocking. No ordinary beast would be able to take a simple roar from him, let alone the burst of damning mantra. Weaker cultivators would die on the spot from the shock. Su Zimo reached out with extended fingers and pushed down on the head of the heaven-bane wolf. The man and wolf's figures descended rapidly. Boom! The head of the heaven-bane wolf was crushed into the mud by Su Zimo, creating a huge pit almost instantly. Clack! Clack! The heaven-bane wolf woke up and struggled endlessly. Its sharp claws dug on the ground like daggers, causing mud to splash as it roared threateningly. All its fur stood on end. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from Su Zimo's palm. His hand was pale and smooth, resembling jade, and did not seem like it had ever held any weapons. However, his outstretched fingers pinned the head of the heaven-bane wolf on the spot like a mountain. Su Zimo's gaze was cold with a murderous look. Sensing something, the heaven-bane wolf shuddered and stopped struggling. Demon beasts were the sharpest towards danger. Furthermore, it was already sentient by this point of its cultivation and could naturally tell that Su Zimo was showing mercy. Su Zimo released his palm when he saw the heaven-bane wolf motionless. The heaven-bane wolf panted heavily and raised its head slightly. When it saw the distance between it and this human, the killing intent in its heart returned. Normally, cultivators had weak bodies. Given this distance, it had a 90% chance of success. However, it gave up on that thought in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo was expressionless and had a calm gaze. The heaven-bane wolf could vaguely sense that it would be murdered on the spot by this human the moment it behaved abnormally. Su Zimo climbed onto the heaven-bane wolf's back and patted its head, pointing towards the depths of the battlefield. Head there! The heaven-bane wolf rose, somewhat reluctantly, and shrugged the mud off itself. It growled deeply and sprinted towards the depths of the battlefield. In its mind, it was willing to listen to this human's arrangements first as long as it was not forced into a blood oath. Riding on the back of the heaven-bane wolf, Su Zimo could cultivate in peace. Right now, he was at the peak of late-stage golden core. Given the rich spirit chi in the environment, he was sure that he could sense the opportunity for a breakthrough if he cultivated for a period of time. 10 days later, Su Zimo, who was riding on the heaven-bane wolf, woke up from his cultivation in a jolt. His ears twitched, and he could vaguely hear the sounds of a fight going on far away with the roars of demon beasts mixed within. Head over there and check things out. Su Zimo patted the heaven-bane wolf and pointed in another direction. The heaven-bane wolf sprinted the entire way and arrived before the entrance of a valley before long. There were at least 1,000 demon beasts in the valley surrounding a group of cultivators. The scary thing was that almost all of them were ancient remnant beasts. On a mountain peak near the valley stood a mighty lion filled with golden fur. It possessed a divine might and looked down at the valley with eyes that were as large as bells. Golden lion. That was a true blue, pure-blooded, ferocious beast. Furthermore, Su Zimo could sense that this golden lion was extremely strong and had already cultivated to the peak of its inner core. All it needed was one more step for it to become a fiend demon. The heaven-bane wolf looked evidently fearful and wanted to retreat and escape. However, Su Zimo's body turned increasingly heavier, as though he was about to force the heaven-bane wolf to sprawl on the ground, and it could only whine in misery internally. With a calm expression, Su Zimo swept his gaze across the valley. A green-colored flower bloomed on a cliff in the valley. The flower had a green fruit that was around the size of an infant's fist. It was filled with white dots and carried a faint fragrance. Spirit-gathering fruit. The reason for this conflict should be the spirit-gathering fruit. The old monk had mentioned previously that cultivators were not the only ones who required spirit items such as the spirit-gathering fruit and soul-nourishing blood ginseng. Even demon beasts coveted them. There were males and females on the side of the surrounded party with dozens of corpses beneath their feet. All of the corpses were trampled and had mangled faces. There were more than 10 of them remaining, and all of them were injured. However, they huddled into a group and defended in a structured manner with extraordinary methods to try their best and survive. It was clear that they came from a major sect. The golden lion turned and swept its gaze across Su Zimo, seemingly sensing no threat as a look of mockery flashed through its eyes. Roar! The golden lion roared and stomped heavily on the mountain peak. The mountain peak crumbled instantly. Countless rocks tumbled down in a terrifying manner. This was truly earth-shaking. The heaven-bane wolf shuddered and turned even more fearful. As though there was an order, the 1,000 remnant beasts slowed down and came to a gradual stop in their attacks. However, those ancient remnant beasts surrounded the remaining cultivators with ferocious gazes and devoured the flesh of the corpses beneath their feet in an incomparably cruel manner with drool all over. The only 2 remaining female cultivators in the group vomited at the sight of that. Those were the corpses of their sect mates. One of them broke down on the spot and howled in tears. The remaining men were equally frightened, trembling with pale faces. Puny humans, do you still want to resist? I'm going to give you a chance. Sign a blood oath with me and turn into my slave. The golden lion spoke in human tongue with a ferocious gaze. When he heard that, Su Zimo frowned. In order to control demon beasts and prevent betrayals, cultivators signed blood oaths with them. Su Zimo had not expected that demons would make similar blood oaths. These demons wanted to keep humans as slaves instead. The golden lion roared, "It's your honor to become my slaves." In the primordial era, humans were enslaved by the thousands of races. The bloodlines of humans are weak and you're cheap right down to the bones. Your lives are equivalent to grass. All of you are born to be slaves. Born to be slaves. Those words were extremely piercing to Su Zimo. It was true that he undertook demonic cultivation. However, he was a human after all. There was contempt in the tone of the golden lion, making Su Zimo feel as though he had been teleported back in time to the period where humans were disgraced in the primordial era. The remaining cultivators looked horrified. That was the final warning from the golden lion. If they rejected it, they would be torn into pieces by the 1,000 ancient remnant beasts surrounding them. Although their leader was indignant, he could only sigh. How cocky. Before his words could be said, a mocking voice sounded from outside the valley, interrupting him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes turned to the entrance of the valley. A green-robed cultivator riding on a heaven-bane wolf entered slowly with an indifferent expression and a calm gaze. The legs of the heaven-bane wolf shivered against the gazes of 1,000 ancient remnant beasts. At that moment, it could only force itself to head inside reluctantly. Here comes another puny ant. The golden lion sneered coldly when it could not sense any threat from Su Zimo. The surviving cultivators that were surrounded looked at Su Zimo expectantly. However, they could not help but feel disappointed when they could not sense any spirit energy fluctuation from the green-robed cultivator. Su Zimo carried the Mingwang prayer beads and had remained dormant at the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley for 20 years, reciting sutras and studying Buddhism daily. Right now, his bearing was extraordinary and ordinary people were unable to see through him. I'm going to take these humans in as my slaves because their strengths are acceptable. But you're a worthless ant that isn't even qualified to be my mount. The golden lion gazed down with an icy stare at Su Zimo before commanding indifferently, "Kill him! Howl!" 2 demon beasts that were closest to the entrance of the valley turned around with ferocious gazes. Their inner cores circulated and they lunged towards Su Zimo with surging demonic chi. Su Zimo slapped his storage bag with a calm expression. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 2 flying swords appeared in midair. The swords buzzed continuously with bright spirit lights. For spirit patterns, they were supreme-grade spirit weapons. If this was in the cultivation world, it would be rather remarkable for him to release 2 supreme-grade spirit weapons right away. However, this was the ancient battlefield. Everyone who was qualified and had the capabilities to enter were the paragons and elites of major sects and factions. It was considered normal for them to have a couple of supreme-grade spirit weapons with them. The surviving cultivators exchanged glances and shook their heads disappointedly. He truly has a death wish. If he wants to fight these demon beasts with just those 2 supreme-grade flying swords, it'll be equivalent to an ant trying to shake a massive tree. He looks young. I think he must have gotten famous in his teenage years and is inexperienced and cocky without having experienced setbacks before. Sigh. The 2 ancient remnant beasts were expressionless when they saw Su Zimo's flying swords and continued charging at an even faster speed. However, the next moment, their expressions changed. Shoo! The 2 flying swords vanished right before everyone, and there was only the sound of the void tearing. The 2 ancient remnant beasts felt their hearts skip a beat. Although they were ancient remnant beasts and had tough flesh and skin, the sharpness of a supreme-grade flying sword could still threaten their lives. Poof! Poof! Before the 2 ancient remnant beasts could dodge, a stream of blood spewed from their heads. The 2 flying swords pierced their heads right away. The blood did not even stain the swords as they revolved in midair before returning to Su Zimo. It was too fast. Furthermore, they were traceless. It was as though 2 flying swords had appeared out of thin air to kill the 2 ancient remnant beasts. The leader of the survivors, a blue-robed man, murmured softly with widened eyes. What an impressive sword-wielding technique! In the crowd, the female cultivator who was initially having a breakdown on the ground stopped crying. Her misty eyes widened with shock as she looked at everything. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had learned a wide spectrum of skills. However, all of them were top-tier cultivation techniques and secret skills. That sword-wielding technique could only be considered as one of the most basic skills among his methods. Ethereal Sword had 3 levels: Shadow, Void, and Ethereal. Right now, Su Zimo has already cultivated it to the ethereal realm. The speed of the flying swords was extremely fast, erratic, and untraceable. Only cultivators with extremely sharp senses would be able to defend against level 3 of Ethereal Sword. Against these ancient remnant beasts, Su Zimo had way too many means of dealing with them. The most simple and crude way was to barge right in with his frightening bloodline and body. No ancient remnant beast could stand in his way at all. However, Su Zimo did not do that. When he heard the Golden Lion's mockery and ridicule, he was insistent on using the methods of immortal cultivators to kill the ancient remnant beasts and suppress that Golden Lion. With the death of the 2 ancient remnant beasts, dozens more charged over without the need for the Golden Lion to make any orders. This is bad. The blue-robed man shook his head. Although he is skilled in maneuvering his swords, he only has 2 of them. Before his words were finished, he had to swallow them. Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and 25 flying swords appeared in midair. Coupled with the 2 from before, that was a total of 27 flying swords. More than that, the scary thing was that all of them were supreme-grade flying swords. While it was nothing much for a golden core in the ancient battlefield to possess 2 supreme-grade spirit items, it was rather frightening for someone to possess 27 supreme-grade spirit weapons. He has so many flying swords? The surviving cultivators were dumbstruck. None of them had ever seen anyone summon that many flying swords at one go. The 27 flying swords hovered before Su Zimo in an orderly manner and flashed with a glaring beam before surging towards the dozens of ancient remnant beasts. Shoo! Once again, the 27 flying swords vanished. In the blink of an eye, the 27 of them reappeared. At the same time, the ancient remnant beasts that lunged over fell one after another with blood streams spurting from holes on their heads. All of them were dead. The blue-robed man's group was shocked. It was extremely difficult to control 27 flying swords to such a precise degree. The most frightening thing was that right from the beginning, there was no emotional fluctuation in the eyes of the green-robed cultivator. It was as though everything happened exactly as he had predicted. Roar! Roar! A commotion broke out among the demon beasts. Although the death of dozens of ancient remnant beasts did not amount to much compared to their massive numbers, they could sense danger exuding from the green-robed cultivator. "You're rather interesting, human. You're worthy of being my mount." The Golden Lion spoke in human tongue and nodded with confidence. Ha 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 ha! Su Zimo reared his head in laughter and 27 flying swords circled and danced before him. "Yellow Lion. Let's see who is going to be subdued today." You or me? Senior brother Zhu, this man isn't weak. There's a chance we might be saved. The eyes of a beautiful female cultivator at the side shone brightly as she whispered. It's hard to tell. The blue-robed man shook his head. By the looks of it, this man is already at his limits, controlling 27 flying swords. Don't forget, there's 1,000 demon beasts surrounding us. There's no way this man will be able to defend if they all swarm him together. The beautiful female cultivator raised her brow. What should we do then? Let's seize the time to recuperate and recover our combat strength as soon as we can. Listen to me, order in a bit, the blue-robed man said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. Before his sentence was finished, another 100 demon beasts lunged forward. But this time round, the demon beasts were smarter. They split into 3 directions towards Su Zimo. A mocking look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he extended his forward and tapped in front of him. Go! The 24 of the 27 flying swords split away. Forming groups of 6, the flying swords streaked through the air, leaving sword scars in the void. The expression of the blue-robed man changed as he yelled, Sword formation! It's a sword formation! Ah! He's a sword formation master! For hexagonal sword formations streaked through the air and shone with a dazzling glow. Buzzing loudly with a frosty sword chi, they kept the 100 demon beasts at bay. Poof! 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 A blood mist spewed out. The limbs of many demon beasts flew everywhere and stained the voids red. Sword formation masters were extremely rare and had a unique status in the cultivation world. Although sword formation masters were not considered as sword cultivators, their killing powers were not inferior. In fact, if one could set up a powerful sword formation, it could even go head-on against many golden core phenomenons with ancient legacies without being disadvantaged. Of course, sword formation masters had an obvious disadvantage. Although the speed of setting up sword formations was fast, it could not compare to the speed of releasing spirit arts or secret skills. If they were to meet with top-tier experts, their opponents would strike and defeat them before their sword formations could be set up. The ancient remnant beasts in the valley were clearly not sharp enough yet. The 100 ancient remnant beasts charged over but were minced by the 4 hexagonal sword formations, causing their flesh and blood to splatter in an extremely miserable sight. Roar! The golden lion's expression finally changed as he roared in Su Zimo's direction. Enraged, the valley quaked and the leaves of the ancient trees scattered one after another. The sight of the fresh blood triggered the remaining ancient remnant beasts entirely. The beasts rumbled and roars reverberated through the valley. Thud! 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 The remaining 1,000-odd ancient remnant beasts turned around with vicious gazes and sprinted towards Su Zimo, ignoring the blue-robed man's group even. Opportunity! The eyes of the blue-robed man lit up as he shouted softly, Hurry! Let's go! Before his words were finished, the blue-robed man leaped into the air and circulated his golden core fanatically, turning into a streak of light to bolt to the other side of the valley. The remaining survivors were stunned and could not react to it. The beautiful female cultivator was even looking at the blue-robed man with a slightly agape mouth in disbelief. She had not imagined that he would do something so lowly. No matter what, the green-robed cultivator was here to help them. However, the blue-robed man took advantage of the moment when the green-robed cultivator was surrounded by the ancient remnant beasts to escape himself. How was that different from a lowly ingrate? What are you guys waiting for? The blue-robed man who was sprinting in midair turned around. When he saw the beautiful female cultivator and the others still standing on the spot, he sneered. That man's about to be devoured by the group of demons soon. If you miss this chance, all of you can wait to die. A few cultivators who were initially hesitant were evidently moved. Everyone could tell that although the green-robed cultivators' 4 sword formations were extraordinarily strong, they were definitely not enough to deal with the rush of the 1,000-odd ancient remnant beasts. By the time the green-robed cultivator was ripped into pieces, they would be next in line. Not everyone could be so noble and daring in the face of death. Furthermore, the reason why everyone cultivated was due to the pursuit of longevity. If they were to really die here, they would be left with nothing. A conflicted look flashed through the beautiful female cultivator's eyes, but she still made up her mind and chose not to leave. However, beside her, around 8 of her sect mates soared into the air, wanting to escape from the valley with the blue-robed man. When he saw the decision of the beautiful female cultivator, the blue-robed man could not help but frown and curse internally. Truly the epitome of stupidity. Just as the blue-robed man was about to turn around and sprint with all his might, he discovered that his sect mates who soared into the air did not catch up to him. Instead, they were frozen on the spot and trembling. All of them had horrified expressions, as though they had witnessed something extremely terrifying. It was the same for the beautiful female cultivator. Her arm was outstretched and her eyes were filled with fear as she pointed in his direction. There was a damp aura with a hint of blood stench behind him. The blue-robed man's heart sank. He turned around by instinct and sat a demon beast with a murderous aura standing at the mountain peak before him. It had a huge figure and its golden fur danced with a chilling aura as it glared ferociously with widened eyes. It was the golden lion. Unknowingly, the golden lion had already arrived in front of him. Its mouth was opened wide and it had a menacing expression as saliva dripped alongside streams of nauseating breaths. By sprinting with all his might, the blue-robed man had almost sent himself into the mouth of the golden lion. Ah! The blue-robed man exclaimed and felt his scalp prickle and legs go limp. It was impossible if he wanted to get away given that distance. Scared out of his wits, the blue-robed man was about to beg for mercy when a mocking look flashed through the golden lion's eyes. Suddenly, it reached out and closed its massive mouth shut. Crack! The blue-robed man was gone. Upon seeing that, the cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation to escape fell from midair one after another, frightened with pale expressions. The golden lion munched a couple times, seemingly unsatisfied, and extended its grisly tongue to spit out a few pieces of minced flesh with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The beautiful female cultivator had a terrible expression and nearly threw up. In the blink of an eye, a live person was eaten by that pure-blooded, ferocious beast. Am I truly going to die here today? The eyes of the beautiful female cultivator dimmed as she lamented internally. Right then, a sound echoed from the direction of the entrance of the valley. It was ordinary, but it seemed to possess a noble might that could calm one down. Illumination sword formation. Transform. Everyone subconsciously looked up. However, dust billowed and their vision was completely blocked by the bodies of the 1,000-odd ancient remnant beasts at the front, and they could not catch sight of the green-robed cultivator at all. Clang! Clang! All of a sudden, the sounds of swords buzzing reverberated through the world. Sharp streams of light burst into the air one after another. Immediately after, right in front of everyone, a series of bedazzling sword lights appeared from the entrance of the valley and illuminated the entire world. 27 flying swords gathered with their tips pointed outwards, forming a circular disk of swords. It was as though a blazing sun had descended upon the valley and released 27 streaks of sword chi. Radiant and domineering, it could tear through the voids and destroy the firmaments. The might of the illumination sword formation was way more frightening than the hexagonal sword formation. Poof! 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 A blood mist spewed out. The 1,000-odd ancient remnant beasts rushed up, but they were minced by the illumination sword formation. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere and corpses were strewn. The entire valley was filled with blood. Bang! 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 Countless ancient remnant beasts that did not fear death charged forward, but none of them could go against the illumination sword formation. The sword formation started advancing gradually. When the group of the beautiful female cultivator saw this and heard the sounds of flesh and bone being cut, they were shocked. The ancient remnant beasts were in chaos and were retreating. The green-colored figure reappeared in their line of sight. Riding on the heaven-bane wolf, the green-robed cultivator was heading towards them with a calm expression and deep gaze. The sword formation was gathered right in front of his palm. The green-robed cultivator merely waved his arm casually and the terrifying sword formation danced in midair, mincing and destroying everything in its path. The group of people stared blankly. How was that a sword formation? In the hands of the green-robed cultivator, it was like a blazing sun that was retrieved from above the skies, annihilating all life wherever it passed. A bloodied path lined with endless blood, flesh and corpses appeared behind him. Wielding the blazing sun, the green-robed cultivator traveled through the blood, flesh and corpses like a divine being, looking down at everything with an unquestionable might. The eyes of the beautiful female cultivator were fixated with a lost expression.